So here I am looking for the official conclusion, and it's staring me in the face the whole time. I was going back through my notes and looking at the things I wanted to cover in my book, and I had this question of what is the official conclusion? I know the official allegation, a double murder-suicide. We see that as early as the second press release from the Apple Valley Police Department at about 11:40 a.m. January 18th, less than 24 hours after they find these bodies. They are accusing David Crowley of a double murder-suicide. When does it end? Where is the end? What is the official conclusion? In the Philip Marshall case, we got this, I think, 15-page report from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. I was kind of expecting something similar, something that would help everybody understand why the police, why the authorities, why the investigators came to the conclusion that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see that there was something else out there. There was more out there, that they had documentation, that they had something that actually showed that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see something, anything. And I looked and I looked and I went back through all of the documents that we had. Where is the official conclusion? When did this whole case end? When was it wrapped up? What is it? What do we have here? What do they have? And I'll tell you, I was really shocked. I was really shocked because at first I thought, okay, maybe I just missed it. But no, it was there. It was there in front of my face the whole time. It was there. Page 92 of 94 in the Apple Valley Police reports. It's right there. That's their conclusion. That is their final conclusion. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing more. Page 92 is it. I'm still a little shocked about it. I still find it hard to believe page 92 is the official conclusion. There's nothing else. This is it. This is supposed to solve the whole case here. This is the conclusion. I was shocked. I was shocked for two reasons. Well, first reason was kind of like it was already there. I had already assumed that page 92 was the unofficial conclusion. I had no idea that it is the official and final conclusion. That's it. That's all you get. So page 92 is written by Brian Bone. This is dated 10/7/2015, 1:08 p.m. The case is closed. It is exceptionally cleared. Okay, so the statement talks about the Dakota County Electronic Crime Task Force. They get all of this data, these terabytes of data. They go through these terabytes of data. Guess what they find?
Nothing.
Big shock here. Nothing. They did not find any information on the related devices that showed motive or cause for what happened during this or up to this incident. With the conclusion of the review of the digital devices, there is no other information available for further investigation. At 10/6, that's it. The terabytes of data was the last thing. It was the last thing that they were waiting for. On October 6, 2015, the case is closed.
Goodbye.
It's done. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. And the status is changed to exceptionally cleared. So here is the real challenge. Here is the real question. What did they discover that shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? Because they're saying they have not discovered any information that shows that anybody but David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes. So the clear question is, and this is why I was expecting a final report, something that would answer the clear question, is what did the Apple Valley Police find that showed that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? If this is it, then there isn't anything. What do they have? One fingerprint? One fingerprint on David's left middle finger? Nothing that ties him to the bullet found in the attic 1 month later? Nothing. They found nothing. They have nothing. The case is built around nothing.
They know nothing.
And it brings us to the question of what really happened here. If the official theory is not true, and I believe that it's not true, then what really happened here? That is the logical question that I think a lot of people, a lot of my friends, a lot of people in the group are asking. Then what happened here? For me, I move a little slower, I guess. Because my question here is still, why are they accusing David Crowley of being the perpetrator of these crimes? In these 94 pages, what shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? We know that they found nothing in the terabytes of data. We know that they have no motive. We know that they're guessing. We know that they're speculating. That's not their job. This is one more reason why the case needs to be reopened. Because of the official conclusion. The official conclusion is not supported by evidence. It's not supported by facts. It's supported by the fact that they can't find evidence to show that anybody else did it. So it must be David. That's the way that I'm reading this.
It's a joke.
And if the way that I'm reading it is right, then we need to reopen this case. This case needs to be reopened. And we need to do what we can to help get this case reopened. Within reason.
We need your help.
To the best of your ability. And I believe this case will be reopened one day.
Amen. It's coming.
It may take a while. But I got time.
I got time too. Thanks everybody for joining us here. When I do these live shows, I'm gonna always kind of start off with a little intro video to give people a little bit of time to come and join in. If you want to join in to this chat room here, this is the Gray Stage live stream number 1. The date is August 5th, 2019. It's about 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time here in the local Bay Area, San Francisco, California, the S-hole of America. And a few things that I wanted to talk about here, to cover here. Hopefully we'll have enough time. I'm going to try to keep these to about an hour or so, maybe a little bit less if I can. Please let me know how the audio is, if the audio is okay. So far it sounds alright. I'm going to skip here to a interview that David Crowley did in 2012. I want to go back to this, to what he was doing in 2012. This took place after after David Crowley had already finished the trailer kind of taken off, all that stuff. So let's go back to 2012 for a second. This is a reading from my feature book titled The Gray Stage, of course. This is in the 2012 section. There obviously is going to be a lot more in this 2012 section. I'm sure you can all understand that. Hey, Pat Hansen, thanks for joining us here. Oh, good. Quality's good? Alright. I'm hoping everybody will be able to find us over here. We'll see how this goes. But, so looking at 2012, this is what I got. This is from chapter 11 of my book. This is part of the chapter called The Gray Shame. This is one of the most difficult chapters that I had to write. What's weird is I thought this was going to be the easiest one, because this is basically, a lot of this stuff is basically stuff that I've written from 2015 on. So, after 2 years in the making, the Gray State movie trailer was released to the public on August 7, 2012. A month after its release, David Crowley was interviewed by Freedom Fiends Talk radio show. The interview, conducted by Michael W. Dean, was recorded 2 weeks prior to its release on September 15, 2012. The Gray State movie trailer cost David Crowley and Mitch House $6,000 to make. That's impressive. Very impressive. $6,000, that's it. I was really impressed by that. And that trailer, I wonder how long it took them to make. If somebody has that, can maybe help me find that answer. I'm sure it's out there. We've probably covered it 1,000 times, but this is 1,001 time we need to go back. I need to go back over it. So, and David says, that's just out of pocket. through our production company, David explained to Michael W. Dean. That's just money spent harnessing the actors to our set and getting the props that we needed. But we spent another year in post doing 17-hour days. So how do you put a price tag on that, really? I even got the little timestamps there, too. I hope the timestamps will kind of help. Let's see if I can move this down, or if I have to... Oh, I'm probably going to have to drag this. Sorry about that. Hope it's not making you dizzy there. All right. Now, the story of Gray State continually evolved. It's gotten deeper, David said of Gray State's story. It's gotten very much darker. So people, when they see this, their response is, as I knew they would be, they're very divided. First of all, they're very supportive, like, wow, this is like a future scenario that we can face, that we are facing right now unless we wake up. Then what they want to do is they want to assign their responsibility for activism to my project and assume that's what I want to do, is wake people up with Gray State, when in fact I can't make any such moral distinction because I'm a filmmaker. I'm an artist. What I'm going to do is explore human truths, and I can do so through a pretty messed up context like the Gray State world. But how real or how not real it is completely irrelevant. Interesting. Okay. I think I'm going to have to utilize this little bad boy here. What I'm saying is, David continued, people kind of expect me to tell their story, their vision of truth with Gray State, and that's not my intent. If it resonates with truth with you, that is great. If it doesn't, that's also great. But what I've been seeing is that the 3% or so who really hate Gray State, they don't hate it because it was shot poorly, or that story could never work and here's why. They hate it because it threatens them. It threatens their reality. And that just tells me that what I'm doing is close to the truth, at least, because they're that threatened by it. I think that the reality that most people live in is almost like a religion. Like if you challenge a Christian or a Muslim who just grew up believing what they believe, they don't know how to defend it logically. What they're going to do is they're going to lash out in a very knee-jerk and negative way. Let me read that again. What they're going to do is they're going to lash out in a very knee-jerk and negative response to defend their reality. And that's just the nature of humanity, I think. So what I'm seeing is in their reaction to Gray State is either a very positive or very negative. It's a very polarized argument. I agree with that. He's right on the money with that one. David made it clear he was not interested in selling the Gray State project unless it was for serious money. If a studio bought this project, David said to the host, it would just get put on a shelf or be drastically changed from its original message. So in the interest of maintaining creative control, I will not sell this project. However, if it goes nowhere and someone's offering me $200 million or so, or something awesome like that, who knows? I gotta feed the monkey. I still don't know what that means when he says that. It must be some inside joke or something. But as it stands right now, I want to get this film funded, and I will get it made for whatever budget I can get. If that means $500,000, great. If that means $25 million, like it needs, then that's great too. But this movie will get made, even if it's a long-term haul. Looking at the situation now, looking at everything that we know now, you can see this passion. Now, you can argue this is 2012, and by 2014, by the end of 2014, things had changed. I don't think so. Okay, so when Michael W. Dean asked if the eventual movie would have a happy ending, David responded by asking the host a question. What do you think? You tell me. I would guess and hope that it probably has a triumphant ending, Dean answered. But it's the hero standing on a pile of bodies, some of them people he knew. That's pretty close, David admitted. That's pretty astute. I'm proud of you. There will be a pile of bodies. You won't know who's going to end up in that pile when you're watching it. A film has to follow convention. It has to follow that storytelling formula. Otherwise, the story doesn't work. But once you know those rules, you can break those rules. And Gray State breaks rules in that it's not only immediately physical, it's interdimensional. It's very layered. It's spiritual at times, without adhering to any sort of Western philosophy. but it's deep. It's taken me a long time to craft this story, and while it might not be a physically surface level happy ending, anyone who's paying attention will extract some real values from the ending. The Gray State trailer did not put David Crowley in debt. It's all paid for. We paid cash for everything. If Gray State takes off and starts to pay the bills, that'll be sweet. Otherwise, it'd have to take a back burner while we make a living. So again, more planning for the future, planning for whatever it took to get this movie made. Not somebody who's going to say whatever it took and 2 years later kill himself. Kill his wife and his daughter, rip his daughter's arm off, take his wife's hands off, and somehow manage to take his own hand off or allow the dog to eat it. Whatever. David also explained the filming process for the movie trailer. We wanted to do it for real, but a lot of it was just guerrilla, unfortunately. A lot of the scenes we did, it was like it had the real scale of a real production. So a lot of them, yes, we went to the city, we got permits, we hired cops to babysit us for a few hours, and we did it for real. But a lot of the stuff was just guerrilla, just because we couldn't get a hold of the city liaison who does that stuff, or they didn't know what to do. It was only a 3-second shot anyways. So there's a couple things like that, but by and large, it was a real production. Now, Minneapolis is a bitch to deal with, David continued. They want to charge you like $150 an hour. Wow. Even if you're just a freelance photographer. The initial park scene we shot in guerrilla style, just real quick. Wow. So that first park scene in that trailer shot guerrilla style. Very good. Interesting. But the St. Paul people, Twin Cities is Minneapolis and St. Paul. That gets me confused too. The St. Paul, Minneapolis, all that stuff. Twin Cities. Those guys are a delight to deal with. They'll give you a cop. They'll make all the communications for you, and they'll set it up for you, and all you gotta do is send them a check at the end of the day. Now, during the interview, David Crowley was asked if he had made any enemies as a result of the Gray State project. I do know that I've already made a lot of enemies, Crowley responded. And this was a long time ago, actually. I made enemies just by releasing little bits and talking to people about my idea for this film, long before it was even released as a trailer. And I have made no shit enemies just because they don't want to hear it, and a lot of them have been family. Not my family, but I'm talking about other actors who've spoken to their family about it and people who don't want to hear it. And what they do is they assign like, well, that can't be real, so it's going to be a terrible movie, so I don't want to hear anything about it. But I wonder if they thought the same thing about Toy Story. Like, hey, toys don't talk, this movie sucks. So the negative reaction has largely been not reputable. So it's just been a lot of silly banter about, I'm a Zionist pig and don't support my film. Michael Dean also asked if Crowley had ever been contacted by a government agency. If I were contacted by a government agency, David responded, I would not know about it. So I can't really answer that question. I'm sure that I have been. A lot of the reactions I'm getting about the trailer, they want to peg me as some kind of Zionist Jew. I guess because my name is David. I guess that's proof enough for them. My lead actor's name is Danny Mason. Oh, you mean like Freemasons? So they want to develop their own conspiracy theories. They want to say the whole film is COINTELPRO. I'm just trying to develop lists and to put them on. It's all very, very silly. David also mentioned being accused of being a Marxist. Asked if he's a Christian, David responded, I am, but I don't know where to draw this line between what I've been taught my whole life and what is probably more closer to the truth, if that makes sense. I've done a lot of spiritual exploration. I tend to end at the same answers, though. I wonder if those answers that he's ending at is Jesus Christ. I would hope so. David also addressed the critics and negative responses to his project. A lot of people say that Gray State is just fear porn, and they're not going to support it, and it's fear mongering and stuff like that. Just because Gray State is scary doesn't make it fear porn. And that really resonated with me reading that, because I don't know, I did see it as fear porn. That's the way that I saw it. I know a lot of people didn't, so there's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. Going through I wanted to also pull up here this thing about Corey Zarowski. I don't know if I can make this bigger so maybe people can actually see this here. But here's what I wrote. I think Corey Zarowski has some explaining to do. Why would Corey write in 2016 something that didn't happen until after March of 2018? Specifically, Corey states half of Ranya's remains were buried with Kamel. Who told him that? In the interview I did with Kamel and Sidra's friend on March 23, 2018, Ranya's remains were still with Dan Sr. in Minnesota. So that was interesting, going back and rereading some of those early reports. This one here you can check out on citypages.com. I got the link on my page, the gray stage. And so one, I don't want to say anybody's lying. Somebody is wrong. Somebody's wrong. Can't have it both ways, right? Either, I mean, basically, I don't think Corey knows what he's talking about again, and maybe it's not his fault. It all depends on who told him that. So that was another little interesting little tidbit that I found there that I'm still gonna go back and hopefully I'll be able to have a little chat with Corey and find out what the real deal is there. So going back here. Oh, there was something else actually before I move on to 2013. Scroll down here for a second. Poop that Chris Peck. This was another thing. One of the early things that we heard constantly. Hold on, I'm going to go let my cat out and I will be right back. Never ceases to fail. Okay. Now, what I was saying, this is from Chris Peck. Chris Peck is another person who tried to make it seem like David's movie came crashing down. It was all over. There was nothing else, and that was it. So this is just a weird thing. And this is from the New Yorker. This is from Alec Wilkinson's article, "Death of a Dystopian." And Alec writes, he stopped saying, when he says he means David, he stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say they were moving to California anymore either. A friend named Chris Peck told me. All he said was that was a pipe dream. Wow. That's really difficult to understand. So you have one person saying that it was a pipe dream. You have the two mics, and let's go back to the two mics. I think I got a little something on the two mics here. Kitty's name is Kisa. Kisa, which in Russian just means cat. Not very creative, sorry, Pat. So, same article, Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. And Alec writes that the mics as producers, these are MEG. David Crowley was in talks with MEG, Michael Entertainment Group. They were going to make the TV series Gray State. So Gray State had moved from a movie. It's true, maybe the movie deal fell through and that came crashing down, but it's really not true because they were going to make this into a TV series and then try to make a film based on that TV series, multiple films, games, all of these different things. There was a lot of plans. There was a lot of things happening there. So Alec Wilkinson writes that the mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, this is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution. This is from Michael O'Donnell. So that's what Michael O'Donnell tells Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26th, they said that Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him the contract he had counted on, which technically might be true, but they did have a contract. They were working on a contract, and I do believe Dan Hinton was able to get those contracts. Now, whether the contracts were signed and all that stuff, that's a whole nother thing. But the contracts were here. You have two. On July 25th, 2014, the MEG option, the purchase agreement right here. So this also shows that the project was not dead. It was moving forward. But there you go. They might say, well, this was a July thing, blah, blah, blah. But the option's there. They're moving forward. And talking to Mike Boggio, Dan Hannon had Mike Boggio reinforce that view that they were moving forward, that they were continually moving forward. There wasn't going to be an end. This was not just ending. This was a project that was going to be optioned. There was money involved. Okay, so it's going off my little rant there. Where was the other one? Okay, so didn't get the contract he was offered or he was counting on, but he got something. They don't mention that. Maybe Alec Wilkinson didn't know about all that. I don't know. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Sidra said. Sidra is Kamel's sister. In a Facebook post written after David's death, Mitch Heil said that he didn't think David knew how to cope with failure on this scale. But there was no failure, again. And he went on, in my heart, I feel like the stress, the message, the story, and his thought process caused his world of fiction and reality to blur. Well, it sounds like that's what the cops are saying, too. If you listen to what the cops said to Tom Lydon, they're kind of saying that same thing, that David snapped, he went to a dark place, and that was it, right? And we're all just supposed to just believe it, pretty much. Believe it or not. It's that's our only choice. So I was trying to find that article, if I have it here or not. We'll see. Oh, there it is, Tom Lydon from the Fox 9. The Fox 9 guy, if you guys don't know who Tom Lydon is, he's definitely someone that needs to be looked up. Look that guy up. Tom Lydon might be the only reason why we have a lot of the photos, why we know about the Allahu Akbar written on that wall. And there might have been some issue between Tom Lydon and Eric Nelson, who ended up making a Gray State. I'm going to go down here, trying to find one of the quotes. Basically what they're saying is because talking about those blurred lines, that David went to a very dark place, and because of that he killed himself, killed his wife and his daughter brutally, in such a brutal fashion too. I think that was an interesting one. So let's go back here. Okay, so Tom Lydon began his investigative segment declaring it's important at this point to really get all the facts out on the table. I think that's the most important thing here. Mr. Lydon, if you really want to get all the facts on the table, please consider researching the numerous facts you forgot to mention. Chief John Reichel described the Crowley family as the ideal family, seemingly, before stating he believes something went terribly wrong inside the Crowley house. Now, without providing any substantial evidence, the chief then claimed David Crowley snapped. It looks like David snapped, Reichel told Tom Lydon, and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself. The chief also believed a great deal of the Gray State movie was the reason why David killed his wife, child, and himself. From all accounts, the police chief told Tom Lydon, he was consumed with producing this film, and it was a dark topic. Here you're talking about conspiracy theories and potentially the fall of society. And if you're focusing on that day in and day out, and these materials you're working with, and you're filming exclusively on that topic, that can take you to a very bad place. Yeah, that always struck me as odd too. They say it can take him to a very bad place. And now you have all these other people who were trying to work on the Gray State after David died. Nothing about that. Nothing about taking them to a bad place. So, Tom Lydon is kind of going with this thing. Here, let's just read what Tom Lydon says. Judging by the mail piling up in a paper in the home, the murder-suicide took place the day after Christmas. Okay, the paper in the home might have been dated the 26th. That doesn't mean that it was delivered on the 26th. It definitely wasn't. It's a weekly paper. And there's multiple questions about when that paper was actually taken to the Crowley residence by this newspaper, the newspaper boy. So you have 3 separate dates on that. So they can't even clarify when the paper was at Crowley's house. And Tom Lydon is going to try to make this point that partially based on the paper inside of the kitchen garbage. There was a Sun This Week newspaper inside of that kitchen garbage. Based on that, the murder took place the day after Christmas. Okay. David shooting Kamel twice in the head, Rania once before shooting himself. Between their bodies, a Quran with pages torn out, open to a traditional forgiveness prayer. Now, the Quran might have been open to a certain page, but there were pages everywhere. There were pages on the left and the right side of Kamel, on the left and the right side of David, and everywhere in between. I'd be more concerned about the pages that might have been ripped out than what it was open to. But what it was open to is important too. Everything is important. Nothing can be discounted as far as I'm concerned. And the chief told Tom Lydon David Crowley used Kamel's blood to write Allahu Akbar at the top of their living room wall, close to a clock mounted on the wall. Asked why he believed David wrote the words in his wife's blood, the chief responded, "We believe that was kind of a parting shot, probably at Kamel for having a Muslim past." Really? We believe what? I mean, you, based on what? You can't even prove that David wrote that. There's no proof that David did that. It's just a guess. It's speculation, pure imagination again. So, let's jump a little bit here. 2013, David Crowley completed a revised script of the Gray State movie on June 2nd, 2013, and asked a select group of people to review the updated version of the story. On October 23rd, 2013, the rough cut of the documentary companion piece, known as Gray State: The Rise, was finished and ready for its review. Exporting the rough cut now, David Crowley wrote on Twitter, so stoked. On December 9th, 2013, Crowley added 6 months working on Gray State: The Rise. Now this is the Rise is his documentary piece. This is the documentary companion piece. It's finally taken its final form, but holy Moses, what a shit ton of work. David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley moved into their new home in Apple Valley, Minnesota on December 13, 2013. On December 18, 2013, David posted on Facebook that he had lost a crucial hard drive during the move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The only real loss after moving to a new house last weekend was a crucial hard drive for the Rise. Let me just skip. Whoops, sorry about that. I guess the next few weeks will be spent salvaging everything that was lost. The following day, he wrote, "File recovery sucks, but it's better than not having files to recover. This could take a few weeks." Now, by December 27, 2013, the documentary film was getting back on track. Finally getting back on track. She's been teaching me patience by making me work for the 660 missing clips that remain and crashing at least 6 times a day. I don't know if he's over-exaggerating, but that's a lot of crashing. That's a lot of missing clips. And how do you lose that much data from just moving? That's interesting. I don't know if it was a stolen hard drive or what, or just a misplaced one. There's going to be a lot of things missing here, including the evidence that David Crowley is guilty, but that goes without saying. So we can go ahead and jump, what time? Okay, we still got a little time here. We can go ahead and jump a little bit into 2014. Again, we're reading from the 11th chapter of my book. The book is titled The Gray Stage, and this is the Gray Shame chapter. And this is an early, I wouldn't say an early version, but this is not the finished cut here. This is the rough cut. Now the manuscript for Gray State was about, now we're talking about the fictional Gray State here. I need to make that clear. I mean, it should be clear if you know what a manuscript is, I guess. But the script for the Gray State was about to go through a serious revision on January 15th, 2014. Some seclusion writing this weekend, David Crowley wrote on Facebook. For those of you who read the Gray State script, it's about to get gutted for the necessity of a clear, concise, entertaining, and effective film. For all the chewy details that are going to get cut, well, it's always the novel. 5 days later, on January 20th, the story had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed, is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. And he's right. He's right again. Now, the following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered the ending to the Gray State story. It's a strange experience finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness I've been stuck in it ever since. On January 22nd, 2014, David was still settling into his new home, spending today building 2 big fucking new desks to create a man cave megadesk, then relocating all of the Bullet Exchange inventory to my basement. On February 2nd, 2014, David explained the plot of the fictional film Gray State. Gray State, a wounded veteran, leads an insurgency against the corrupt government after his city is put under martial law. Now, the use of force, David Crowley posted on March 7, 2014, no matter the context, should be a shameful last resort, indicating an utter defeat of intelligent faculty. This is the difference between men and children, and also why our childlike society celebrates violence in its exercise of authority, which is true. We see that a lot. I mean, we've seen it a lot before. We'll see it a lot again, right? And the very next day, David Crowley wrote, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. That's still one of the stranger things that I've heard. Sean Stone also has somewhat of a connection, I guess, to Jesse Ventura, more to Jesse Ventura's son, who was working closely with Sean Stone. I'm not sure whatever happened with them. I'm sure they're still moving around doing their own show. But it'd be good. They would be good ones to reach out to, and I know people have talked about that. I think it's a good idea. It's good to reach out to anybody who might be able to get some fresh eyes on this case and maybe help this case stay in the light. They want this case to go into the darkness, into the void. They want us to go down the rabbit hole, and they want it to get dark as we do. But we're going down into this rabbit hole with light, bringing light, shedding light, sharing light, shining lights, and bringing a lot of light to this case. And so many of you out there have done so much great work, and I truly thank you all. Now, he also says 2 days later, on March 10, 2014, David was happily unsubscribing from Liberty and conspiracy feeds on Facebook and Twitter. Too much of the backbiting that they claim to oppose. See you guys, it's been fun. You'll still like Gray State, though. Then on March 11th, David asked the question. Let me go here. You know what Liberty feels like? Unsubscribing from hundreds of Liberty or Death, Fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. Now this movie script was steadily progressing on March 19th. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, we've seen the big wall of post-it notes, so I know we've all seen it. So you can get a good idea of, kind of the timeline there with those post-it notes. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, pages of scribbles, and 30 feet of plot points, I have a 118-page script outline hybrid that may be only days away from a solid draft 1. Now, the first Gray State story took 8 months of solid work. This story took less than 2, and is better in every way. On March 22nd, Kamel was reading the first draft of the new Gray State script, according to David's post. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the grain. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the groundwork for another 6 films I've been having ideas for. It's nice to finally be free from Gray State. Boy howdy. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. There's a big gap right there. So this is when David, between May 15th and May 22nd, David goes out to Hollywood. Boom. And this is when he first begins working, or when the mics and him are really getting serious about this. So much so that David posts this on social media publicly where everybody can see it. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with the producer who, above all else, wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. On June 30th, 2014, posting as the Gray State page on Facebook, David Crowley gave an update on the movie. The past month, I've been meeting with some LA-based producers, crew, and other industry contacts, and together we are building the team that will combine our passions and talents and belief in Gray State to optimize its message and reach of its exposure. This has been a truly exhilarating experience. My attorney and I are reviewing the option contract this week. And once that sucker is signed, this whole Gray State thing is going to finally, irretrievably, and monstrously take off for the stratosphere, and in such a way that the message will be preserved, and perhaps even continue in sequels, TV series, and video games. Seriously, talk about taking over the mainstream. This has been my life's work for nearly 4 years, and it is extremely gratifying to be backed by such a raging horde of superfans. Thanks for your patience, guys. Now, we're talking about 4 years, and look at all of these plans for the future. They're trying to tell us that after 4 years, David Crowley just snaps and goes crazy and kills his family, ruining everything, completely shattering this dream, completely shattering his life's work. Hard to buy that. I find that hard to believe. Now there is some gaps here that will need to be filled out because we're jumping from June 30th all the way down to September. So we got the whole summer that is covered in some other chapters, but I think some of that might need to be moved here. I'm not sure yet. But Pat says he no way snapped. I totally agree. I am not buying that. It's too easy to just say, yeah, he snapped. It just seems like just laziness. Lazy booking. On September 30th, 2014, David Crowley spent some time on Facebook answering questions from his supporters. It seems like there are a lot of questions and expectations about this project. For the next 20 minutes or so, I will answer your questions. There are 2 very important posts from David Crowley that were either deleted or have been hidden from public view. One post was made on December 9th, 2014. We'll get to that one later. And the other was dated September 30th, 2014. The missing post from September 30th included a question by a supporter as well as an answer by David Crowley, posting as Gray State, just to be clear. And they had like 3 or 4 different Facebook things going on there too. They had the one for their documentary, the one for the movie. David had his. I don't know if they had any other ones, but in this post, David Crowley mentions his plans for rebuilding a trustworthy team. This was interesting. I think the red flag that this kind of brought up for a lot of people was the fact that why would somebody take this post out post death? After David dies, this post is no longer there. Somebody was not too happy about David Crowley writing about rebuilding a trustworthy team. Now, it doesn't say necessarily that, all the team up until that point were all gone. They might have been part of this new restructuring, but they might have not. Why that post was removed is a big question. Somebody out there knows. Whoever had access knows. That post was not accidentally taken out, nor was it random. That was a planned thing. Somebody planned to do that and followed through. The question is why. Asked what his biggest holdup was with the fictional movie, Crowley responded, "I'm doing this myself. I say we and team a lot, but when it comes to nuts and bolts work, writing and leveraging the project into securing Hollywood money, it's just me. I hope to change this by reinvigorating the process and rebuilding a trustworthy team." So, that was interesting. And the timing. Because if you look at, and we will go back there, if we are looking at when David Crowley started getting into it with Danny Mason, trying to get him to sign some of these things, that began in August. Wow. So, by the 30th, here's the letter from September 26th, but by the 30th, it's, David's like he's moving on. And he's not taking Danny Mason with him in the way that Danny Mason would want to be with him. So, guys are getting cut out. The trustworthy team is being rebuilt. Alright, so let's keep going. We're still on September 30th. If you can go back, if people ever go back to look at the Gray State's posts from September 30th, 2014, there's a lot of interesting ones there. A lot of interesting comments. And a lot of win. We can't wait. We gotta see it. Want to see it. Pat says, he knew his team soured on him. They got upset because he caught on. It's possible. I'm not going to say that that's, fact or whatever, or that's what I truly think. But yeah, you have to be open to that. I'm definitely open to it. I think we have a lot of proof that there was a lot of sour grapes between David and people that were working on Gray State. Their stories do not match. David's talking about creating something very, very special, something that's going to break down barriers. It's going to change things. It's going to change Hollywood. If it's not going to change Hollywood, it's going to wake up Hollywood. And there were a lot of people that were not going to be part of that from the fictional side. The problem I have is if they all would have just, shut up and just done whatever David wanted, signed whatever he wanted, I think they would have done pretty well on the documentary and maybe even on future things. And because Danny Mason was in the trailer, I think his character would have found his place in there. Definitely. I think the fans wanted that. I'm not a fan of it, but if I was a fan, I would, from what I see in the trailer, I want to see those guys in the whole film. I'm sure a lot of you feel that same way. I don't like when the trailer is totally different. So I think Mitch Heil might have even mentioned something like that the script had changed, everything had completely changed. It had gotten more spiritual, which for me is a very good thing. So let's see. September 30th, 2014 was a very important day as David Crowley had big plans for 2015. Today's posts represent the first visual beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. I can't get into too much too soon, but with the right amount of hard work, strategy, and miracle juice, the beginning of 2015 should see some amazing progress. Let's see. September, October, November, December. In 4 months, all that changes? And they're like, well, yeah, because of this, because of that. No, no, no. We're 5 days, 6 days. He's counting down. 2 weeks until the Rise is going to come out. There's just way too much. It's on and on and on. If you were to stack up on one side all of the proof that clearly shows David is planning for his future, and on the other side show that David was planning to end his life, which is what we were also told, that there were signs, there were certain things that he did that showed that he was planning to end his life and take his daughter and take his wife with him. No. It does not add up. It does not weigh up. It's fiction. So, Crowley also wrote about a new revamped website coming soon. I wonder whatever happened with that too, and who was going to help him out on that website. And many of his last known conversations involved plans for the future of his projects. On and on and on. Over and over again on September 30th, 2014, David wrote about his vision for the Gray State franchise, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert this system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Now, creating the Gray State franchise was David Crowley's full-time job, and he was doing everything he could to ensure that this movie was going to be a success. He was doing everything that he could to ensure that this franchise, beginning with the TV series, was going to be a success. It'll either be a great success story, a spectacular, highly visible failure, but either way, I guess we all put in our best shot, right? I guess that could be said about where the country is headed to. The questions kept coming, and David Crowley answered as many questions as possible within those dedicated 20 minutes. Pat also says it shows to me how positive he was. Yeah, I think he was very positive. He was very positive, and kind of maybe he was shutting out the negative people in his life. I don't know if you think that's true, Pat, but it does seem like he was pretty much shutting out a lot of people, the narcissists, the self-proclaimed narcissist. Anyways. Crowley was attempting to reach out directly to his supporters and doubters in order to address the criticism the project received for its multiple delays in production. Starting a Kickstarter campaign for a future production cost is more evidence that David Crowley was actively planning for the future in September of 2014. We want to run a Kickstarter, but if we do, it'll be for a very specific purpose, like hiring a behind-the-scenes crew to document, run live broadcasts, and give constant updates to the fans. I never wanted fans to fund this. That's like making your kids pay for their own Christmas presents. Now, regarding this Kickstarter, I was wondering who was going to be the crew on the documentary side of this whole thing, doing these behind-the-scene documents and live broadcasts. Come here, Kenny. Somebody was going to get paid for that, and I guess fans were going to fund it. Let's see. David Crowley was still trying to get big budget funding for Gray State in September of 2014. Hopefully, wrote David, the strength of this project as a whole and what it represents with the people will help me get a big budget without sacrificing my intent. But hey, if I can't, then I will take it back to low budget indie like the 2012 trailer. This too shows David had a plan B, just in case the big budget dreams came crashing down. Do you have a plan B? Come here. You're the plan A. That's my cat again. New developments have enhanced the project's honesty and dedication to its origins, wrote Crowley. This is going to be brutal. Crowley also reminded people to stay tuned for updates. We will keep the entire production process as wide open as possible. In response to the comment that it's been 3 years since Gray State was first developed, Crowley responded, "No, it's been a lot longer, and there are years to go." In a separate comment, Crowley confirmed his long-term plans. The film is ready to go, but it might take forever, and then still fail at any point in production. A series might be immediately tangible, and instead of interfering with the film, set it up for success a year or two down the road. Big picture stuff. That probably would have been more of what Danny Mason's character might have been involved in. According to the production group that David was working with, Danny Mason was not involved in these talks at all. David Crowley's most challenging thing about the project was trailblazing this timeline. It's been either a very small team or just me alone working on this thing for years, trying to make it work. I do not just want this movie done so the fans can see it online. I want millions to get blindsided by it in theaters. Now, David's future plans for this movie were clear. We're talking to producers about it. If we can't tease a producer into splitting 15 to 30 million, which is still our goal, then we will take it back and do it independently. The point is, we want Hollywood money, but not Hollywood politics. Now, 1 month later, on October 27, 2014, David Crowley contacted David Kirk West on Facebook. "I like your operation, ethics, friends, and location. When I put together the Gray State web series and shoot nationwide, would you want to produce for the Northwest?" On a constant basis, David Crowley was again planning for the future of his franchise and moving forward to see his life's work become a reality. All of these people know this. All of these people that later are going to tell us that that it was over. Project was done. He was finished. He couldn't deal with it and died. Killed himself. Killed everybody with him. These people know that's not true. They know that. "You work consistently with Christian themes," Crowley wrote to David Kirk West. "Yeah, I guess I do," David Kirk West answered. "It's not really a conscious thing. It just sort of happens." "Stick to what you believe in," David Crowley told Mr. West. "There isn't much honesty left out there." Now, in his article, in his shameful article, "Why I Don't Think Gray State Director David Crowley Was Assassinated," David Kirk West mentioned some very weird, surreal, occultist stuff written into the Gray State script he was given. "The script is interesting, to be sure," West wrote in his article. "It's a bit messy and hard to follow at times, and whether or not the movie would have been any good would have really depended on the execution, more so than most films are. But I have to at least applaud it for being different. It is far weirder and more surreal than I think anyone who saw the concept trailer would have been expecting. Though there are elements of it present, it isn't exactly the Red Dawn-esque insurgency epic that I think a lot of people were expecting. It delves into some very weird, surreal, occultist stuff. It probably could have been awesome, but it also could have devolved into an absolute mess. An interesting mess, but a mess nonetheless." Now, kind of sounds like David might have been on the right track, going more into the deeper stuff, into the more spiritual stuff, not just focusing on this Red Dawn thing where Russians are falling out of the sky, take over one school and take over this small town, which is pretty much what Gray State is, if you really think about it. Consciously or subconsciously, it's very, very similar. So David might have even realized that and started building on that and taking it into a more spiritual, a more powerful, a more threatening direction for any Satanists or any occultist people that he might have known or been working with, who would not want to hear about Jesus Christ, who would not want a movie that made Christians look good and that focused on real spirituality issues. Hopefully that's where David was going. David Crowley severed ties with David Kirk West on social media sometime between November and December of 2014. West believes David Crowley also unfriended many people on social media for seemingly no reason. No reason. By November 18, 2014, there was no doubt as to whether or not the documentary known as Gray State: The Rise would be released for free. Gray State: The Rise will be made available online for free as soon as possible, Crowley wrote on social media. This is our nonfiction contribution to fight for liberty. Gather your strength. David Crowley stated he was working every day to complete Gray State: The Rise, and on November 26, 2014, he told a potential donor to use that money on something for your girl instead. The Rise is going to be free. Crowley was rushing The Rise to a free online release. It'll be worth your wait. The following December 9, 2014 post by David Crowley has since been removed. Who had access to David Crowley's Facebook account, or why the post and its comments were removed or hidden from David's personal Facebook wall has never been explained. Interestingly, this missing or hidden post was included in a data request Dan Hannon sent to the Minnesota BCA. So authorities were aware of this removed post and its contents, and they were also looking at who might have done it. Is my guess, based on this document, that 485-page document. Here's what David Crowley wrote. Can you believe it? The Rise is almost done. I'm serious. She's coming out to be quite the looker. Can't wait to show you all, but I have to comb her hair for a few more weeks. Anyway, I'm quite serious about giving this film. I have come to abhor the AJ model of peddling DVDs as truth and cashing in on suckers. I have given this film years of my time, and I am delighted for the opportunity to burn it down by giving it away. And I hope you all share this feeling. You've all given this project a lot of attention, and I thank you. Soon it will be time to go live, and we'll get to watch it all unfold. Little cryptic there. So, here is that post here that, as far as I know, you won't find on David Crowley's social media. Anyone want to guess why? Let's keep reading. Now, why would somebody remove or hide this post from David Crowley's social media? Various screenshots are all that remain of the post above and several comments made that day. Because it wasn't just this. Once you delete this post, comments go too with it, right? Now, the first comment on December 9th came from David. You guys are friggin' sweet. I hope the film makes you all proud. I would try to do a private screening or something exclusive, but hearing the news every day, I don't think we have the time. And then here we go. I want to make sure everybody gets this. So this was included in the BCA documents that Dan Hannon got. This is interesting, and I'm very glad that somebody actually grabbed this. I don't know if they screen captured it, whatever they did. Without this, things might have been a lot different. Let's just say that. Now, the first person to comment on David's post wrote, "It's taken a lot out of you, I'm sure. The iron is hot, waiting for you to strike." I don't know if that's the Gray State: The Rise, maybe, or not sure exactly who that other person is on top. But the second person to leave a comment was Sean Wright, who wrote, "You need to call me. I'm all good with getting out free intact. I brought that up. But if it's released before my court, you may send me to prison instead of beating my case. For real, though, David Crowley, call me." Sean also posted his phone number in this public comment. Now, Sean's tax stuff is in the leaked version of Gray State, the one that was released right after the documentary that was released called The Rough Cut right after David died. Sean was worried that release could send him to prison. And we're going to add the results of Sean's tax stuff there too. Shouldn't be too hard to find, right? I mean, we know we have the quotes about what he had to do, and it won't be hard to find out. It'd be nice to have the actual quote to get some factual data there to see how much what Sean had to really do in order to get rid of that tax stuff that he's not worried about now. And don't forget, everybody, pay your taxes. Pay more. Pay it all. Pay somebody else's if you can. Okay, David responded, I don't have any of your tax talk in there, Sean, my man. Don't sweat it. This movie is meant to send other people to prison. Now, because David did not have Sean's number, and David did not really address too much of what Sean was saying, or that, yes, I'll call you, or he made it seem like he was going to call him or anything. This shows the actual distance here. December 9th. Sean Wright might have been one of the people that was cut out that David was not talking to, not seriously talking to, kind of shying away from during this time. We also know that Sean Wright went to David Crowley's house and claims to be one of the last people to have seen David Crowley, and was probably one of the last people that was let into the house. Sean Wright told us all this. Yeah, he said that. You won't find Sean Wright in those 94 pages. The 94 pages of police reports mention his name and give you some factual data about him, but that's it. That's it. Not much. During a December 17, 2014 email exchange with Jason Allen, David Crowley relayed his plans for releasing the documentary film in a few weeks. When you see The Rise and the new trailers for the Gray State series, you'll know what I mean when I say I have followed my heart at every step. I have no idea how much money is going to come together when this kicks off here in a few weeks, but it might be enough to get started on a series, then independent features running a common storyline. David Crowley met with Jason Allen in Los Angeles sometime in September of 2014 and was very much excited about releasing this documentary, according to what Allen said in a Pioneer Press News article. The email exchange also revealed the rising interest in the Gray State project. Gray State fans are growing at a rate of 100 to 200 per day, even now, Crowley wrote to Allen, and when I get started, I can only expect they'll keep coming. David asked Jason Allen to be an executive producer for Gray State for the fictional film. But before Allen could respond to the request, the deceased Crowley was already being accused of a double murder-suicide. Jason Allen found it hard to believe that David Crowley would murder his wife and child before taking his own life. David had this consistency and this very steady way about him. In many ways, it felt very contradictory to the actions of a murder-suicide. I truly saw an optimism to him. At the same time David is allegedly distancing himself from family and select friends, Kamel was helping her husband build a database of professionals, actors, and other industry contacts interested in the project, according to Nick Ferraro's Pioneer Press article. In the first hour of December 25, 2014, Gray State The Rise posted a link to the Patriots Guild Facebook page with the following comment. An excellent group/page run by some real patriots that are close friends of ours. Make sure to give them a like. They have a lot of great things on the horizon. Now that was possibly David's last post before he died, if in fact it was David Crowley posting as Gray State at that time. In the comment section, somebody asked when the Gray State movie would be released. And Gray State The Rise responds, make sure to follow this page, Gray State, for updates on filming. In a separate comment, Gray State The Rise wrote, and it's not an easy feat when trying to maintain the story's integrity without selling out and having such a small team. Who was part of the small team at that time? And who was not? Very important to know. According to Pat Pfeiffer of the Star Tribune, on December 26 or December 27, 2014, Daniel Crowley Jr. went to his brother's house to drop off Christmas presents along with some mail for David. However, police reports clearly state Dan Jr. went to his brother's house on December 28th. So, trying to figure out why there would even be any conflicting dates or anything like that. I thought that was pretty odd. I think in the sloppumentary, Dan Jr. also mentioned going to his brother's house on the 22nd. Mason Hendricks, a friend of David Crowley, said Dan Jr. saw Paleo, the family dog, pop his head up through the large front picture window. Dan dropped off Christmas presents by the front door and tried contacting his brother several times afterwards, but David never responded to his phone calls or text messages. Dan Jr. and David's father, Daniel Crowley Sr., also tried to contact David and Kamel, but was unsuccessful. According to Pat Pfeiffer's Star Tribune article, Daniel Crowley hadn't heard from his son and daughter-in-law over the holidays. During a brief interview, presumably with Pat Pfeiffer, Daniel Crowley Sr. was quoted with, "We tried." Alright, and that wraps up our hour here. Thank you everybody for joining me. I really appreciate you all coming on here, and we will be back next time. We're going to discuss some other things. I think maybe next time we'll go through the notepad, David Crowley's notepad, and we can jump around here, and if any other topics want to get brought up, we'll talk about those too. Until next time, keep up the great fight, and again, thank you all. All right, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us here. We're going to wipe those tears for now. This is a very important day here. This is the day that Rania Crowley was born. Born on 8/6/2009 at 6:38 p.m. Almost 6 pounds. Hey, Sophia, how are you?
Doing well. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Doing all right now. Like
Yeah.
we were saying, this is a very difficult subject, a very difficult topic, and
Very tough.
it really is. Uh, kind of at a loss for words right now, but I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm sad. I'm upset. Um, I'm hopeful, all at the same time here.
No matter what people believe in regards to this case, a 5-year-old lost her life. And it's a difficult topic to cover, especially on this day.
Yeah, it is. Rania was born, I believe she was born in Texas. She was 5 years old when she was murdered. And if you want one reason to look for justice in this case, here it is. It's with this girl. It's with this daughter.
Absolutely.
Just going through some of these pictures here, and I just cannot understand, considering what we know, what the police knew, and considering the circumstances, why more was not done to investigate. If David was guilty, if he killed his daughter, why wasn't more done to prove that? And you can show how little that they did by the fact that they didn't even leave the house with that bullet that they're gonna be able to tie to her later on. And I know it's supposed to be a happy thing, and we were supposed to keep it all bright and everything, but it's tough. It really is tough, and so many people just want to kind of want this to go. They don't want to think about it, don't want to talk about it, don't want to hear about it. That's fine. But then they get to the point where they don't want us talking about it. They don't want us thinking about it. They don't want us questioning this. We're all just supposed to move on and let the Gray State team do whatever they want to do with this project, to just drag David's name through the mud and then take his work and do something with it and make money off of it. They've made money off of these 3 people's deaths already, however you want to look at it. And
In regards to that, Greg, what is your book? Because some people have brought that up. Your book, you're offering that to the public, correct?
yes, for free.
For free.
For free, for
So
sure.
no money is being made off of that.
No, there will be no money made off that, and there shouldn't be, and there really shouldn't be. Yeah. So I know I have heard that, and I've had people ask me that, and it's fine. People, if you're sincere, you can ask me anything. I don't care. I'll tell you exactly
Mhm.
what I think. I'll tell you straight up. So it's when I'm accused of that bothers me. That frustrates me, because they know that that's not true, and if they don't know, now you know. It's not true.
I had already decided that any proceeds made off of my book was going, part was being, 50% was being donated to veterans, the other 50% for abused children.
That's
Although
great.
there's no proof that Rainey was abused, I felt that in her honor, that other children could be helped
Yeah.
in her honor.
Yeah, you're right.
So
They
no
can.
money was ever going to be profited from this tragedy.
No.
And my hope was to help others.
what makes this case so sad is that child in there, right? I mean, it would have been one thing if it was okay. Well, David snapped. He couldn't deal with the pressure, and he just decided to off himself. But to go to this length, to go to say, well, it wasn't just that he offed himself, he had to take his wife and his daughter with him. And then you have idiots on the Gray State team claiming that this was a pact, that they were all in on it, that they all were going to go, and that's it, and they're okay with that. These people are idiots.
There's no proof of that. They're just slandering now.
Yeah.
At the cost of their friend's reputation. It's just sad. It's very sad.
It is disgusting. They have no morals. No morals. It's a bunch of sellouts. It's tragic. It's tragic.
She's such a beautiful little girl.
Yeah.
Full of energy.
Full of life.
Extremely creative and smart. What a loss.
It's a big loss. For all of their
I
family.
don't know if I'm going to be able to get through this one.
Me either. I'm getting really upset here. Looking at this, people can see this t-shirt here. And I believe this was made in response to Rania, basically in today, I think this was the domestic violence or something like that. Some tied to that, some crazy crap thing like that, I hope if the police, I hope if you learn anything from this photo here, learn how to look up above a Christmas tree. Learn how to do your job. This is disgusting. The whole thing on so many levels. And it's not about placing blame, oh, the police should have done this, or we're just going after them, or whatever. This is about murder. Nobody is...
They politicized her murder.
They politicized her murder. You're right. They sure did. And why? I mean, the people who are trying to... I'm going to pull up a really disgusting photo here, if I can find it here. There you go. Hear my voice. Victim, Rania Crowley, died December 2014 at age 5. Domestic violence awareness. Really? Do some research. I forget where this came from, but wherever this came from, it puts all of their stats into question for me. You're just going to add this person, like this is just another person that we can throw in there to our cause because it's a really juicy story, because a guy killed his wife and then his daughter. I mean, do some research. They didn't even get the date right. They put January 18th, 2015. They can't even get the date right.
It's sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah. It really is. And on and on.
This boy had lost a beautiful soul.
I mean, they have kids. These investigators have kids. They should know this. They should know what they're doing. I mean, look at this family here. It just snaps.
Family, talented family. Look at them.
It's really frustrating. The whole thing, when you think about her, when you think about this daughter, you think about how bright she was. You think about how smart she was. Let's look at the school that she was going to. Cypress Montessori Preschool and Childcare. This is basically a preschool, right? This is for ages 33 months to 5 years. And we were talking a little bit about one of the big questions was, well, if Rania was missing from school for so long, why didn't anybody, call the cops or call a officer, a truant officer, or something like that?
And this wasn't that type of a school. She wasn't in the school district. This was more of a learning daycare where they prepped them for school. And David and Camille would have to pay tuition for her to go to this school. If anything, if there was a waiting list, she probably would have lost her spot on the waiting list. If anything.
And that's it.
And I think one of the members in the group even stated that for the laws in Minnesota, she would have to be at least age 7 before truancy officers would have been involved.
Oh, okay.
I think I read that over the weekend.
That's good to know. And reading a little bit here from uglytruth.info. This is Dan Hannon's website, the preschool question. 5-year-old Rania was enrolled at the Cypress Classical Montessori School in the fall of 2014. Cypress is a NAEYC accredited Montessori preschool for 2 to 5-year-old children with the Super K gifted and talented programs for 4 to 5-year-olds. 4 to 5-year-old children in Burnsville, Minnesota. And Dan says the bodies were found on January 17, 2015. The question is this: was Rania enrolled at the school in January 2015? And if so, and if so, were attempts made to reach the family when she didn't show up for class for 10 straight days? So Sophia, you've looked at those phone records.
Yes.
Do they show that calls were made? There were several attempts made?
Yes, calls were made to Camille and even to David throughout those 10 days. I don't know if there were calls every single day to each of them, but yes, they did reach out to both of them.
Do you know if that was to their old phones or to their newer phones?
It was to their newer phones.
Okay. So they had that. And Dan says, following the Christmas-New Year's holiday, classes began on Monday, January 5th. Typically, upon enrolling a child, the parent must fill in 2 names and numbers to use as their emergency contacts. One of them was more than likely David or Camille, but who was the second? Was that person contacted or notified? Once notified, did they reach out to the Crowley residents to get an update? If an attempt was made but no action taken, I would imagine that person would be carrying around a tremendous amount of guilt to this day. And I remember Dan did reach out to somebody from the school here.
That would have been an emergency contact. For instance, if Remy would have been sick at school or they had something come up and were not able to reach David or Camille, they would have that backup person who was able to come and pick her up. So it's interesting that we don't know who that is, and that would be something to find out.
Dan goes on, the Facebook group Justice for David Crowley and Family had at one time 2 people close to the school as members of that page. I do briefly remember that, vaguely. My memory is shot. One was a teacher, and one was a daycare provider in the area that knew about Cypress. Both were quickly harassed and eventually driven away by members that were rude and inconsiderate. One contacted me privately, Dan says, to say that they were being harassed and threatened in the middle of the night with phone calls that involved yelling in other languages for about a week straight. The phone number was blocked, and after that, the calls stopped. And he makes a good point. The number of threats in the aftermath of this event is astonishing, especially for people like that. Anybody who was coming forward, anybody who worked for law enforcement, anything like that. And they were coming there just to, to try to help out. And this is what happens. I mean, and this is early on. So if it's happening to them, it's not too crazy to think that it's happening to a lot of other people as well. And the question would be why?
What are they afraid of?
What are they afraid of? Truth?
It's a very good question, Greg.
I want to say hi to Butterfly Kisses. Thank you for joining us. Everybody who's in the chat right now, thank you all for joining us here. If you'd like to type out some words or type out anything, any condolences, any words you'd like to say specifically about Rania, about this family, anything like that. Nobody has a bad word to say about Rania. And I mean, she was 5 years old. Life hadn't even started yet. Hadn't even begun. All right. I'm going to pull up Rania's school emergency contact information. We'll take a quick look at that.
I'd like to give a shout out to She Wolfie 2. Hi there.
Hey, She Wolfie 2, not 1 but 2. Thanks for joining us.
Wasn't it her first one because of the catnip?
Yeah.
She couldn't say that word.
Yeah, she got in trouble. YouTube busted her for something, and that was it for her.
For catnip.
Catnip, yeah. You can say cat and you can say nip, but not in the same sentence, apparently. So, but thank you all for joining us here. Butterfly Kisses said, it's hard to imagine someone could do that to a little innocent child. It really is. And I'm so glad that so many people keep bringing up the fact that, even though it's so brutal, the fact that her rib was broken. And that's a big deal. Other people have also brought up the fact that her whole torso was exposed when her body was found. Her shirt was up to her neck. Part of her pants were kind of down. It's weird stuff. And hey, we'll just blame the dog. We won't do any tests or anything, but screw it. It's disturbing. This is not just police. Well, they didn't do this. Yeah, they really messed up on this, but they got the end right. No, it doesn't work like that. So tell that to somebody else, 'cause we're not buying that. So it looks like there were three phone numbers on the emergency contact. Do you happen to have... I have the numbers here. Let's see if I have the corresponding information.
Let's see if I recognize him.
I think I have it
Okay,
here.
David. Camille. Oh, okay. So they had two of David's phone numbers. One which was actually, I think that might be Camille's number. David's new number, Camille's old number, Camille's new number. Okay.
Okay, so tell us which...
So they didn't have an emergency contact. The top one, I think, is David's phone number. The middle one is Camille's, and the last one is Camille's new number, I believe.
Interesting.
They all belong, those three numbers belong to them.
Yeah, and reading her old number, um, it seems like Kamel's dad didn't shut it off. He limited the service. I don't know what that means either. I don't know how he could, or how he was on this bill, how Kamel's dad was paying for all of this stuff, but I don't know. Phone bills look like they're just tied to David and Kamel, right? Or maybe that's
Hmm.
why it's still being paid, because Kamel's dad is still paying for the phones. I don't know.
Kamal's dad wouldn't be paying for David's phone number
That's true.
underneath his name.
That's true.
So, which we I haven't found out any more information in regards to that. Things have been crazy around here.
Yeah. Our life is crazy without all this.
Yeah, it is.
Shiva, just to clarify, go look at the BCA, the 485-page BCA document that Dan Hinnon got. Look at page 102 and 103, and that's where it talks about it talks about Ranya's gray sweatpants. I also found it weird. I could be wrong here, but aside from David, I mean, Kamel and Ranya were both wearing gray sweatpants. It doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I just going back over my notes, that was something that kind of stuck out to me a little bit. Ranya's fingers and toes were mummified, so I've been trying to figure out, how early, how late that happens. Purple discoloration on both of her feet and skin slippage. And the reason why I'm saying this, even though we were trying to keep it light, and obviously I totally failed at that, just because of how serious this stuff is, and when people wonder why we care, why do we waste our time? Why do we spend our time on this? When I've had people tell me that, just enjoy life. These are the same bastards, that have been lying and have been doing a lot of nasty things. And God sees all the things. Everything that we do, it all comes back to us. Nothing and no one will escape the judgment of God. It's very clear. So, there's still time for somebody to really help us get this case reopened, to help us get justice. If not for anybody else, but for this little girl here. For every father out there, for every daughter. Something like that could happen to anybody. Don't think just because it happened to David that it can't happen to you. First they come for David, and you do nothing. When they come for you, might not be anybody else to do anything either. So,
Not only that, but now they're roping in to Mel,
that's right.
saying that she's just as guilty when there's no proof of that whatsoever.
No. And I think that's where some of the split starts happening, where you have all of these people who are so convinced that David Crowley is guilty, and then they go a little too far like this. The narrative changes almost overnight, and then changes back, and then changes again, to the point where,
And then they have to add in,
yeah,
they add in more details, like, oh, because he was an alcoholic, and there's no proof of that.
yeah, Catherine did a great
Right.
video on that yesterday, I think.
Yes, she really, really did. She covered a lot of bases in that video.
Yeah, in like 15 minutes, she covered a lot of stuff.
Hmm.
Takes me like 2 hours to get one point across sometimes, but you know, we all work at our own pace.
The toxicology screens were clear. There was no alcohol, there was no drugs. Shrooms didn't cause them to spaz out and snap. They didn't hallucinate and decide that they were going to kill each other. He wasn't drunk. There was no bottles in the house. There was no alcohol in his system. Next slide, because we're debunking you right now. Those facts are in the autopsy reports. Go back and read them, folks.
And reading from the Apple Valley Police reports, page 36, Miss Wallach. Now, Miss Wallach worked at Ranya's school, and I believe this is Detective Gummer that ended up talking to her after Dan Hennon reached out to Miss Wallach. Could have been somebody else from the school, but Dan Hennon reached out to try to, get their side, or try to get some help for what happened here. And he gets a call back from Jim Gummert, basically telling him they don't want anything to do with you, blah blah blah, don't make any contact with them. As if they couldn't
Wow.
speak for themselves, I guess. But it shows how deep this goes, how, these walls, they keep putting up these walls, and we keep breaking them down, man. All you people that are listening, that are watching, all you people that really care, you have no idea how much you have all helped us, have all helped keep this case going, and have really helped us stay focused on the main things here, on these documents, on these facts. That's it. We're all going to speculate. It's natural for us to, have these theories or think, well, what if this happened? What if that happened? You have to go through that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with us also coming to our own conclusions. It doesn't mean we can't work towards getting justice. That is the unifying factor here, is to get justice for this family. And it is coming, and it cannot be stopped. It's way too late. Way too late now. All of the tricks, all of the drama, all of the news reports, yeah, all of that stuff is out there. All of the people who have been quoted saying all of these crazy stuff, it's out there. You can't take it back. And it just shows how shady this case is and the people surrounding this case. How they are not sincere people. They act like they care. Do they really care? Do you really care about this? Because I care. I don't even know these people. Lots of people care to find the truth. We don't care to be lied to. We don't care for the tricks. We don't care for the games. We don't care for these walls. These brick walls that keep getting put up. And we'll keep knocking them down. If we can't knock them down, we'll climb over them. Dig under them. Nothing is going to stop us from finding out what happened. Nothing. So Mrs. Wallach was asked about her emergency contacts on the school form. She stated that Link had not advised of any emergency contacts. Okay, so I was trying to figure out what point Dan was trying to make. Now I see exactly what point he's trying to make. There were no, from what Miss Wallach is telling Detective Gummert, there were no emergency contacts.
It doesn't sound right. Every daycare that you drop a child off at, receives
Even for this type of school?
Yes. My kids were in daycare. Even back then, we had to have emergency contacts, whether it was a neighbor or a friend. Especially for us, because we were in the military and we were away from our family.
Now,
we had to have somebody else.
Somebody else. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. So it couldn't just be them. It should always be a third person.
Mhm.
Very interesting.
Whether it's a grandparent, somebody else who can come and pick them up if there is an accident or an emergency that pops up.
Let's go back a little bit here. Reading from the timeline. All right, 2007, Alam family moved to their home in Hewitt, Texas on July 5th. David is transferred to Fort Hood, Texas. 2008, David meets Kamel at a bar in Waco, Texas. David and Kamel get married in Waco, Texas on May 22nd. Didn't they like get married really fast too, within a couple weeks or something? Is that right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Super duper fast. I thought that was I mean that stuff happens, right? I know people that have they met somebody in 2 weeks and they're married for 35 years, 40 years probably now. That stuff does happen, but that was, very interesting to me. So 2008, I mean they only knew each other 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13. They only knew each other 7 years. It's not. Maybe for some people that is a long time, but for me that's not a long time. Um, so they get married in Waco, Texas on May 22nd, 2008. Kamel gets pregnant. The date range roughly October to November. Um, and so David. Let's see. David is discharged a year later. Okay, I see that. So all this happens while he's still in the service. Maybe that's why they got married so quickly. Do you see that a lot in the service? Marriages
Yes.
like this? Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, my ex and I were married within a few weeks of knowing each other. No,
Oh.
that didn't work out, but it is what it is.
It's a 50-50 chance.
Mhm. I was looking at the hospitals surrounding Hewitt, Texas. There's a veterans hospital in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Providence Healthcare Center, Baylor, Women's and Children's Center, which is a maternity wing there. It's probably where she was born.
She's born on August 6, 2009. And at some point, that's when David and Kamel and their newborn moved to Minneapolis in Minnesota. I think that's where they moved to an apartment.
Mhm.
Now this timeline is interesting. Very interesting. I don't want to get off too much into the paranormal stuff here, but with the paranormal incident that allegedly happened in 2011, Rania would have only been 2 years old. That's interesting. Let's see. Hothead Productions LLC is created on January 7, 2010. David meets Danny August Mason in 2010. On April 13th, David Crowley files a form with the ATF acknowledging he's building a customized short rifle AR-14 to be used as a movie prop. It is approved by the ATF on 4/21/2010. David Crowley begins writing a script for a project known as The Gray State. Officer Joe Bergeron is shot and killed in the line of duty in Minnesota on May 1st, on May Day. He is David's uncle and Kate Crowley's brother. At the time, it was the largest funeral procession in state history. Here's something interesting about that. Again, not necessarily tying into anything, but Well, no, I'm not. I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. Um, 2011, Lom family sells a home on May 17th in Hewitt, Texas. Also in 2011, David Crowley, Danny Mason, and Mitch Heil filmed scenes for the Gray State trailer, a 2-minute, 40-second video. There is a video out there. This is way after this. Must have been 2013. I don't know if you've seen it. It was a live stream. Somebody posted it in the group, and it was a live stream that shows David Crowley filming some scenes where they were going to have basically a bunch of police kick down a couple people's doors, take them out of their house while the children are screaming and everybody's crying and it's just loud, all this noise. And Ranya's there. She was actually in that scene. She's one of the kids screaming in that. She couldn't have been more. I mean, obviously, if she passed when she was 5, she couldn't have been more than 4 maybe. So she was exposed to a lot of this stuff. That did kind of bother me too. I don't know. I mean, some kids are strong enough to deal with that. And maybe she was strong enough to deal with that, or else I don't think her parents would have put her in that spot. But again, I'm just guessing here.
It seemed like they talked with her a lot about things that were going on and what the movie was about.
I'm sorry, your phone's cutting, was a little muffled there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It seemed to me, because of the documentary, it seemed like David and Mel talked to her a lot about the movie and about...
It sounds like you're really far. Okay, that sounds better. Whatever you did.
Switch hands.
Okay.
Sorry, it's
much
a
better.
newer phone and I'm still getting used to it. Because of the documentary, it seemed to me that Kamel and David were really keeping her up to date with the movie and things that were going on. Where we think that she might have been too young. I don't know. Maybe they were just... I don't know. I don't know what the point was. I'm sorry.
The point was maybe she could handle that, I think, and
yeah. That's how they were raising her, and there's nothing negative about that. That was David's profession. Yes, that's correct, She-Wolfie. This was the Crowley life.
Yeah, pretty much. She was an actor too. She was an actor in the trailer, and of course, that scene, that live stream scene that we're talking about, shows that she was an actor there too. So she was getting first-hand knowledge on the difference between acting and what is real. Mm-hmm. They keep saying David Crowley. Even Mitch Heil saying, at the end, he started blurring those lines. Was it Mitch Heil? It was either David Kirk West or Mitch Heil. One of them was saying that. But, they all try to make it seem like that. Like he was blurring those lines. What are you guys talking about? In 2012, those lines were blurred. They were already blurred, and all of you guys were part of that.
Mm-hmm.
They were all part of that. They didn't have any problem with blurring those lines then, when there might have been money involved. Once they realize, hey, it's not this cash cow that we thought that this was gonna be. Things start changing. Maybe that's when David really figured out who was really gonna be with him through thick and thin, and who was just hanging around to make money.
Or it just doesn't fit the narrative of the movie that they made.
Yeah.
They needed David to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
But they had no issues filming with Rania in the earlier years. So
yeah, that was all fine. It's only till later. Then it became a problem. 2012, the Gray State concept trailer for the fictional film Gray State is published on YouTube on 8/7/2012. Roughly 2.5 million views as of February 2017. I'm sure it's up now, too. Kamel receives her master's degree in public health nutrition from the University of Minnesota on 10/31/2012. The Alam family arrived from Texas to celebrate. Nyla Alam is probably one of the least talked about people, Kamel's mom. And I'm not exactly sure why, other than she was probably the last person, maybe the last person on earth at this point, to know that her daughter and her son-in-law and her granddaughter were all dead. And do you think they're gonna leave any room open? Do you think they left any room open for the fact that maybe what they were told is not true? Maybe what she was told was not true? I don't know.
I honestly don't know.
I don't know.
That is the one topic that I know very little about. What was told to Kamel's mother, and I know nothing about that, so I can't even comment.
Yeah, I mean, we can only go by what is in these documents, and then go by what people say. You have to consider the source in all of these cases, but I don't necessarily just discount what people say just because their stories don't necessarily add up. But I always thought that Kamel's mom and Kamel's dad could really help us. And I think that made them a target. I think it still makes them a target.
Which is sad, because nobody in this case should be a target.
Right.
Nobody should be receiving threatening phone calls.
That's right.
I mean, we're all mature adults here. We should be able to talk, but I don't understand why these threats are going on, and why people are being scared away and threatened and harassed. I don't understand that. What's the point? I mean, I was told a year ago that somebody had called the Alam's, Mr. Alam's work, and had harassed him. And I thought that was really cold of people to do. Now, I don't know if it was the truth or not. I mean, there's been plenty of disinfo when it comes to this case. But
Right.
if that happened, that's horrible.
Yeah, that's happened to people in the group. So it's not far-fetched to think that it's going to happen to their family. And the other thing is to try to make it seem like it's somehow tied to this group. And if the group will just shut down, if the group will just stop, all of this will stop. Well, that's ransom. Not only is it lying, but it's ransom. You're holding them ransom. You're holding everything ransom. You know, it's just ridiculous on so many levels. So frustrating. And at the same time, it grinds my gears so much that it makes me just want to keep going and push even harder to find this truth, to find out what we can do to get the case reopened, first of all, and to shed some light on this case, and get it out of the darkness that is surrounding not only this case, but the darkness that surrounds people that try to insert themselves into this case. When it's not necessary, it's unnecessary completely. Grieving is one thing. Standing by the family is one thing. Standing against truth, creating lies, threatening people, targeting people, going after them
Or their families.
and their families. That shows their true colors. And that also shows that we need to keep pushing forward. Keep pushing on. The truth is marching on. We're marching with it.
I know my goal is to find the truth not only for Camille and David, but for Ronnie.
Right.
And no matter what that road leads us down, I want to find it for them so that they can finally rest in peace.
Yeah.
They deserve to rest in peace.
They do.
To have their names cleared.
They surely do. And resting in peace, they're not going to rest in peace the way things are. The way that this case has gone, with all the lies and with all this, all the, just the drama of just people asking questions and trying to get some clear answers here. How can these three people truly rest in peace when you have somebody accused of a double murder suicide to the extent that we're seeing? Missing hands, missing arm, heads missing. Brutal. The brutality involved. The cryptic stuff. So many things in that house just do not make sense. They just do not add up.
And then blaming it all on the poor dog.
Yeah. And why? How did we get here? How do we get to this point when any rational human being can clearly see this is not a double murder suicide? And you have conversations with people, and that's fine. You go back and forth and share differing views about why this would be a double murder suicide. I've not heard any good thing. I've not heard anything that would help me understand why this is a double murder suicide. In fact, the more that I researched and the more documents that we got, it showed the opposite. That's clear. It's very, very clear. She-Wolf says, if what the police said is the truth, why would anyone need to be threatened or shut up? Yeah. There you go. Well, I mean, Dan Hinnon, was one of those people, one of the first people who the Gray State team tried to come after. When Dan Hinnon started the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, they really tried to come after him. And they still are, but they failed, and they will continue to fail constantly. Every time that they fail, it just helps us. Every time that they play these games, every time that they do all of this stuff, they don't realize. They should by now. Eric Nelson probably learned a very valuable lesson.
Right.
Very valuable lesson. And if he didn't, then he's more clueless than I thought he ever was. Of course, to make a movie like that.
I was wondering, do you have any updates from Christian in regards to the newer documentary? Has he told you anything?
I think we're still a long ways off from that. I do think it is. I do think he will follow through on it. But when you talk about how many serious talks we've had about that, we're still in the very early stages here. And I've been thinking about that, and maybe people have some thoughts on that too. I'm gonna take a quick time out here to just go and help my cat out, but uh, maybe we can think about this for a minute while I take a little short break. Um, what should be in the documentary? What should we talk about? What should be the focus of this? Because I want Christian to, obviously, to make the movie, the documentary he wants to make, and I have no idea what his vision is, if he has one, or if he's counting on us to kind of come up with one or something too. So let's think about that for a second, and I'll be right back. If there's anybody in the chat, if you want to address anything in the chat, I'll be right back. Give me about 30 seconds here.
Okay. What was in the documentary that proves the police narrative? I think for the Eric Nelson documentary, Eric Nelson was given hours and hours of videotape and recordings, and the ones that he put in the documentary for A&E and on Netflix, he manipulated to fit the narrative that David snapped, and that he was, I guess, Strea was trying to lead people to believe that David was abusive, and so he had picked the temper tantrum that Rainey had downstairs, and David was filming that. Eric Nelson had also picked the Transformers reenactment scene where David is saying, fuck yeah, in the basement as he's getting, I guess, prepped for a scene. And then when they're sitting at the table and discussing the Red Man. So out of all the film that was handed over to Eric Nelson, that's what he picked, so that he could manipulate that documentary to prove David's guilt.
It's a stretch, isn't it?
Oh, it's extremely wrong what he did.
I mean, were they just looking for something? We talk about within 24 hours, they already think they have what they need to show that David Crowley is guilty. A year later, we find out that's not true. And wasn't there something Eric Nelson, like 4 days after this happened, he contacted David's dad? Is that right?
Yes. Within 72 hours, I believe, he was already contacting the Grave State members and wanting to do a movie or a documentary.
And yet he says he had no knowledge of David or anything before this. He just read it in a newspaper.
Wait, do we know for a fact that he contacted the Gray State team, or did the Gray State team reach out to him?
If I remember correctly, uh, a person in the group stated that he contacted David's dad after 4 days. I could be wrong on that. We'll have to clarify that too, but it was quick. But I thought it was David's dad. I could be wrong on that though. I mean, it's not too far-fetched when you look at the people David's dad was probably surrounding himself with, and it's a lot of the same people that you'll see in that film that, wanted admin rights from Dan Hennon. It's all the same group. People that called me, tried to start drama with me too, all in that same group. These are the guys that you're going to trust with that? These are the guys that we're supposed to take seriously? No, I don't think so. Worse, they couldn't even be honest about it. They couldn't even say that they were involved in it. It was all a big game, a big haha. Now we got them. You didn't get anything. You didn't get truth. What you got is what you put out there. Go ahead.
Who sits around and on Facebook and gives out this info in regards to how your friend died, or make up stories about the wall and how that was done? I mean, only sick people do that. It just angers me. Okay, happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts, right?
Because I would go off, and I don't want to do that. This is in regards to Rainey. We're thinking about her tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're thinking good things. Good things in the fact that justice needs to be done here. Justice needs to be served. And come on. We're just preaching to the choir here.
I'm hoping that the new documentary will show some footage of David with his family, and not only that, but what led up to what happened to them will help clear David's name from this other documentary that was pure propaganda.
I think that would be great. There might be some pushback, legal stuff or whatever. Oh, we can't use that footage or this or that, but you never know.
There's plenty of footage that was never used.
Yeah. There's a lot of footage. The good footage.
I mean, they purposely waded through all that footage to find bits and pieces to manipulate to fit their narrative.
Right. That's the key point. To fit their narrative right there. You nailed it. So it was so good to hear the people that went to see Eric Nelson's film and the response that he got from that film, how people reacted. He's never going to live that down. Never. He can never take that. That is a scar on his face.
It is because of that documentary that I no longer believe documentaries or even news stories. I know when I hear something, it's like, okay, what's the rest of the story?
We're having a hard time hearing you again.
Oh, because I switched the phone.
Okay.
It is because of Eric Nelson's documentary that I no longer believe documentaries.
Did that ruin it for you?
Oh, it absolutely did. And now I want to know the rest of the story. Okay, I saw your view. Now I want the truth. And so now I no longer will sit and watch these because everything is made with a narrative. And once people realize that this documentary was made to convince us that David was guilty. It wasn't a true documentary, it was a propaganda piece.
Right. It's a poopy-mentary. Let's
Well,
see.
not only that, but they politicized their deaths.
That's right,
Because
in
they
many
call
ways.
him alt-right.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're talking about guns. They're talking about mental illness that doesn't exist. And drugs. They were politicizing it.
Right.
And there was no need for that.
Only if they could back
All
it
they
up,
had,
which they couldn't.
which they can't. Yeah.
All they had to do was just be honest. I think people would have taken them more seriously. I think their lies and their propaganda would have probably worked on more people if they wouldn't have gone so far.
Hmm.
They got
But
greedy.
even back then, watching it, you could tell that something was off, that they were trying to manipulate your feelings. And I think that is why so many people, after watching that documentary, were saying, hey, I was just lied to.
People
Why
don't
was
like.
I lied to?
That's right. People don't like that. It's one of the worst things you could ever do to any person on this earth is lie to them. Now sometimes you've been lied to and you spread that lie and you don't know it. That's different.
Hmm.
That's different. That happens. That could happen to anybody.
I remember the early days in researching this case. I would catch on, like I was repeating things that other people were repeating, and it wasn't the truth. And I remember you saying, okay, prove to me where that came from. And you would make me go and research it and try to find where that was said in the reports. And that was a valuable lesson. Don't just repeat what other people tell you. Go back and make sure that you can prove it.
Amen. She-Wolf is leaving some good comments that we should address here. Let's go to a few of these.
You're right.
She says, what was in the documentary that proves the police narrative? Nothing, because the police can't even prove their own. The police did not want to be involved in this whole documentary. The only reason they make it seem like the police were, but they weren't. The police were involved in they were interviewed by Tom Lydon. And then after that, I don't think the police were taking questions from anybody. It was like Tom Lydon was their guy, and we'll give him the exclusive, and that's it. And Tom Lydon sat there and acted like he cared and all this stuff. Where's Tom Lydon now? He's
I
moved
would
on.
like to actually watch that news clip where he interviewed everybody and did the news story for David Crowley and in his hometown.
Oh,
I can't find it.
Yeah, it's out there. It's definitely out there. I could play it right now probably, but it is out there. I will make sure that you have that. I think it's
Okay,
still
thank you.
on Fox 9. It should unless they took it down. Unless they took it down. If they were smart, they would have. But that whole thing, even if they take down all of the video, we have the whole transcript. So we got it all. And yeah, you're that whole thing, when you see that, I mean, I'm not gonna even spoil it for you. You already know what the spoiler is, but take it on a day where your patience is where you have a lot of patience. because it will try your patience for sure. It really will. And he's sitting there all smug and just like acting like he does ask a couple good questions though, and he's the only reason why the public knows about that blood writing or anything to do with any of that Allah Akbar stuff. Tom Lydon is the only reason. Without him, we might not have learned about it until Eric Nelson's film, and there is a big difference. I will give Tom Lydon credit for that. They're both two crappy pieces, but one is a little less stinkier. Tom Lydon's doesn't stink as bad. At least that's my view on it.
I really think that needs to be posted in the group.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. If it's not, I will have Christian Coffins make sure he saves it, and then we'll pull it from his website. It'll be on darkdocs.com pretty soon, just in case it ever gets taken down. There's always a backup. She-Wolf also says, let's see. Oh, and what shows the narrative was wrong? That's a great question. In the Sloppymentary, they don't really talk about any of the doubt except for me and Dan. We get a couple minutes, and that's really it. And we just answered whatever questions they wanted, whatever they were going to say. We weren't scripted. I think a lot of the other people were actually scripted. Dan Senior, he was scripted. He's reading from a script. He has a piece of paper there, and he's reading from it. That's a script.
And how long did they film you that day, Greg?
They filmed me probably for about an hour, and then Dan and I did our live stream, which we thought was also going to make it into there maybe, but I don't think they put anything. Well, they might have put one or two things that was said in there, but that was it.
So just like a couple hours, and they narrowed it down to like, what, a couple sentences?
Pretty much.
Taken out of context?
2 sentences.
Wow.
And then me fighting a fly. that made it in. They couldn't my talk about item 57 and how they missed the most important bullet, the bullet that they say killed David. That didn't make it in. The fact, that Gummert told Dan Hennon one thing and told me something totally different, that didn't make it in. Even Sean Wright's threats, all of his calls and all of that drama, that didn't make it in. But me fighting a fly made it in. I was pretty happy about that.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see what else didn't make it in.
Oh, well, we know everything from Kamel's family. That didn't make it in.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why? I do. I think about that a lot. A lot. How they turned on them, too. They burned them. Burned the whole family. Might as well put them on an altar before a giant 40-foot owl. She-Wolf also says, what made it like everyone was being forced to believe this narrative? That's what Christians should address in the new documentary. I love that. I'm going to read that again. So, what should be in Christian's documentary, according to She-Wolfie 2, not She-Wolfie 1, She-Wolfie 2. This is the good She-Wolfie. She says, what made it like everyone was being forced to believe this narrative? I love that. Because I do think that that's more in line of where Christian is coming from, and I think his another thing that he should focus on too is he didn't even know about this, right? He didn't really know, and there's so many people that don't know about this case, and when they find it, they have a hard time just letting it go. Some people, I think, jump in and they want to solve this case, and that's great. And I have no problem with that. If you can solve this case with the snap of your fingers, please do. But I can't, obviously. Been here 5 years now. 4.5 maybe, right? I mean, we're coming up on 5 years. This is
Yeah.
crazy.
Not only solve the case, but have the proof backing up what you say. That's really, really big for me. I want to see the facts backing it up. Not hearsay, not found evidence from mystical journals. I want facts backing this case up.
Here's another good thing that She Wolfie 2 says. Why was there nothing negative? Why was there nothing negative about any friends in this documentary, but they made Rania look crazy and not understanding reality from movies? They also made Kamel look crazy, and they tried to
Yeah,
make David
I
look
was,
crazy. They tried to make all three of them look crazy. If you think about it, it's a great point.
they were trying to prove the narrative that David had slipped into madness and Kamel was right there with him. That's
And
what they were trying to do.
and
And that whole
mhm.
rapture talk and stuff like that, that was their way of proving that Kamel had snapped. When they had all types of recordings and stuff that they could have picked. And it was just that one thing. My personal opinion is that that was just a dream that she had, a very vivid dream. I can't prove it, but it would explain why she was so upset.
Well, again, I go back to the whole the paranormal thing. You know, I do think there was something going on there. I really do. And again, I can't prove that. That's it's great. A lot of
Well,
people won't even talk about it.
whether it was paranormal or that she was being a targeted individual, which is very possible, considering the type of work that David was doing.
Right.
But we don't know and we can't prove it.
Right. And that's the whole thing.
Just like,
What can be proven? If David Crowley's guilt cannot be proven, what can be?
yeah,
Sorry, I cut you off there. I know you're trying to make a point, but
no, you're right. Sorry, I was opening a gate.
so I guess we should start to wrap this up unless you have anything else here to kind of cover here or any words that you want to say about this family, about Rania, about all of this. I'm kind of at a loss a little bit. Pretty angry here, but um, I'm gonna turn that anger into something positive, and I'm gonna use it to keep me going, to pray about this, to ask God what I should do, where I should go, and pray about how we can get this case reopened.
Absolutely. It hurts my heart that a 5-year-old had to suffer. And I pray that she is resting in peace. She's a beautiful soul. And now I'm going to start crying again.
Well, we don't want that, so let's go ahead and
grab some Kleenexes.
this is a tough one. This is a really tough case, and I know a lot of people are drawn to it, and it can be toxic. But we have to make sure that we're not bringing our own negativity into this case, that we're not trying to make this case all about us, because it's not about us, man. It has nothing to do with us, right? We get to go home. We get to, keep living life. And but I want people to really understand this could happen to anybody, and this does happen. This is not just a one-time thing. So we're gonna keep truth going, and I thank everybody for listening to this. If you do have anything you'd like to say, anything that you could do to help us, please, because we need all the help that we can get. And
Absolutely.
there is strength in numbers. There is strength in having more people, but whatever we can do. Whatever we can do. All right, good peeps. I appreciate you all.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Any final words, Sophia?
Well, Wolfie wrote, yes, Rainey is beautiful, and I truly believe that just knowing there are people that know the truth helps her rest in peace. Thank
Amen.
you, Wolfie. That was beautiful.
That's it. That's a great way to end this here. Finally, a positive note.
Absolutely.
All right. Until we meet again.
Thank you all for joining us and looking back over Rainey's 5 short years. And let's all keep her in our hearts and our thoughts. Thank
Amen.
you all. Have a good night.
Good night, and God bless you all.
Baby, see how I've been living. Velvet curtains on the windows too. Keep the bright and unforgiving light from shining through. Baby, I remember all the things we did when we slept together in the blue behind your eyelids, baby. Sweet baby, traced your scent through the glue till I found these purple flowers. I was spent, I was soon smelling you for hours. Lavender, lotus blossoms too. Water the dirt, flowers last for you, baby. Sweet baby. Tangerines and persimmons and sugar cane. Grapes and honeydew melon, enough fit for a queen. Lemon trees don't make a sound till branches bend and fruit falls to the ground, baby. Sweet baby. into my world and witness the way things have changed. Yes, I finally did it, babe. I got out of LaGrange, got in my Mercury and drove out west, pedal to the metal and my love to the test, baby, sweet baby. I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby. Sweet baby, I've been trying to enjoy all the fruits of my labor. I've been crying for you, girl, but truth is my savior. Baby, sweet baby, if it's all the same, take the glory any day over the fame, baby.
Hello?
Sweet baby.
It's good. I can hear you. Try
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Can everybody hear me?
Hello.
How are you?
Yep, I hear you.
All right. Yeah, we had a little moment of silence there for our YouTube people. They got a special little treat listening to a song by one of my buddies. But we're all live here now. I appreciate everybody coming in. If I do put you on mute, it's only because we're having some echoes or something. But I'll try to let everybody know if that is the case. So again, thank you all for joining us. This is the third live Gray Stage stream here, just talking about the David Crowley case. We're going to try to keep this to about an hour. I try to keep each one to about 60 minutes. I have failed every time, so we'll see how close we can actually get here. But thank you all for joining us. I know we have Catherine.
Yep, I'm here. Yay!
All right. Catherine, anything you thanks we saw your latest video there, and I thought it was really good. Glad to have you back in. Are you feeling better?
Oh, thanks. Trying to get there. Yeah.
Okay.
Day by day.
One day at a
But
time.
I was very cranky in that video. And I just, it's just sometimes when I see certain people's names, and I'll try not to because he just makes me so mad. I just lose it.
Greg Fernandez Jr. Okay.
He'll probably take immense pleasure from that statement right there.
I'll give him all the pleasure he wants too. Come here, buddy.
Hey, now this isn't that type of show.
No, not that kind of pleasure. No, thank you. No. Definitely not my cup of tea.
I don't know if your heart can handle it.
Could be spoken for. So.
Oh gosh, you guys are too funny.
That's all your fault. We also have Sophia. You're here too, right?
Hi, everybody.
Thanks
Hello.
for joining us. Anything new in your research on this case? I know you got a few things on your plate that you're going to be looking into, but anything pressing right now, or anything you'd like to bring up?
Not that I can talk publicly about right now.
Oh, teasing us. Okay, nice little tease there.
But
Mhm.
I'll be happy to share eventually.
Okay, good. Good. Well, we know you've done some great stuff, and anybody can go back and check out some of the videos that you've done with us and a lot of the various topics that you've covered. We also have Pansy here. Pansy, how are you?
Uh, I'm here.
All right. Thank you for joining us again.
We
Anything,
miss it.
any questions, any topics, anything you want to say before we get rolling here?
No, not until we get started.
Okay. And we have Justin has also joined us here. Justin, how are you?
Hey, Greg, it's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Glad to have you here. Justin, anything you want to say about this case?
For the research material that I provided to you, currently right now I'm just trying to get a link together so I can post it in the chat to the conference call so anybody can download the material once we start discussing it.
Excellent. And then I think we have Christine has joined us too. Christy, I'm sorry. Hey, Christy.
Yeah, and I'm a newbie, but this has really grabbed a hold of me. Like, the only thing I can explain is that the board has put it on me, because I can honestly say I had never heard of the case, and I watched the documentary, and as I was watching the documentary, I was like, something's off. So as soon as I watched the documentary, I started researching, and it has grabbed a hold of me like something I can't believe. And I have just been scouring everything, going, oh no, this is so wrong. There is something seriously wrong. I mean, we don't have IQs of 53. I mean,
Speak for yourself there.
You
I
would
take
have to have
I
that.
take pride in my low IQ. Just kidding.
Hey, I have an IQ of 54.
Yeah, I'm 53.5. What are you talking about?
There you go. Yay.
Well, I don't know if the actual criteria would be to actually believe them, but it might be lower than 53. But maybe beyond the human species.
Wow, that says a lot. What has
That's
brought
how
you?
I feel about it.
Yeah, what has brought you to this case?
Like I said, I get led a lot by the Lord. I mean, I know everyone has different beliefs and everything, but I go where I feel I'm led. And as I was saying, as I was watching the documentary, I was just going, no, this isn't right. This is not right. There is something sketchy going on with this whole thing. They're painting a picture, and like I said, because I didn't know anything about him, and because I got just such a odd feeling from watching that, I think is what has really grabbed me, because there's just something in me that passionately says there's absolutely no way he did this, and I believe in justice, and I just think it is a travesty that his legacy, regardless of what anyone else wants to believe about him or his beliefs or whatever, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what kind of person he was. I don't look at things that way. I just look at it like, if it's a lie, then it needs to be revealed. It's wrong. And that's how I feel about it, and that's why I've just gotten so passionate about it, because I'm just that way with anything. If something's wrong and unjust, I just get riled up.
So you basically felt like you were lied to throughout that whole documentary.
Oh, I felt like it was just a complete joke. Yes, exactly. I felt like it was scripted. I felt like it was like every reality show you've ever watched in your life. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, is this much scripted? You know, and there's people out there that believe those are real. You know, and I hope none of you do.
My daughter's watching Dance Moms right now, and I'm like, you do realize that's reality TV. It's all scripted. Because she gets so passionate about it. And I just have to roll my eyes at her.
It's just, they're all basically soap operas, and I kind of felt like that's what this was. It was like this drama unfolding, and they were, you know, leading to a certain direction. And I really read people's body language, and especially eyes. I really look at a person's eyes. And when I was watching it, I was looking at certain people's eyes and going, they're hiding something. They know something, they're hiding something. And just, you know, the drama and the build up and the crescendo, and then, I mean, and I think I heard someone else, I know who it was. It was the medium that said she had the exact same feeling that I had. I was like, and my poor husband, he's having to hear about this constantly. But I was telling him, I was like, why on earth the dog at the end of the documentary? I mean, they make it like it's walking off into the sunset happy. It was just so disturbing. It just, I mean, and then the other thing is when, and I, of course I went back and I watched it multiple times after that, because I was trying to like pick up on other things and watch people even more closely. And the, you know, it's just, I mean, there are certain people that they're movie people, and there's a reason they say certain things end up on the cutting room floor. They basically splice together certain things to paint the picture that they wanted painted. They didn't show every single thing, and that's what I believe is so wrong about that documentary, is the fact that they only picked and chose what they wanted there. And it just made me sick that his dad didn't even defend him. I was just like, you know, that's just unbelievable. That, I mean, as a parent, I mean, if the evidence was like right there in my face, I think it would be hard for me to accept and believe. You know, I mean, I would come to a point if it was so blatant, but it would still be hard to accept. I mean, that's the thing about families and tragedy and death and things like that. A lot of times families, when it actually is something that's true, they go into denial mode and they start looking for other causes, because they don't believe that that person could have possibly committed suicide, or that that person could have possibly committed that crime. So they start looking and seeking out, even though it's not real. But for him, with all of these holes in this, to go on there and not defend his child, to just, I mean, that made me sick. And also, after looking at it a couple of times, and then when I started researching, I was like, okay, what's the timeline of his mother passing away and this documentary being made? Does anyone know?
His mom died, what, 8 months after?
Yeah, it was 7 or 8 months after. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that. But Greg, I'm going to make you stick to the hour. We're 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay, Christy. I'm just giving Greg a hard
I
time.
just don't understand why they didn't mention the mom in the documentary.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
the only
bothered
thing
me
I was
too.
putting out there.
Yeah, I don't
I
even
was
think
like,
they
that's
showed her.
weird.
They didn't even show her in the movie, did
No. Nope.
they? The other thing was,
It wasn't until
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because it wasn't until I got into the group after I watched the documentary that I even knew that his mother had passed away. I thought that she just wasn't a part of the picture at all.
It must have been
And
about
it
4 or
wasn't.
5 months afterwards because she was still. I think when she died, I don't think the case had been closed yet.
It was 5 months. I just read it
5 months?
yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about his dad is, did his dad, like, is there a quote, I guess, what I would look for? Is there a quote where the dad says that his son is guilty? I mean, I've only watched the documentary like once, so it's hard for me to go back and look at that.
No,
But,
he just doesn't defend him.
right.
No, and then he reads the last page of the supposed journal, which is really just the script, where it says, after he's done writing his notes about Christmas, David goes in and shoots Camille and Rania.
Wow.
And then he just puts the script down. He doesn't say anything else after that.
That's
And
odd.
I'm just like, how could you read something like that about your son?
And see, there was
Maybe
there was a conflicting thing there too, because it almost seemed like, I don't know if it was a slip or whatever, but when he was reading that, he said, that he had made plans beyond the holidays in what he was journaling and stuff. So I found that strange too.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Greg, where should we start do you want to start from the very beginning on the 488 pages?
Yeah. For surely here. Pulling it up right here. If you're watching it on YouTube, you'll see it here. So page 1 is just, the one pager. This is just basically what we asked for here. Blah blah blah, their response, whoever it is. Page 2 through page 52 is the evidence chain. I thought there was a lot of good. I'm not going to go over it. I'm probably going to skip these first 52 pages. There's a lot of stuff here. One thing that I noticed, I think looks like around page, oh no, that comes in a little bit later. But if anybody wants to see, this pretty much shows you start to finish what they did with each item and when. So this really helped me with some of those dates that I was trying to figure out about. Okay, 1A is the pistol. This is when it got to them. And the chain of custody, this is the chain of custody for the BCA. So this is when they got it. So I don't know. On 1/18/2015, the laboratory received from a crime scene collection. And then it goes through all of these items. So again, unless anybody has any specific things on the first 52 pages there, I'm going to go ahead and skip that.
Okay.
Go down to 52. Alright. 52. How do you do? So 53. One thing I noticed, I think, or somewhere around here on page 53, is they say that nobody has been charged in this. And that really stuck out. I thought that was an interesting one. For anyone that doesn't know, we're going through the BCA 488-page data file. This is the most recent file that we got. And there's a lot of interesting data in here. A lot of this stuff, when I was first writing my book, I did not get to put a lot of this in there. So what I've been doing in the last week or so, and what I'm going to probably end up doing for the next couple weeks, is going back through these documents and just adding in a lot of these little tidbits. I posted a few in the group too, so we'll see how far we can actually get to discussing those. Now, this thing about the beast, right? It says, I will put a note in the beast. And the beast is just like a big database, right? Have you guys heard of this before?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
that's what I would assume, is that, yes, it's their database or data bank.
Yeah, I remember Alex Jones talking about this long time ago, and I was like, what is this guy talking about, the beast? But it's supposed to be this, like, big database. So it's real. It's all real. All right. Anything so far here? Let's see. I'm just gonna go page by page through this. At some point, we're gonna slow down a little bit, but here on page 55 is the only mention of the FBI, even though we were told that the FBI was not involved in this at all. They weren't involved in the investigation, etc., etc. Here you have the FBI and the staties too, right? That's what Christopher Olsen looks like. He's a state cop, state.mn.us. So that was so even
Yeah,
though
they only
Twice that the state cops weren't involved.
right, the state cops told us that, right? We had nothing
Yeah,
to do with
and
this.
the only thing that they contacted the FBI for was David's fingerprint card, and they didn't even get the original. They got a copy. And the FBI told them that if they wanted or needed the original to make sure that they got a good comparison, just to contact them and they would be happy to send it, but they never did.
Right. You're right. Yep. It says, "Hey Chris, this
May
is from
I
Go ahead."
Because I haven't seen any talk about this. Did they use luminol at all?
It wasn't luminol, it was something called amino black, and it does the same thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I can make this a little bigger. Yeah, good question. I mean, these are a lot of questions that people ask, and there are people that want to ask these questions but don't want to get, they don't want to feel stupid. And I just want people to know there are no stupid questions, and people should not make you feel dumb just because you ask a question. And just because somebody answers your question doesn't mean that they're trying to make you feel dumb either. So I just want to cover both of that basis. We're all just talking here. It's the people that kind of sit back and like laugh at these questions, like, what? Why would they ask that question? All that's like, come on. We're just regular people. I don't know anything about this stuff. I'm not an investigator. I don't know anything about this. I'm learning as I go here. So I do try to be careful not to assume too much either, not to assume that other people are wrong too much either. So it's just kind of this balancing act for somebody like me, is just a complete outsider looking in here. So technically the FBI was involved, so technically they lied, but whatever, they could say they weren't involved in the investigation, whatever you want to say. Okay, so from Chris Olsen.
Technically the state was involved too.
Right, I know, right?
They denied me twice, so go figure.
That's odd. Joe Cooksley wrote, "Hey Chris, I talked to Marty in Leighton Prince. He said he thinks this can be used for comparison, and that if the actual card is needed, that it could be requested at a later time." Joe. So, could have been. And looks like that was 122.
Well, and this is what makes me so angry, because the latent prints are huge, and they just kind of toss them around as if they don't really make much difference in the case. And, Marty thinks they can be used, and if they need the card, they could request it later, but they never do. And then they say the latent prints on the copy were not, and then supposedly not legible, or they couldn't read what they pulled, and they couldn't compare it to the card. And I'm like, there's some pretty good ridge detail, on some of those prints. And it's like, how could you not match it or not match it? One of the two. And why didn't you get the original card?
That would have been nice.
Well, because the ridge detail was pretty clear, my only guess for why they couldn't match it was because it didn't match to what they had. I mean, that's just an assumption, though. I'm not stating a fact. It's just an assumption.
Right.
And let's be honest here. David and Kamel and Rainey's fingerprints should be all over that house. All over the crime scene. Well, not the crime scene, but if David was setting up the crime scene after he supposedly killed Kamel and Ronnie, his fingerprints should be there. His DNA should be there.
Yep.
But it's not.
Nope.
Yep.
Scrolling down, scrolling down. Let's see, we are gonna go to
Oh, and I want everybody to know too, and I'm going to be covering this as well in the next video I do on the latent prints. But I have contacted the BCA several times and asked them for a copy of the prints that they pulled from the crime scene, wherever they got them from. And I specifically asked for some that they didn't include, some they gave us, some they didn't, and they have not even written back to tell me to go jump off a cliff. They've just ignored all the requests, even though I sent an FOIA request. It has been completely ignored.
It took them months to even respond to my request where we got this information that we're looking at right now. I sent it off in March, and I don't think we got it until, what was it, Greg? Was it September or October?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until they finished processing that request, like a month before we received this information, did I even get an email.
September.
I thought that I was being ignored.
Yeah, I got it. I got mine back September 20th, 2018. So yeah.
Okay, so I'll give them a little more time then.
Give them another year. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
How dare you?
I tried to warn you about that, Catherine, that the BCA will take forever.
Girl, I have hardly any memory of what happened several months ago. It's like, so just keep refreshing my memory and telling me what you've told me before, because it's like hearing it for the first time.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Here on page 57, and if anybody wants to say anything, feel free to go ahead and jump in here any time. It's fine. We're all just chatting here. We're looking at page 57 of 488, and this is from Tommy Booth. This is sent to Catherine Roach of the DPS. That's another interesting group of characters. DPS says, Good morning, Catherine. Nobody has been charged in this case, so I am giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work. Tommy Booth. And I thought that was, again, another interesting thing there, because haven't charged anybody. Well, yeah, of course you haven't charged anybody. Who are you looking for? Who could be charged? Could they charge David?
Right, and the funny thing is when you start putting all of these pieces together, because you have the police chief being quoted in the news article stating that they knew within 2 hours David was guilty, and then somewhere else where they knew in 2 weeks or a month or whatever that he was guilty, and now we have a month later, and Tommy Booth is saying, well, nobody's being charged, so use up everything for your DNA test.
Now, you were able to talk with the person who said that David was charged within hours, right? And you were able to get them to confirm that?
I talked with Detective Sergeant Gummert, and that video is posted on my YouTube channel. But the police chief himself. Oh wait, no, I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Oh geez, I'm sorry, you guys. I'm trying to catch up here. But yes, I was talking to
Nick
someone who heard it directly.
Okay.
Are you talking about Nick?
Well, no, these people, they didn't want to be tied to it. They're tied to it, but they're not tied to it. So I gave them my word that I wouldn't let anybody know who they were. But they were somebody who specifically talked to that police chief. And so, yeah. I mean, he said it. But it's like, okay, so what did you do? Were you convinced within 2 hours? You didn't even have your happy hiney over there by that time, and you knew before you got there he was guilty, or did you not know a month later? What is it?
Well, does that tie into? I don't even know if this is accurate or not, but I heard that the neighbor actually said that she believed that David had killed his family and killed himself. Can anyone verify whether that is actually true?
In the 911 call, are you talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
She speculates. I mean, she says it was either there was a murder or a suicide next door. And then she starts speculating on the dog, that the dog might have eaten these bodies. It's just like the whole thing just sounds just weird. And
That's weird. That's very weird.
I thought
Sounds
it was
like
weird.
she's starting to paint the picture
Right.
before anyone else even gets there.
Yeah.
Or as I've stated in the past, it was like she was handed a script.
Mhm.
And let me please say it again. It was like she was handed a script. Because we all know who listens to this.
Well, it was a
Correct.
bad script, so whatever you want to call it. It was.
Yeah, seriously.
And there was no
Well,
there's no need to speculate on that. Go ahead, Pansy.
It felt like they took her word for what she thought she knew and went on that.
Well, I'm glad they let civilians do the police work for them.
Yeah, I guess we don't need cops over there. They got it covered.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah.
Don't worry.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
didn't hear what Pansy said.
Just ask a neighbor, and neighbor can tell you everything.
Okay, Justin, you haven't said anything.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm just, I noticed y'all been discussing the evidence, and everything that I have pertinent is public record after the incident. So I just kind of waited for y'all to put forward what y'all have to put forward. I don't want to kind of steal your thunder, so to speak.
Oh, that's okay.
No, please, steal
Go for
away.
it. Go for it.
Yeah.
We
Greg
can
has-
believe me.
yeah.
He
We're
has
gonna.
13 minutes left.
Okay.
That's not
Well,
gonna happen. We all know that. Go ahead, Justin.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to post a Dropbox link in the YouTube chat so all of you can download what I have found. Pretty much what I've been doing is I've been scouring every possible aggregator of information such as Intellius or Spokio, which Spokio really isn't that good, but Intellius just kind of went down the toilet too in the documents they provide now. There has actually been a few changes to the public records of Kamel and David after their deaths. Rihanna will have a public record as soon as she reaches 18, even though she is deceased. So, I mean, that's
Interesting.
something to look out for in the future.
I didn't know that.
You generally,
Did you notice
I'm
that
sorry.
on Intellis? Did you notice on Intellis that they weren't considered dead?
Not anymore, no. They've completely changed everything.
Wow. Screenshots.
All the other
screenshots.
backgrounds that I've used say that David and Kamal are dead, but I used Intellis and it didn't show it at all.
Yeah, it showed him as still alive, and we have copies of that too. So you might find that interesting. That was just a month ago, 2 months ago.
Yeah,
I think 2 months ago.
that's
Yeah.
when I did the search as well. Intellius, though, they've completely changed their UI, and I think they lost some of the information in their change. So it still reflects that, though, but it's very, very watered down as opposed to what it was before.
Really?
Wow.
Let me see here. I'm trying to get a link for this Dropbox folder. I just created this account today, so bear with me while I do that, if you would kindly.
Sure. Yeah, I know Justin's been. Justin has kind of brought up some of those same things. He and I were kind of going back and forth, and I don't know if he wants to talk about his background or not. I'll leave that to him. But basically, yeah, he was showing me the stuff and same stuff that you guys are talking about. It's like, wait a minute. Yeah, why are they still alive here? Or why is this website or whatever it is, whatever Intellis is? I know it's been brought up a few times. I have no intelligence, so I don't know what Intellis is. But I do know that I keep hearing the same thing, and it's like, okay, now it's kind of watered down. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're finally catching up? you know, to we're gonna come back in a couple months and they're finally gonna see that they're dead, or I don't know. I mean, you couple that in with all of the other things, and it just you can your mind can kind of start to wander. I guess is what I found with myself. And the only thing that I
Did
kept
they
go ahead.
did they have life insurance policies?
I don't know. I haven't heard of any. I haven't seen any, but I don't know how we could verify that. What would
Which
need
would
to
be
be done?
interesting with him being retired military. I mean, I know you can get rid of it when you break away, but I mean it's unusual.
If
When
he
David
did,
left
retired military, so
yeah.
when he left the military, he had life insurance. I don't know if he continued to pay into it.
Interesting.
yeah, that's what, I think you can continue paying into it, but I'm not 100% certain.
But doesn't that
That's something I just was curious about.
doesn't that kind of I don't know about this. I'm just asking, but doesn't that cancel it out if he kills himself?
Depends on the clause in the policy. Certain policies have a suicide clause. Other ones have a certain time frame, so that you don't just go get like $1 million life insurance policy and then off yourself.
Right.
So I mean, some policies have a clause where there's a time frame. Some have a flat, suicide clause, and then other ones don't have a suicide clause at all.
Is
Like
that stuff
my
public
husband
record?
doesn't have a clause.
Is that stuff
don't
public
know.
record or not? I don't know either.
That's what I'm curious about. I just thought of it.
It's a good question.
If it were, I'm pretty sure if such an amount of money had been moved, I'm pretty sure the police department themselves would have had something in a statement about it. I don't believe I've read anything like that in the evidence. They would, the police department, the Apple Valley Police would have definitely had the means to find that information. Would it have happened?
True.
And they took all their personal paperwork, and nothing was ever mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we know that the house went into foreclosure, and then they put it up for sale at an auction, and even that didn't sell.
Yeah, that was weird. I was trying to understand all of that too, how all of that works, because I forget which one of you. Somebody has shown me some of the stuff of all the different layers that house went into, and it was sold and auctioned and blah 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 with the state or whatever, and it's like what? I don't know, but I mean we're talking about a murder, an alleged murder suicide. Circumstances might be different. I really don't know. I don't know if people were just waiting for to drop the property value to almost nothing so they could come in there, remodel, and make a big profit. I don't know. Hey Shula, thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat.
You might talk to Dan about it, because he was the one who explained the whole Dakota County Sheriff's Office involved in the sale.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, good. If we do our next conference call, maybe next weekend, I'll see if he can kind of break that down for us, or give us some of that stuff so we can break it down.
Sorry, Justin, for interrupting you earlier.
No, you didn't interrupt. It was completely fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry too.
So I put the Dropbox of my findings in the YouTube public chat. So if anybody wants to pull those up and take a look at those.
I'm not seeing it there. I don't see it.
I'll kind of discuss those findings just a little bit, if you don't.
Okay.
So in when an aggregator gets this information, it's really hard for a mistake like this to happen, especially when you consider how common Kamel's name is. Kamel is the only person in this country that possesses the name Kamel Alam or Kamel Crowley. But what's really strange is that her record on her public record has changed. Her name has changed from Kamel Crowley to Kamel Alam. which that doesn't add up at all.
Hmm.
Especially after her death, because the only way that would happen is either the aggregator starts referencing an older public record before she was married, or for some reason she met some divorce record may be in there. I'm not sure if a person can get divorced post mortem, but yeah, I mean, it's something to consider in that regard. I'm trying not to speak too much about things I don't know. Also, Kamel had received, according to the aggregator Antelius, according to she received a doctorate in sleep study, I believe, in 2016 from University of Minnesota Twin Cities. So I found that very strange.
Very
I
strange.
did notice the doctorate on her background. Was that with Entellus?
Yes, I'm currently got a application pending with TransUnion to get into their private investigation software. It's probably going to take a month or two for them to process my application. So once I get that, I will compile my findings and I will share them.
Nice.
That would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I know I really didn't explain too much about my background. I was kind of afraid, kind of paranoid at first that I really don't mind if somebody like gets a hold of me or whatever. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm pretty paranoid, so that's one thing I'm gonna have to ask you to bear with me with. I'm a soldier in the United States Army. Before I joined, I did private investigation work, very limited. Bail enforcement, and I did private security. So I know a little bit about the investigation lingo, not much, but a tiny bit. There is one more point I want to bring up while we still have time. In that folder I shared, there is 2 screenshots of Kamel's website, Mind Body Dietitian. I shared this with David as well. It shows that her copyright was renewed between the time of 2014 and 2015. Generally, you don't need to renew a copyright on a website. So it probably means that the new website was paid for, or the subscription for the website was paid for, and it just updated the copyright with that, or something else could have happened. There's really no need to update the year on a copyright, because once you set it in, it's good, no matter what year it is. So long as it's not, I believe, I'm not sure the exact litigation on that, but that's.
Hey, Justin.
Yes, ma'am.
I do not see the link that you posted. I don't see it at all anywhere.
Yeah.
Should be in the YouTube chat.
Oh, maybe it's not in the live chat. Maybe it's in the. No,
I don't think you can do comments until after the thing is done. But it's not showing up on mine.
Oh, I see it. Here, let me try and post it now. Okay, I had my top chat. Is it there now?
Let me see.
I'm not seeing
Come
it.
on.
No.
If you're not able to share it, would you please share it with Craig and he can dole it out to us, please?
Sure. Yeah, I could do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, here, I'll put it in the conference call chat, Greg. All right, yeah, I do.
Oh, there it is. Okay, now I see it in the conference call chat, but for some reason I just don't see it in the other one. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
See if I can get on to the chat for the conference call.
Let's see.
It's strange why YouTube won't upload it. Oh, I know why. YouTube has spam software that that breaks apart links. It won't let those.
Yeah. You have to. I think in YouTube you have to. You have to like put everything except for the .com, and if you do that, then maybe it'll work. People can just add the .com in there.
All right.
I don't even know if I can sign in here. Don't look at my password.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Don't look at my password.
I thought it was probably.
I don't even know if this is right or not. I haven't logged in here in like years.
I don't want to leave. I want to go to the chat.
Oh, and by the way, thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you, Miss.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate that.
It can be it can be interesting. I can
That's so
definitely
weird.
attest to that.
Well, the Army has a special place in my heart. I was an EMT and did the vast majority of my work on Army base hospitals.
No kidding.
Yeah, Fort Bragg, Darnell, Fort Carson. So yeah.
I'm over at Fort Bliss.
Oh.
I think we have a witch doctor in our hospital. A buddy of mine, his knee popped out, and he literally tried to step up 4 inches. His knee popped out, and I had to run him to the aid station on McGregor Range
my
Complex, and they gave him a 4-day. They didn't even give him any time off from work. They sent him right back to work.
Oh, that sounds about right.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
That's how we do in the military. And I've just been trying to get seen by a provider to get some administrative work done, and I'm coming up with some crazy ideas to get seen, but I don't know. It's free healthcare.
Get it while you can.
And Motrin 800.
You already know.
Wow.
So, Greg, I see you brought that up on the screen now.
Yep, I got the screen up here. Go ahead and guide us around. What are we looking at here?
Let me jack the quality up on my YouTube browser. Okay, so this right here is the this is David's background report, and it pinged back that he had 2 addresses current as of 10th of July. So from what would ping back on that, I did a little research. So public records such as either tax records or utility payments would ping back that. So somebody's probably still using his name.
Well, they are, because somebody's paying his cell phone bill.
Yes, that I remember going over that on a few videos back. So anybody, if I'm pretty sure if somebody else were paying the bill, it wouldn't ping back as him having a current address. So generally, when you're paying a bill, whoever's paying into that has to have a reference address and that name, and so that's the reason why that address is coming back. The 2 at either 700 Maple Lane or 867 North Front Street. It could be somebody just still paying in his name and using their finances. So I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying that those are the conditions for which that would ping back. And ever since he's passed, he has lived at quite a few different places.
Okay. I'm going to go here to the next slide that you've given us here, and we will make sure, if it's okay with Justin, maybe we'll figure out a way we can post this into the group and people can kind of look at it for themselves. This one bothered me here. I do not like this. I don't like anything about this one that we're looking at here. This looks fake to me.
Oh, that's horrible.
This looks like somebody is just this is troll central here. That's just my view.
Yes, and I found
Why would anybody do that? That's tacky. Sorry, I'm sorry.
She's not even
well,
in
you have
Waco,
to be
Texas.
a special kind of stupid to be a troll. Sorry. Not sorry.
Oh, we have a special name for that.
This listing has been up for 2 years, and I just saw the date on it, and I was like, well, she's supposed to be dead, so why would anybody make that kind of accusation?
That date is kind of weird, too.
Oh, yeah. April 20th has always been, good catch. Good catch.
420.
Not that I would know anything about that.
We want some of those brownies, Greg.
I am in California.
Oh, goodness.
All right, so now we're looking at what are we looking at here in this third slide? Oh, mind body dietitian. I just want to say one thing here, because I got kind of called out when this case first came out, because I have a music company called Mind Body Soul, and people thought that was weird. It is a coincidence. This changed my mind about, well, we used to always say there are no coincidences. That is a coincidence. I just want to clarify that. Go ahead.
Uh-huh, you're that special kind of person, aren't you, Greg?
I'm a special kind of something. Yeah.
Let's give us a T, give us an R.
What does it spell? Okay, so this is the mind. Go ahead, Justin. I want to hear your view on
Yes,
this.
sir. This is just the reference to her receiving to Kamel receiving the PhD in sleep study in 2016. Now, this I would find very, very the circumstances behind this are really shady, because being that Kamel is the only person in the nation to have the name that she has, as well as just the circumstance of the year, as well as the education, because sleep study is kind of in line for which the degree she had before, which was in dietitian with dietary work, because it's both revolves around the body itself. It would be pretty easy to transfer over to that and to get a degree in that, so that's kind of coincidental as well. What else can I say about this? It says she's still the current owner of the Mind Body Dietitian company that she had. I can't say anything about that because I don't have much information on that. But it's just, if this were to be a mistake in adding, it would be, I would say it'd be like 1 in 100,000, because I haven't yet got in contact of the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, to see if in fact they did have somebody with this name graduate, but it could easily be a case of stolen identity or something to that effect, because if you use somebody else's identity to go and get a degree, I mean, there's a lot of schooling that you're skipping. So I could see somebody riding on the back of a deceased person to do that, but that's really all else I can say about that. It's all speculation.
Right. We're just talking here, trying to figure out what's real and what's not.
And Justin did pull the correct Kamel, because the information, mine also showed this, and my information showed that she was connected to David and his relatives.
But
So
here's
this wasn't-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, but this is what I found strange. So I think probably about maybe a day or two, or I think it was the exact day that I was pulling this record, Intellius has completely changed its guided interface. So Intellius looks nothing like this anymore, and there's only about a fourth of the information that you see here currently available on Intellius.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm glad I saved it when I did.
Back it up offline, print it out, paper files.
Yeah.
Well, I got rid of that system because there was a lot of junk data in it, and I didn't like the background. Like, you would get the known predators around them, and that would take up a lot of space when you downloaded it, and I didn't like that.
Oh, I see. Yeah. That can be especially, it just clogs up, which that's what, once people use a background service, that's generally kind of what they're going for a lot of times, to see if, what kind of criminal offenses there may be.
Mm-hmm.
And people who might live around them, which this software used to do a really good job of doing that. It doesn't do that anymore.
The other thing, unless anybody else has anything else on this page that we're looking at here, the only other thing that I'm kind of curious about is right up here where it says clinical dietitian, and it says from November 2002 up until December 2014. What was that? Was that a gunshot?
No, there's somebody over here lighting off fireworks. Sorry, I forgot to mute my microphone.
It's like, what the heck? Justin, you're not broadcasting from the front lines, are you?
Who lives in
This day
Chicago?
and time, you never know.
Yeah.
Right.
I thought it was in Oakland for a second.
I always forget to mute the stupid microphone, and then they let them off at all hours of the night. It's like, stop it.
Where do they get them from? What are they doing over there?
I have no idea, but it's...
That's what they do on a
just like
Friday
to
night?
Well, yeah, sometimes. Okay, it's usually every night, but yeah. So okay, I'm muting the microphone. You guys go ahead.
That's okay. Yeah, so December 2014, I wonder why... I don't know. That just seemed kind of odd to me, because I had thought that she didn't have her license anymore, so it was still active at that point?
So what I've learned from that and doing a little work with that, I know she had a LinkedIn. I haven't been able to access her LinkedIn, so she may have put on her LinkedIn that she quit working there in 2014 and she didn't bother putting in an exact date.
Okay.
That very well could be what happened there. It's just that these aggregators, these little background check sites, that Joe Schmo and anybody can get on. They really just pull whatever records they can, and whether or not are accurate or not really isn't any concern up to the website.
Gotcha.
Which is the reason why I'm trying to get on TransUnion. What were you saying?
Catherine, wasn't there a phone call that she made to the state board back in December?
Oh, I'll have to look that up for the next time.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're running out of time. I really don't want Greg to keep cutting into his wife's time.
No, it's
but,
okay. She's giving me another 30 minutes, so we're good.
She's too nice, man. She's way too nice.
It's very important to have a supportive wife. Very important.
It is,
really
and
is.
She's amazing.
She has been. She's been great. I hope she keeps it up. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, now she's going to come and say, okay, that's it, your time's off now.
All right, now you got 30 seconds. Right.
Okay, I'll see if I can...
I have one question that I want to throw out there that really doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about, but I'm just curious. Kamel, she was cremated?
No.
No, she was buried.
So Kamel and Ronnie were buried.
Only Kamel was buried.
No, just Kamel.
So, okay, so they buried Kamel, but they cremated Ranny.
Correct.
Yes.
Why would they cremate Ranny?
Good question. I don't.
That's strange. I mean, I would think there would have been a real big fight between the families with the belief, the Muslim faith, that they wouldn't want their granddaughter cremated. So I find that weird.
Yeah.
David and Ranny were cremated almost immediately, and Kamel was sent to Texas to be buried.
That's weird.
It is weird.
Okay.
From the profile that I get from the alums is that they're fairly moderate Muslims. They're kind of like American Jews that are non-practicing, I would say. They're people very common like that. That's just the kind of vibe that I get from reading about them and listening to them speak. They don't really seem to be overtly religious. They don't cover themselves. So the women in the female alums don't cover themselves. So I think they're just mainly just moderate practicers at best.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure how into that they would be. But yeah.
Like Baptists that dance and drink.
Pretty much. Yeah, it could be very well.
I can say that I'm Baptist.
Okay, Sophia, I looked it up, and Kamel did not make a phone call to any university or anything.
No, the state board.
Okay, no state board either. In December, you're talking about December of 2014, correct?
I thought it was in December.
Because the only calls she made were to Banfield Hospital, Pet Hospital, and Charter Communications.
Now, what
She
about
didn't
the
call
other
Wells
phone?
Fargo?
That was in, oh yeah, no, yes, she did make 2 calls to Wells Fargo. You are correct.
Gosh. Okay, then it had to have been November then. Let me go back to my files.
Go back to the stack of papers. The
I
mount.
could have sworn she made a call to them in December.
Greg, do you want to go ahead and just go through my stack and we
Sure.
can finish with what I have to present?
Absolutely. We're on the 4th one here.
Yeah, so this is screenshots of Kamel's old website. It was taken down, I believe, sometime in 2015. You can pull it up on Wayback Machine if you so wish. The thing that struck me as odd here was the copyright date on the bottom updating. I think I said something about that already. But the last snapshot of the website, let me see when that was. I'm on the Wayback Machine right now. You have to bear with me. I'm having to use my cell phone as a tether spot because my internet network here is just trash. But the 2 pictures there is just the copyright date at the bottom is all that's pertinent to those.
Okay. Copyright 2014, Mind Body Dietitian LLC. I wonder what happened with that LLC. Now we should be able to look up an LLC, right? Public
Yes.
data.
It'd also be pertinent to find who else shared liability with her in that company.
And this 214, that's her number, right? That's the number in one of the phone records? 214-470-5794.
I'm gonna have you read that back to me here in a moment. Let's see, David Crowley, Kamel Crowley. No, that wasn't listed in any of the public records that I have.
Really?
Yeah, her current number is 651-644-8457.
Oh, now I gotta look in my mountain of data now here. I have a nice little book with 2 pages of all the phone numbers. I'm curious about this phone number here. So, does anybody know what the MP next to Kamel Crowley's name, MPH, our registered dietitian nurse, I guess, EPC, what is all that?
That's on our website.
I have no idea.
No idea? I mean, I guess we could look it up too, but who has time for that? Who has time to look things up when I can just ask everybody else and then steal all of your answers, pretty much?
Where did you find that, Greg?
So right here on the screenshot here, at the bottom.
Registered and licensed dietitian.
That's the only one I can think of. MPH, miles per hour. She has a.
Oh, that's good.
I'm gonna go for that.
MPH.
And I can't see that phone number, Greg, because it's so small. Was that 214-470-5794?
214-470-5794, yes.
Okay, that was Kamel's old phone number.
Okay.
An MPH is a Masters of Public Health. So just her Masters of Public Health, what is that in exactly? So it's a 2-year program. It's not a clinical degree. So what is the? So like an MPH, a Masters of Public Health would study condition specific sicknesses. So say for example getting sick in a hospital. That's just according to Wiki though. So
okay. It's like a licensed dietitian maybe for LD, and then CLT. I'm not sure what that one
She
is.
had quite the stack of
Yeah, she did.
certifications.
Yeah. She certainly did.
CLT, certified laboratory technician. I'm guessing.
Interesting.
CLT and leap therapist, they tend to go to, or at least they go together on this website here. The website called Certified Leap Therapist. Okay, so like her being a dietitian, like a leap therapist would deal with ailments such as irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. So her being a dietitian, those two would go hand in hand. So that's not at all strange. That's actually pretty routine.
Okay.
But the last snapshot of her website, I believe, was in March of 2016.
Well, okay, looking at number 5, the 5th image that you have here. Now all of a sudden the copyright has changed from 2014 on slide 4. On slide 5, the copyright is 2015. How does that work?
Yes.
Doesn't that show plans for the future too?
I would say it does. It could have been automatically renewing, but like
That's true.
I spoke in error when I said the last snapshot was in 2016. Let's see what this one is here. I'm just going through the records on Wayback Machine right now to try and see when the last instance of her website was, and I think the last instance of her website staying as we see it in these screenshots here was on the 23rd of April in 2015. After that, it goes dark, and some Chinese company acquired it.
Oh.
So usually when you buy a domain name, you usually buy it for a year, and if the copyright changed like that, it generally means it renewed.
Right. If it's on an auto and then somebody cancels it 6 months later or 1 year later, or the credit card, doesn't go through.
Exactly.
Okay, I see that. All right, let's go to the 6th slide here. What can you tell us about this one? I'm gonna see if I can make it a little bigger for everybody here.
So the last one is merely just an address for the current address for her where she still has records popping up, which comes from the home of Francis Crawley. I forget, is Francis David's brother?
No, never heard of Francis.
No, Francis is a relative.
Is it?
A relative, okay. Why would a distant relative, not so much a distant relative, well, why would somebody outside immediate family have any of Kamel's information or any of her affairs like this? It just doesn't make any sense. Huh?
That's a good question, though.
And it says her current email has been at Health Source Solutions, the company she quit working at in 2014. I think, let me go back to the other slide here. MindBody. Yes, the one that she quit working at in December of 2014. But why would, I don't know. That's definitely strange. You would think that her, the website, Intellius, would have grabbed her information from her MindBody website, which was Kamel at mindbody.attention.com. But it doesn't seem to be that way.
Now, what about these phone numbers here that we're seeing, the 2 contact numbers?
I haven't researched them at all. I haven't done anything with those, to be honest.
Does anybody have the numbers up? I'm going to pull those up. So I want to see. Go ahead, Justin.
No worries. Health Source Solutions. I did look into healthsourcesolutions.com.
That's who she had called in November 11th.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Health Source.
She may have been employed. I'm sorry?
I was mistaken when I said the state. It was actually Health Source Solutions.
Okay.
And what do they do? Biometric screenings. Flu shots. The heck?
I mean, this is probably where she was being a lab technician at, as well as doing what was that? Being where she did work as a leap therapist, and what was the other thing? And where she did her public health work. That's probably where she did all that at. Was at Health Source Solutions. So.
Our speaker series. Huh.
She's not. There's no trace of her remaining on the website. Okay. I'm pretty sure if we ran Health Source Solutions through the Wayback Machine, we could go back to a point in time where she was on the website.
And they've moved. They're now in Plymouth, Minnesota. We could call them. Oh, it's 5 p.m. Past 5 p.m. Sorry.
That's pretty late.
Pretty late for them. Well, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to learn more about this place here. What type of events do they do? Conference. Health promotion conference. Nice website, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I'm glad that they're transparent and they post everything about their staff. I'm going to take go onto the Wayback. The Wayback Machine has a lot of references to this website. I'm going to go back to 2015 and see if Kamel was still mentioned there.
These two I don't think these two numbers are one of their numbers. So we got a 651-644-8457. That's not on here. And then the other number is 0740. That sounds familiar. That's not on here either. I don't know what those numbers are.
Strange.
Yeah, that is.
2014, 2013.
Who owns? Let me see. Hey, Shea Wolfies, thanks for staying up with us here. I'm just reading some of the comments on the YouTube here. They may have buried Kamel in Islamic cemetery. I wonder if that's why I've been having a hard time finding where she was actually buried. Or buried. Not sure what all that's about.
I thought she was buried on private property.
Yeah, that's what an Islamic cemetery would qualify as, I would think. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I don't want to say it on publicly. Anyway, I'm just finding it interesting that things keep changing.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is all ever changing, even after their death, which is very, very strange.
Yeah, there should be no activity after. Go ahead.
Has anyone looked at their bills? Because one thing that I was thinking about, I mean, I'm not saying I believe they were there for 3 weeks, but you think about, okay, most billing cycles for your electricity, is like a month. So has anyone looked at their bills to see if, like, they were on auto pay or, like, where they were in their billing cycle? Did someone pay their electricity? I mean, that might be able to, like, debunk this timeline.
We have their financial records. I'm not sure who's gone through them or who might be. If anybody can answer that question, please do. I mean, we have a 276 pages.
Where would I find
You can find them on Greg's website. And there are some that are auto pay, and then there's others where they did receive a hard copy in the mail, and you can see that there's like a pink, maybe 2 pink envelopes for a past due that's in the mail. But everything else that was on auto pay was being paid. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now. Pulling up the pages. I really, this is one of the things that I really still have not gotten a chance to go thoroughly through yet. So I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff in here, though, for sure.
And we only have a snapshot of the joint account and David's account. We have nothing on Camille whatsoever.
Huh.
I found Camel's LinkedIn. It's still up. It says she's self-employed, and it still says that she has a Mind Body Dietitian LLC in her employment. However, has anybody researched Park Nicollet Health Partners?
What's the name?
Mm-mm.
Park Nicollet Melrose Institute. Here,
No.
I'll put the link in the. I'll put her link in her LinkedIn chat.
Park Nicollet. What's the last part of it? Typing
Park
it.
Nicollet Melrose Institute.
Melrose.
Her LinkedIn is in the.
Okay.
In the conference call chat.
Eating disorder hotline. Parknicollet.com. Let's look at that. Melrose Center.
Oh, hold up here. Hey, Greg, you're
Yeah.
showing on Camille's social media now.
What do you mean?
I'm taking a photo of this.
What do you mean? Are we time traveling here?
No. I guess because you link her on your website, you're now pulling up on her background for been verified.
Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, that's just what what these aggregators do. They just automatically scour the internet and they pull whatever similarities and relative information they can. So it's the reason why they're not very reliable.
There's a lot of things involved in this park. I'm looking at their website right now. Look at all this stuff.
I think that's where she did it. She probably did her internship there as well.
This is amazing. No wonder.
I can't even read that.
Yeah, she's. Yeah, she was.
Was she involved in this? I can't read it. The writing is way too small.
Yeah, it's probably too small for you. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger.
She worked for Park Nicollet
a little better
until June of 2014. So I'm going to go and reference their website on Wayback Machine for April.
Hey Paulette, thanks for joining us in the YouTube chat here. We are live on the Gray Stage YouTube channel. We're all just chatting here. Justin, Pansy, Christy. Is that what it is? Is that right? Christy, not Christine?
Yeah.
Okay. And Sophia, Christy, Sophia, myself, and all of you in the chat room, She-Wolf and Paulette, thank you all for joining us here. Keeping this case going, researching, because that's what is needed. Somebody's got to do it. This is an amazing
Justin.
Yes.
Healthcare. Go ahead.
Francis Crowley is either a grandfather or a great uncle. 81 years old. They don't have him down as deceased, so he must be still alive.
Let's see. That's really strange. It's very, very strange. Because I have a grandmother who passed. She passed in December and her phone bill was paid all the way up until I think up in here until recently, and she wasn't listed as current on Intellius, so I found that weird as well. That somebody from way back then, 2014, beginning 2015, would still have active records, as opposed to now. Let's see.
And when I went into AT&T, I was asking about codes. When he put in the phone number, that's where it showed that the account was still being paid for. The account had been put on hold because they were 30 days behind in the bill. When I went the next day to a different AT&T, they put the number in, and I said, "Oh, it's probably going to show that the account is on hold." And he said, "No, it's not on hold. It's been paid."
That's really weird.
And that date was when? What's the date?
Oh, that was a couple months ago.
Okay.
Were you able to ever to find if how that account was being paid for, whether it was debit card or a bank account?
No. We never got into the account. It was only he was putting the number in, and then that was as far as we got. I didn't have a PIN code or anything like that, and then I told him that I wasn't going to even try because the rest of that is illegal.
Yes, it is.
And so I wasn't even going to bother.
I mean, if it's possible to get somebody from AT&T to disclose that information, because I don't believe it would technically be illegal since the person is technically deceased, because you can't violate the privacy of someone who's deceased unless you're committing some kind of criminal act,
like fraud or something.
Yes. Which makes me think that the reason why that Kamel and David still have current information and information being updated is because they might be currently being defrauded right now.
Wow.
Like somebody's probably piggybacking off of her credentials. It's very well possible. Or
why would somebody do that? Like, what would be the purpose?
So
there's
somebody
some unscrupulous people out there.
What immediately comes to mind when I consider such an action would be to want to be able to get access to the perks of what a degree like that would have to offer without having to go to school all those years. It's easy to fraud a university. So I would imagine that somebody just mainly has a fake ID that has her name and the picture of whoever has that ID, relative age, and is currently probably doing work in sleep study.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here real quick, guys. To let you know, I'm gonna jump off. And thanks for letting me be part of this. And I will listen to the rest of it tomorrow.
Pleasure.
Greg, don't stay on late.
I won't.
This is your mother talking. Okay.
Well, we go a few more minutes.
That's sad. I am old enough to be your mom, so listen, young man. Okay. Anyway, good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Catherine.
Good night, Catherine.
Okay.
I have a really freaky question, and I've looked at so much stuff, and so y'all don't think I'm a weirdo, but I watched this one video that someone posted on Facebook, and they were talking about how it is possible for noises and voices and sounds to be piped into your home through electrical devices.
Yes.
And I listened to it, and it was really freaky. I mean, he was like playing all of these sounds and voices that he was recording. Now, he could have been manufacturing this. I don't know. I'm just saying, has anyone else seen that video?
No.
I know about it.
Yeah.
I know it's possible. My daughter had a, this is going to sound weird, but she had a baby monitor, and this is when she was living with roommates, and she had it downstairs, and the baby was asleep upstairs. And all of a sudden she heard this laughing and babbling, and she thought the baby was awake, and so she ran upstairs, but the baby was not awake. And then she heard somebody talking to the baby, and it was supposedly picking up somebody nearby, but we didn't know anybody else who had a child that was surrounding them. So
Any
Yeah, that's
appliance.
weird. I was just wondering if it had anything to do with the voices that were going on that she was hearing, because they, so obviously tried to make her look like she was crazy. Tried to make it look like they both were losing their minds and stuff. And so, I mean, if, obviously those recordings are real. I mean, it's his voice and it's her voice, but someone could have been doing that to them.
Oh yeah, like targeting them.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a very
Yeah.
possible thing. Yeah, absolutely.
Any appliance that you buy now that is electronically, anyway, they put that in there now. You can watch your every move and listen to every word you say.
That's right.
And it
They can
also,
do it through apps on your phone. They can do it through your computer.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
it's very, very easy. Any electronics that's a smart electronic, they can do it.
and through your electrical wiring in your house.
And
Believe it or not.
supposedly, what this guy was saying is it's done so quietly a lot of the time
Yes.
that you hear it on a subliminal level.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
auditorily hear it, so you start hallucinating and thinking your house is possessed, basically, and stuff like that. And so I mean, I just wasn't sure if that was your. I mean, I'm just because you're paranoid doesn't mean everyone's not. I don't think it's you, but I mean, I'm a paranoid person. I don't own any of that stuff. I don't have a smart TV, so I thought I was safe. But this guy said they can even do it analog. That
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be through like the little box that you get through Amazon or through a smart TV or anything. Because I thought I was being smart and going, well, I'm not having any of that stuff.
It's very dangerous these days, I'm telling you.
It is.
Very dangerous.
That's why people love to go out into the wilderness where there is none of that. Of course, they're building all that out there now too, but it's just basically radio waves. I mean, when I worked in radio, they would always talk about that stuff, about low frequencies that really you can't really hear. You can hear them, but you can't. They sound like ringing, like ears ringing, and just all that stuff. And that's all old stuff. So I can only speculate on how that has grown from way back when.
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy was saying, and he was saying that he has worked in the music industry for a long time,
Yeah.
and so he knows about, I mean, this stuff, and it just blew my mind, because that was something that never even occurred to me. I mean,
Have you got
on
have you
that
guys
level.
have you guys ever read up on that 5G?
Yeah.
That was wait for somebody to bring that up.
Yes.
Yeah,
That is going to be whether you like it or not.
I think it's 5G has already been known to kill birds, so we'll see where that
Right.
goes.
Right.
Wow.
Well, friends, that's all I pretty much have for this evening. If I have anything more, I'll be sure to present it. I'm just trying to get all the any kind of change in public record, anything like that. I'll be sure to try and keep note of.
That's great.
As soon as I'm able to get my TransUnion account up, I'm not sure how long that will take, but I'll try to pull as much from that as I can. And with TransUnion, anything such as marriage records should for sure show up. It's kind of strange that there was not any marriage records publicly available in regards to David and Kamel that I could find. I don't know. Were you able to find anything like that besides the one that was hanging up on the wall, Greg?
No.
Hmm.
No,
Well,
I haven't.
they got married in a time when things like that were being logged online, so it's very strange.
It was still kind of early, right? Still some of the earlier days, but yeah.
I think it was like 2008, wasn't it? They got
Yeah.
married. Gosh dang.
Yep. I believe it was 2008.
Well, thank you for sharing your information tonight, Justin.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad that we've got people that are, interested in finding justice, even though every day this case gets older.
Yeah.
We lose a little bit of chance every day, though, but we just got to keep trying.
That's right. That is
All right,
correct.
friends. Hope everything goes well with y'all. Hope y'all have a good week, and look forward to speaking to y'all soon.
Thank you again, man. We'll see you
Thank you
soon.
again.
Yeah, all of y'all.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. Thank y'all.
Night.
All right. Well, any final words here? I'm gonna keep to my word. I'm gonna make Catherine's gonna
Good
make
night.
me stay to my word here. But if anybody
Good night.
has any final words here, we will go there and then we'll shut this down and hopefully come back and do this again soon. I thought this went well.
Yeah, we're getting a little further into it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
We're getting closer.
We just need different people in here with different ideas,
That's right. That's right.
Well, thank y'all for letting me in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you for joining
it's
us.
good hearing from you.
Yeah, I thought you brought some really good stuff to the table. So it's
Yeah.
been a really good chat here. So if
Well, I'm
anybody,
gonna tell y'all good night.
all right, I'll say good night. And any final words here, or else I'm gonna shut this puppy down.
Just like to thank everybody listening, and please keep out there researching because we need all possible researchers on this.
Yeah, we
At
do.
all the eyes that we can get on these files. We really could use it.
That's right.
Yes, we can.
I'm sure I could have said that a better way.
Yeah.
Christy, any final words?
So
Good
thank
night,
you all.
everybody. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Pansy.
Good night.
Night.
Yes, Christy.
Good night.
Okay, good night.
I did. I mean, I don't want to open up a whole other discussion, but I'm just wondering if I can get a really quick
Sure.
answer. Because it was on the findings that you posted, and I think you and I kind of talked back and forth about it a little bit. But the on the wall there were no latent fingerprints. Any thoughts on that?
We have problems here because you have the police who were there at the scene saying that there were fingerprints. Then you have obviously the Minnesota BCA Joe Cooksley, their crime scene team lead, saying that there weren't. So we got a big problem there.
Okay, and there's not really anything we could do about it because it's not there anymore.
Well, maybe we can use it to
Yeah.
get the case reopened because obviously
Yeah.
you can't have it both ways. Now, everybody can look at that photo, and what does everybody think? Are there latent
I think
prints?
a rag or something, an object that was wadded up was used, is my opinion.
Let's see if I can pull
I
that
don't think
one
it was a hand. I think it was some kind of cloth or paper or something like that. So where is that?
Well, where's the bucket that was supposedly used? If, like to collect the
Exactly.
blood.
Yeah. And that opens up a whole other thing that I'll have to ask about next time we talk because I don't want to keep everyone on here.
Definitely.
forever.
Yeah.
And shouldn't there be more blood all over the wall and all over the back of that couch and everything?
Yeah, and like the garland that's on the back of the couch that has the lights on it, and that wasn't tested for anything. I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but if you look at the couch, it looks like garland was hanging on the wall there.
I think those are
If you
Christmas
look
lights.
to the right of the couch, yeah, they're plugged into the wall, and I don't see why anyone would have them laying across the back of the couch. I think they were actually on the wall. So if they were on the wall, why didn't they check those for prints or for blood?
Or why didn't they just remove the clock so they could finish writing a la ooh?
Yeah, exactly.
All great
But
questions.
yeah, I have a lot of questions, but I mean, I'll just have to start private messaging everyone and stuff. And I've been mainly messaging Catherine and Greg because, sad to say, I'm extremely paranoid myself. So, I mean, I'm glad to be able to be involved in the talk and get to know people so that I feel okay talking to other people so I don't bombard Greg.
That's no problem there.
You can feel free to message me if you want, Christy, and I can bounce some ideas off your head, and you can bounce some off of mine.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
If you look at the list where Dan welcomes everybody, my name is right on there.
Oh, okay, great. That's awesome.
Pansy, are you still there?
I want to make a comment.
Go for it.
Yes, I want to make a comment on these plants that's sitting here in the corner
Yeah.
by the couch. They're not wilted.
I think they're fake. You talking about the ones on the left side here?
So?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think those are fake plants.
Well, they're sure growing good.
They look pretty good.
Yeah. I hope they're fake because they don't look wilted.
Yeah, and I think this is how they were found. Go ahead.
And I was just going to let y'all know, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I live in Alabama, and the University of Auburn is like one of the best veterinary schools in the nation. And I spoke to a teacher out there and a veterinarian out there about all the bone stuff and everything. And I wrote a big long thing on the page about it. But essentially, with him being a regular dog eating normal food, I was told by an expert, I mean, it's one expert, but I've talked to a couple of other vets in my community too, and the consensus is that that dog would not be able to digest that amount of bone.
That's right.
Also, when you have a moment, look at the basement pictures, and you'll see the water heater and bags of salt next to the water heater. Would the dog really be able to drink the toilet water and any water coming from the faucets if it had salt added to it? They were drinking bottled water. I'm fairly certain that
I find that really interesting that they were like, so, oh, there's nothing down in the basement to deal with. I mean, they weren't real, but kind of, and so that leads me to wonder about, well, I'm still tossing around, were they removed from the house or were they taken downstairs? I do believe that their blood was drained out of their bodies. But and I have not shared it because it is a horribly graphic photo. I mean, it's absolutely horribly graphic. I mean, I can barely even look at it. But I'm not saying this is what happened. But what the photo is it is a woman in the Middle East that married a non-Muslim man. And they are holding her, and they have slit her throat, and they are draining her blood into like a big giant bucket. And that is punishment for marrying a non-Muslim man. Now, I'm not saying I think this was an honor killing. What I'm saying is I think that it was someone attempted to make it look like one, and that's why I think that happened to them.
That's been one of the theories of why they tried to shut everything down so quickly. and in this city, in that state, in Minnesota, uh, it was a very sensitive time, and nobody wanted
It
to
still
hear
is.
anything bad. Yeah, it still is. You're right. They didn't want to hear the bad stuff about any Muslims, or ripping people's heads off, chopping people's heads off, stuff like that, and stuff that I find to be very satanic. So I
Mhm.
was very worried
Mhm.
about that.
It is.
There's a lot of things like that. So it's
Well, not that
definitely
I'm
deep.
pointing fingers,
Hmm.
but there's a high Somali residence residency in Minnesota.
Yeah, you just had that one cop who got sent to prison. I think he's gonna do at least nine years. He shot some woman uh, who reported a crime. This guy was a cop, and he was like part of some special program. And Dan did a whole video. Dan's done a couple videos on that, but that was one of the fascinating cases, because it was like, okay, finally, we finally had some type of justice for this lady. And because for the longest time I couldn't figure out why she got murdered. She hears somebody possibly being raped. She calls cops. The cops don't show up. She calls them again. They finally show up. There's two cops in this cop car. The cop in the passenger side pulls out his gun, reaches over and shoots this lady. This lady comes up to the driver's side window. So he pretty much almost shot his fellow cop. It's just very weird stuff. Basically, it's a to me, what I thought after all of that is, and a lot of this stuff here is too, it's a training issue of how they are being trained, what they're being trained for. And I really hope that this Crowley case, like other cases, can be used to help train cops, to help train people for some of these things. If nothing else, they need to learn from this. There were things that should have been done in this case that were not done. And I hope that not only officers in that state, but officers countrywide, worldwide, can look at this case and learn from it, and make sure that they don't do all of the bad things that were done in this case. At the same time, I am hoping to use a lot of the stuff that they got wrong to help figure out a way to reopen this case.
I'm praying that happens.
Me
I
too.
really do.
Me too.
Me too. And
That
if
would
it's
be
God's will,
incredible if they could reopen it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Greg.
You know,
We've taken
thank
up a lot of
you
your
so
time.
much for spending your
Got it.
time with us. We really appreciate it.
You got it, and we'll come back here on this same channel here, and I'll let everybody know pretty much the same way that we did now. If anybody wants to join us next time, there will be a special link for everybody in that group, in the Justice for David Crowley and Family group. We'll go live. Obviously we'll have topics if nobody has anything to talk about. We had a lot to cover, so I can't wait to come back next time, and we will continue this topic. I'd love to talk more about the latent prints. I'd love to talk more about some of the occult angles, some of the paranormal stuff, some of the hearing voices, all of that. It's a very sensitive topic that I've kind of been holding off on, but I think it's time.
Yeah, I do too.
All right, good peeps. I'm shutting this down. Thank you all for joining us, and everybody for listening, for watching on YouTube, and everybody that has been praying for us, and everybody that wants justice, everybody that is truly seeking justice. Thank you all very much, and until next time, have a great night.
Okay.
Bye now.
Bye now. Hey everyone, thank you all for joining us here. Welcome to the 4th show of the Gray Stage live stream, and I have Sophia here with me. Hey Sophia.
Hey, everybody.
Greetings, and we got
Hope everyone is doing great. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's all good. We're live here, so I know we got another person on the line too. If you'd like to jump in there, please feel free at any time. We're going to...
Pansy here.
Hey Pansy, how are you?
Oh, I'm making it.
Are you making it? Good.
I'm making it.
Glad to hear that. That's always a good thing when we're on this side of the dirt. Unfortunately,
Right on.
tonight we're going to be talking about people that aren't. Well, I mean, depending on your theory, I guess, unless you think they're dead, and unless you think that they're not dead, that they faked their own death, or that somebody faked their death. Yeah. So I know that's been a big theory too. That was one of the early theories, really, was that they had faked their death. They're in Hollywood. They're living out their dream. They're in witness protection, like some Hillary Clinton. I know that's come back up again too. I'm starting to see that again. You just never know. But what we really want to do here, we can always talk about anything, but what we really want to do here is kind of go over the factual documents, go over the research, try to stick to the facts, try to leave our theories out of it as much as possible, which is almost impossible because when you look at the valid theories, and there are a lot of valid theories out there. I just don't want to get too caught up into one theory when I'm still at point A here, 5 years later. So, as long as everything is good here, I'm gonna see if we are actually. Probably should check if we're live on YouTube. That would probably help, or else we're just sitting here talking to ourselves.
We're live.
Okay. I'm curious where it shows up because I'm looking on my channel right now. Yeah, I'm looking. I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and I do not see any indication that we are live. But whatever. YouTube is not my friend.
Did this before.
Okay. Oh, okay. There it is.
Not
I see. All right. Just checking on that. Okay. So I think last we left off at about page 56, page 57. Again, we are going to try our best to keep this to about 60 minutes. It's been pretty much impossible so far, but that is ultimately our goal. So that's where we're going to go. Before I get started here, Sophia or Pansy, anything you want to say while we open up?
Yes, I would like to ask everyone to read that post that we posted this evening about Arcticide.
Mm-hmm.
It is really, really, really interesting. It's about Clintons and how they get away with people, and it sounds so much like what we're reading.
That was posted in the
Like,
that was posted in the group, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yes.
Let's see if I can pull that up here.
it is so interesting.
What
So
do you guys?
much like what we're into.
Yeah, it is. Okay, here it is. I got it up right here. Examining Jeffrey Epstein's death as Arkanside with special guest Larry Nichols. Larry Nichols, that's an interesting character too. Interesting person to research for sure. Now, what do you guys think? You think? I mean, Colleen just asked us to just listen to the first 5 minutes, and the first 5 minutes are
Well,
like.
no,
And you listened
actually,
to the whole thing.
Okay.
Did you?
Yes. Almost. It's interesting all the way through it. It's about things that aren't normal ways of death, you know. Especially this one day, both of his hands were cut off. His spine was severed in back, and his feet were cut off. And then he torched himself, which that's impossible if you don't have hands or feet, you know, or whatever I had to think with. It's just really, really odd.
Yeah,
Really odd.
it certainly is.
And they did things to where they couldn't be investigated. They had people working for them, you know, lots of people. They covered up a lot of stuff, you know, where it couldn't be found out. It's really interesting. Y'all need to watch it.
Yep, I would
Make
agree.
you think about what happened to David now.
I can remember gosh, when I first came to the group, I was like, Greg, don't ban me, but it almost sounds like the Clintons were in on this. And I can remember Greg posting back, because I thought I banned you. But, yeah, I mean, the Crowley murders, you have to ask yourself, did they have anything? But as far as I can tell from my research, I haven't come across anything that they would have had on the Clintons.
What about that donor list that they had? Or there was some list in David's, in his office bedroom, in the printer, actually. And it's a list of the top 100 or 200 contributors or donors. Never really got a clear answer exactly for what that donor list was for, but...
Now, the donor list is very interesting because there's quite a few people who are no longer living. Either tragic car accidents or plane crashes or murder-suicides, so that is a really interesting list.
In that list?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Wow.
In fact, there was another Minnesota couple, very, very wealthy. They are listed on that list. I believe it's the back page of the list. And there was just a quote-unquote murder-suicide. Was it back in June or May? Something like that. It was several months ago. And that's when I really started looking into the list, because something inside my head clicked and said, they're in Minnesota, I'm going to look at the list to see if they're on it. And lo and behold, they were.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And I do believe you can find that list. I pulled up an image here, but the image is not that good. But you can find that list in the BCA 485 page document. Right now we're going through the 488 page, which is the most recent one. But in the 485 page document, or PDF of documents and all that, you can find every other page, because when they scanned this list, they only scanned one side of the page. They did not scan both sides, unfortunately, which it would have been nice if they would have scanned both sides. I'm sure they meant to and just didn't. It just didn't work out that way. But yeah, the contribution, I mean, these totals there's a lot of money. We're talking, I mean, the number one is almost $10 million, what it looks like. So
Oh my goodness.
yeah, and then kind of drops down to about 2.2, goes down more from that. But we're talking, I think it's the top 100 or the top 200.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead
That's
and...
interesting.
Yeah, that really is, and when you start thinking about this stuff and how it ties, or if it ties, of course we can, our minds can actually wander a bit, but there's nothing wrong with that, because we are just talking about this, trying to find out what happened, what is possible, what is plausible, and of course what really happened here. So, unless you have anything else, Pansy, on that?
No, that's it.
Okay. And Sophia?
Mm-mm.
All right. I know we have Walter listening in. I'm not sure if he's gonna chime in, but I do appreciate you, Walter, for listening in here. And
hello there.
hey, Walter, how are you, man?
I'm doing fine, just learning and growing with this and looking at this investigation, as I found it most intriguing due to the availability of facts, and it seems like the ignorance of those who are running cases like this to follow them.
Right. That's it. And then PIs that are hired later to fall into
Yes.
the same category, kind of. They just no, it's fine. Nothing to see here.
Yes, it's kind of interesting how this case gets buried the more they dig into it, so to speak.
Right. That's true. Oh, that's always been an issue here with this case and so many other cases. But again, We'll keep marching on here.
Got to keep prodding on, going for it.
That's right. All right, so right now we are looking at page 57 of the 488-page document, and we are looking at some of the back and forth between the BCA analysts. And we left off, I believe last time we left off to where it was February 18th, February 19th, right before they're about to find item 57, the bullet that they missed and weren't able to discover till 1 month later. One day before that, or maybe actually on the same day is what it looks like, they have still not charged anybody in this case. And that was found, I believe, on page 56. So on page 56, they're very clear to say we have not charged anybody in this case. This is actually at the top of page 57. And this is from Tommy Booth to DPS Catherine Roach. Good morning, Catherine. Nobody has been charged in this case, so I am giving your permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. So it's very, very clear. Not only have they not charged anybody in the case, they never do charge anybody in this case, which leads back to the same question of why we are supposed to believe that David Crowley is guilty, and what is it based on? Because it sounds like it's based on a theory. And like we've been talking about here, nothing wrong with theories, nothing wrong with talking about theories, but theories don't necessarily make fact. Now, there is obviously one theory that will lead to the facts, and that is the theory of the truth. Whatever that is, and God knows what that is, whatever it is, that is what really happened. That's the only theory that I think that we should be kind of moving forward to, is whatever the truth is. And then at that point, it obviously is not theory, it is fact. Walter, anything here you want to say about this case, or else we're just going to we're just been wadding through some of these pages, and we're just going to, I'm going to read some stuff, we're going to look at these documents, and then we'll get people's comments on them.
Okay, well, one thing that has intrigued me about this case is, one, the lack of interest to really get to what you're talking about, the theory of the truth, in which they have thrown out. What intrigues me is that a police department, Apple Valley in this case, came to a conclusion quickly, and I'm sure in that document there's a listing of what their conclusion was based on. And in all of the times that I have been listening in on this, I have seen no real evidence for them to come to any conclusion. It, in fact, is the exact opposite of what they conclude based on the evidence and things that they look at, from my perspective, that I have seen and heard from Catherine and you in looking at it. And one of the issues is, what other department other than Apple Valley was involved in this case? I know there were others than just Apple Valley Police Department, if I am not mistaken.
That's right.
That there were others looking at this, and they seemed to back up Apple Valley in a sense, without any real review of the evidence as we've seen it, and it just brings up questions. How did they overcome those hurdles? Is there anything that they list or write in their report that overcomes the hurdles that we have seen?
No, I don't think so. Sophia, do you see anything? No. Pansy, no. How about you?
No.
No. Nobody's seeing anything in the documents that would back up their theory.
And that then goes to, there's the big question then we must ask, as John Q. Public, why? Why? And this goes more not to not knowing the facts, but turning a blind eye for what reason? Because this is what it appears to me. They're turning away from the truth to come up with a conclusion that is obviously not supported by facts. And that leads to the other question. Why are they doing it that way? And who is compelling them to publicly support this kind of nonsense? That's the questions that come up in my mind, because this obviously has a basis of reasoning from their perspective to turn the case over like this, like the case in California. What was that case where the father and it killed his two children and the dog? I forgot the name of that.
Philip Marshall.
Oh yeah, Philip Marshall. The same kind of issue comes up. People die. It appears to be suicide and murder, as with Philip Marshall. And then, however, there are some incongruent facts that don't fit the end conclusion, which this is seemingly something that's not just involved with Apple Valley, but maybe across the nation or across globally. So what we're touching here is something that might be more of not just a local issue, but a bigger issue based on David Crowley's involvement in his movie and what it was involved with and whom it was touching. Not comparing him to Epstein, but Epstein touched a lot of, let's just say, a big power base. And it did not surprise me that he ended up, he committed suicide in the most secure, the most regulated and secure prison there, or jail in New York. And he was first put on, a watch, keep him committing suicide. Then they took him off the watch, and then he commits suicide. And I haven't heard the details. They just said he was found unresponsive. So I'm assuming he hung himself, which is the general method that you can do in prison. That's the only way. But if you are subject to that, then you don't get anything which you can use to commit suicide. But conveniently for a lot of people who are involved with Epstein, that case now goes civil versus public, in which there would have been trial and talking of different, people who were involved with the young women. And this case with David, likewise, may have touched, and my point being, may have touched on areas and people in his movie that he was going forward with very well. And it touched in areas that maybe somebody did not want him to go. And as I remember looking at that particular aspect, the Gray State really touched to me on a worldwide consortium of people that might have been interested in ending the propagation of his film.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
agree.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I
And
really.
it's almost scary. It could happen in your community. If it happens there, it can happen anywhere.
Right. And when you look at the reach that David's film had, or I keep calling it a movie, but it was just a movie trailer. There was no movie ever made. But when you look at that trailer and you look at the reach and how that trailer resonated with so many people from so many different countries and has been translated in so many languages, to almost to the point where, well, you don't even really need that. It is scary. It is scary. And I think some people, especially back in 2012, were probably scared because there is a lot of truth to it, because we have seen this stuff. They do that. It happened later on, not where the police are kicking down doors, but during the Boston bombing. Right after that, when they were looking for the two quote unquote suspects for the Boston bombing, they were, it was like a scene out of David's trailer. It really was. And so we are, we're seeing a lot of what David was writing about, a lot of the stuff that he was touching on, personally, I'm seeing it in a different light now, and I'm still not a fan of the project. I'm not a fan of any of that, and definitely not a fan of anybody that he was working with. But I do see it differently now, and I do wonder what it would be like if he was still here fighting with us instead of 6 feet deep, or I guess not even 6 feet deep, because he's just ashes. That's all there is. So
Well, somebody wanted him out of the way. I think so. And I think the evidence at the house illustrates there was some type of struggle. And it,
definitely.
and he wouldn't, I don't think he would kill his daughter.
No.
I just don't think so. I have no doubt in my mind he would not do that to his daughter or his wife. Excuse me. And that begs to say, who was using the daughter and the wife as a tool? It seems like somebody was trying to convince him to do something that he would not do. And since he would not do it, they killed him. My opinion. And they killed him because he would not acquiesce to a demand that he stop whatever he was doing that was leading him in the direction of making that movie. And I think that was the basis for this killing. There must be a motive for a killing, and there must be a purpose, unless it's a random crazy person who has just lost his mind, which happens at times. But this looks like a calculated removal. And what shocked me was the fact that they didn't kill just him. They killed his daughter and his wife. So they were trying to send a message out, and I don't think it was just to him. I think there was something, people who do this in regards to something they're trying to prevent like to send a message. And it's clearly elevated that message in the way that the local police handled it, and everybody that has gotten involved. They fall in line with the same turning a blind eye to the facts. And that means to me, there's somebody bigger in the picture that is controlling the information, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And that is more than likely telling them, this is why it was done, stay out of it, stick to the script, which is what everybody has done. There is a script, I think, and that's what they're sticking to. And that means that it's not the local police that maybe even want to do it this way, but they're compelled to. And that's what I say makes it scary. This goes higher up and is more broad-based than what we are seeing, obviously.
Absolutely.
I believe it.
I don't know if anybody concurs with me on that, but that's how it looks from my perspective.
I believe it.
Well, it's not only the officials, but those of us who have actually dug deeper and have requested information or actually made contact with people in regards to this case. I'm not talking about family and friends, people. I'm talking like the officials in regards to this case,
Okay.
making contact with them. We've had things happen in our personal lives because of that.
That does
Some
suggest
things-
something. Yes.
Yeah, some things I'm willing to talk about publicly, and other things I'm not willing to talk about publicly.
I can understand. And it goes to support the fact, based on my observation, that there is a governing body somewhere in an official position that is monitoring this and keeping tabs on where information goes. And they want one thing: control of the data and the direction regarding David Crowley, because they have a vested interest, and they may say it's national security even, which is always a common moniker to cover up ops and things that they don't want known. National security, that's a coverall. And that's what makes me suspicious about this case. And as I have told Greg earlier, this smells like something much bigger, and it's probably even a small piece of a bigger puzzle that we do not have access to see. But there's a reason. Like I say, the reason is the motive for them to do this. Whatever that reason is they think that this life was sacrificed, and an innocent daughter and woman, and David Crowley being innocent, they sacrificed them on the altar of, we could
Bohemian.
just say, a cremation of care,
Right.
if I may add that in there. Um, I think things like this kind of pass through California at times. Greg, you may know what I'm referring to in
Mhm.
the Monterio thing. I think these things come across through there in some aspects in very, very tight circles and in very, very closed rooms regarding things like national security, who's trouble, who's not, what do we need to move on, and what do we need to stay off of or watch and monitor. So it's a very big spectrum, but I think these little things like this illustrate that there is a controlling party involved that is constantly getting the info and getting the direct data that gives them the opportunity to act against certain people. Like one just spoke here, like there's been threats, there have been calls, there are people that are out there really saying, we don't want you talking about that. You never know what can happen. They always speak very lucidly and directly to our fears. And that's what I think happened to the Apple Valley Police Department. And anybody who gets involved in this and really starts tackling the people who were dealing with it, those things happen. And I'm prayerful for each one here that you be protected. Right. Truth is to be done. And that's what you got to do. You go for the truth and pray, one, for those who are involved in the covering of darkness, and realize they're people too, and they may be in fear for their lives also. And I always think on the other side of the coin. If I was covering something up, why would I do it? Well, generally it's a threat to your life, or even worse, those around you you love, you fear for them. And this definitely smells like a high operation cover up. For what reason? I think the motive tied to the movie, he was getting into things that was touching things that they were not keen on letting to be aired in the public. And he was somebody that was going to get it done. They knew David Crowley would get this done. Second of all, he was a Christian, a believer, which there are some that are naturally opposed to those who are of the faith. And especially since, like Greg or myself, I want to seek the truth and put it out there, because we are to confront darkness and expose it. What do they want to do? They want to hide and conceal it. So that's the world we're dealing in. And I realize that each time I get on this, that I know my life could be in the mix. That if they don't like what I do, or they want to stop the investigation or stop queries, they can make it look like this: murder, suicide, or their best way, make it look like an accident. There are books in the CIA and the NSA that strive to make things look like it's self-inflicted, accidental, or other persons involved, meaning anybody but the government or who's actually doing the deed, and make the trails look obvious, as they tried to do with David Crowley, and blame the dog for it. The dog did it. He tore up things. Oh, he did that. And it just smells to high heaven to me, and it really reeks of lies and contemptuous cover-up. And I still tie it to the movie, but there might have been more that David knew that was not revealed, or part of the movie even, that he did stumble on in making this movie. So I don't know what y'all think along those lines, but that's kind of what's been in the back of my mind concerning this case since it's been brought to my attention. And I've looked at some of the things that were encountered by those investigating, and how quickly they closed this case and said murder, suicide, and move on.
Right.
I'm with you on that one.
And it's hard not to look at who surrounded him, because that was a nest of vipers right there.
Yep. that I saw. And there was a lot of, I think, avenues to cover up who really did this. And I think they were making use of it. Um, I don't know what the actual persons or who was involved and what they're trying to cover up, other than the fact they did not want it known. And
Mm.
David was surrounded by people that were not exactly his friends. And one of them could be complicit in his murder, if not duly and totally involved in it. So that's other aspects involved, because one of the things that the government likes to do is infiltrate, investigate, and then make a decision. They may have had somebody in there with David looking at this and going, oh, we got to cut this right now. I don't know that, but I suspect it.
Yeah, which is a very good assumption. I'm not sure. Is that the right word to use for that?
Yep.
I think so.
Not pointing fingers. I'm just saying it's a pretty good guess.
Yeah, and I'm not wanting to run with who it might be in there. Uh, it's it's kind of like the Kennedy assassination. They try to lead you everywhere but to the truth. And they follow, this seems, the same mantra. They put just 40,000 different directions it could be to cover up the way that it really is.
That's right. And I just want to say hi to the people who have joined us on the YouTube live chat room. I want to say hi to Kath and to Mallory and to everybody else. Really appreciate you all helping us keeping this case going. And like I said, again, we got, listeners, people who are looking at this case globally. This is a global case. So I definitely thank everybody who has helped out, everybody who is here joining us now. And we also want to welcome Christy. Christy is also joining us. Christy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you good. Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Good.
So what's your view on all this? What are you thinking?
Well, I believe that all of this is possible. One thing that I've really been looking into and wondering about that has perplexed me is because I've been into all of this. It's funny that Kennedy was mentioned, because that's one of the things that is something that I really study a lot, and I just keep uncovering more and more and more stuff. And what I wonder about is if he knew something. I mean, I know that he wasn't really dug in deep when he was in the military, but I believe that he would have had to have known something, or really been a threat on some huge level, because there are so many documentaries out there that you can find that are about these secret societies. I don't know if we should name any specific ones, but it really doesn't matter, because like I messaged you, Greg, and told you I was like looking into all of this stuff, and I've been researching, and what I have come to the conclusion to believe is that they're all connected.
Absolutely.
And there are people that are members of more than one of the societies. And this goes all the way back to Kennedy. I mean, I was just reading about someone last night that I had never heard of. A woman, what was her name? There was a Christine Keeler, and then there was another woman that was involved, and she was not only a double agent, she was like a triple agent, but she had dealings with the Kennedys, and I can't remember the guy's name that got all of the women for all of the politicians and stuff like that back then. But her name was her last name was Novotny. And let me look and see. She, and a lot of people don't know about this because a lot of this went on over in England, even though they had a very strong presence in Washington. But bear with me. I'm trying to find her name so that I don't want to say anything inaccurate. Her name was Mariella Novotny, and she was married to a man named Horace Dibben. And she originally was from Czechoslovakia, and she was the queen of, I'm just going to say it, and I'm not meaning to be inappropriate, but she was the queen of, like, sex parties. And Stephen Ward, and all of this is out there because of the Freedom of Information Act. You can find all of this. All of this stuff has come to light because they keep releasing more and more and more papers. And Stephen Ward was the guy that worked, and he got Kennedy and all of the other guys women, and he dealt with this woman. Well, not only was she the queen of the sex parties that they had, she worked for MI5 and the Mossad. She had numerous connections. Well, she started talking about writing a book in 1980, and she said that the CIA had her journal, and this was going to really be dynamite. Well, in 1983, she was found dead from a drug overdose, supposedly a suicide. Does that sound familiar?
No, I've never heard of this one. I'm trying to look it up now. I'm actually looking.
It sounds a lot like Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah, Dr. Feelgood. Yeah.
Okay.
Or what about that Hollywood Madam too, or something?
Yeah.
Where she was going to write a book and have that black book and everything, and
exactly.
dead.
Yeah. But I'm not trying to digress. My point is that this goes way back, and they were members of these societies and stuff. And it's really funny because Kennedy actually made a speech about how things shouldn't be secret and whatnot. I'll try and find that speech where he talks about everything should be out in the open and there should be no secrets and stuff like that. And it just made me laugh because they were all dug into these societies. And so it goes all the way back into the 1800s, if not before that. And
Right.
it just goes on and on and on. And so basically my point is there are all kinds of things out there. There's documentaries about each and every one of these organizations and people secretly going in and filming them during ceremonies, and then you've got like major motion pictures that allude to things like Tom Hanks, and I'm not going to name any specific things because I don't want to be accused of saying that anyone's accusing anyone of anything, but there's a Tom Hanks movie that alludes to certain things, and so there's even major motion pictures that allude to things, people getting killed for going places where they shouldn't go. So I'm not ruling that out. I mean, that's a strong possibility, but what I'm wondering is why was he so dangerous for them to do this to him? Because there's so many people out there that are so vocal about this. I mean, you've got the 9/11 people, you've got all kinds of people out there, and Why him? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to, and it's so hard because we're limited to the information that we have, and so it's really hard to figure out.
You're right.
One of the things
Like,
that I
I don't
noted,
know.
well, one of the things I noted about Kennedy, I want to interject here, is that I have looked up, is that there were two things that Kennedy was finding that he did not like. One, the Federal Reserve was not constitutional. He was going to do away with it. Two, the CIA, he said he was going to tear up and scatter into 1,000 pieces. Two things
Yeah.
that I think had great input to what happened. Plus, at the time, our government was looking at him as being too cozy with Russia. And one of the things that's ironic with Kennedy is his family was tied in the war with the Bushes and everything in the past and involved in some of these secret societies. And I think he and his brother, Bobby, disagreed with that. And we're going a new direction. And I think that's why, as you both see, both of them were executed.
And there's a lot
And
of
that,
symbolism. Yeah, and
oh yeah,
what's really interesting is there's a lot of symbolism with his death. I'll post this one documentary that I watched, and I'll send. I mean, if anyone wants any of the information that I've come over, on the internet and stuff, feel free to message me and ask me for it, and I'll send it to you. But it's really interesting the symbolic things that come into play just with his assassination. And like you said, his connection to Russia, that had a huge thing to do with it. And, there was no love lost between him and people in the CIA or even between him and Johnson. The only reason they were still around is because of the dirt that they had on people. They had so much dirt on people, they didn't know how to get rid of these people because they would just keep gathering up all of this information, and they had so much information about the Kennedys and their extracurricular activites and stuff. They couldn't just say, okay, let's get them out of here. He couldn't do that. And so, but like there's a connection with Giacomo, the mobster. There's a real strong line. You can follow it because Giacomo was a mobster. He was associated, and their dad had strong connections with the mob because he started out bootlegging. And so you can follow the line, and what's really interesting is you can follow the line of all of the deaths because Giacomo was connected with Ruby, and Ruby assassinated Oswald,
who had no involvement with Kennedy.
And Oswald supposedly had connections with Russia, but they just killed Oswald so they couldn't prove that he didn't kill Kennedy is the only reason he did it. But, I mean, I'm kind of getting off of the point. But the point is if you know too much, they're going to get rid of you. If you know something and they don't like it, they're going to get rid of you. But that's the million-dollar question.
What did Crowley know?
Exactly. He had to have known something for him to be so dangerous to kill him and his family. He would have had to know something.
And the thing about it is, he wasn't working on his film at the time, was he, Greg?
They were working.
When he was killed, he had not been working on it for a while.
No, he was working on it. He was working on it up until the day he died. So he was working on making a treatment for a TV series. Go ahead.
I mean, I know that, but was he working on the movie effectively at the time he was killed?
Well,
Or
by
was he
that
offline for a while?
he I don't know if he was offline. That's a really good question because it kind of goes back to when did he actually die? Because there if you really look at it, the people he was working with to turn Gray State into a TV series had not heard from him since September.
Whoa.
That's a long time. Now maybe that I might be off by 1 month, but even that is they were
That's a couple
trying
of
to
that's
contact
2
him.
to 3 months.
Yeah, it's a that's
Huh.
a long time. So when we started going back and really thinking about, okay, who saw David win? Who were some of the last people to actually see him? It kind of brings that up. But in September is when the Gray State moved from a movie. They were going to make it a TV series, and David publicly put that out on Facebook. So everybody knew it. Everybody who was hoping that this would be a film, a feature film, now the whole plan changes. Now it's not going to be a feature film. It's going to be a TV series, which may lead into a feature film later on. But that's what David was supposed to be doing at this time, was working on a treatment that would help with this TV series. So he's basically working, which this is normal for him when he gets into that mode where he's writing. So, and then all of a sudden he turns up dead.
Oh, so he was starting to write the scripts for his series
Correct.
that he was wanting to put on TV.
Right.
Did they find those scripts?
That's a really good question. I would assume yes. I think they found everything that was in that house. Everything that he was doing, everything that he was actually working on. They had it all. I think it all, after everything was said and done, I think it went back to David's dad, and from there, the Gray State team got their grubby little hands on it and are still trying to do something with it. That's what I think. They're still trying to make money off of this.
Oh, based on what happened to David, they better take note. Because honestly, if they were to actually get that going, it may not bode well for them if they're really trying to follow up. Because, like I say, I hope it does come out and they get it on the air. I'd like to watch it, to be honest. I really would.
But it won't be his movie. It won't be his
won't be
vision.
his
That's the
idea,
problem.
Nor it will not have the information that he had.
No, it
Because
won't.
I think the reason he was killed is because he knew something. He may have been holding back on it even a little bit for his own good and his family, maybe. I don't know.
It sounds like he was going to take this in a more spiritual. There was going to be a lot more spiritual stuff to it, and a lot of the people that David was actually working with were not Christians. They did not like Christ. They were almost, obviously you could say, well, if you're not of Christ, you are antichrist. So by that by that way you could pretty much say that. But these were not people who wanted to take it in that way. They didn't want it to go in that spiritual. They really just wanted to keep it just a Hollywood blockbuster, true to the
hard facts.
True to that trailer, to the 2012 trailer.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's totally what I took from the trailer with the mark that they were putting on people's arms and them not being able. Obviously, the woman goes into the grocery store. She's not able to buy anything because she doesn't have the triangle on her arm, and then the guillotine.
Oh.
You can't get any more.
This was dealing with the mark of the beast, and the Gray State was dealing with that? Interesting.
Well, he didn't completely say it, but I find it weird that he chose a triangle because and this is just what I believe, it's a personal belief, but anything demonic a lot of times likes to deal in threes because it's mocking God, and a triangle is three-sided. But another thing that's interesting is some triangles can have 6 sides, And so, I mean, I found it really interesting that a triangle was involved. Also, the all-seeing eye, which is associated with many, many, many groups. But then the guillotine and the decapitation just like really just, I was like, okay, I see what direction this is taking, and so that may be the answer to the $1 million question, Greg.
Yeah.
Or also, nobody has mentioned it, but I do think it. The Star of David. Think about it. They have 3 triangles or 3 on top and 3 on bottom, which is their national emblem. Which, if you count the points on each triangle, there's 3, right? Or there's 3 at top, 3 at bottom, 6 points to that star.
Yeah, and if you just turn that star a little bit, then you've got the satanic star.
And the interesting thing about this is that they're talking about their coming Messiah rejecting the true Messiah. So therefore, having 2 Star of Davids as a mark could be quite interesting. Or 3 stars, for example, given as the mark, the tenfold cord, and the number 3 also being involved in that, indicates a possibility of a mark imitating or being close to that. Which I think is keeping with the last days where the true Israel and the 144,000 come at odds against those who have these, what they consider to be the true Israel, based on the law, which cannot save, and those basing and boasting in the Savior about salvation apart from the law by grace through faith.
Yeah.
Which
and
is what is shaking up.
What's interesting is the fact that this case has taken an international interest. I mean, it's just a family in Apple Valley, Minnesota, and yet it's gone
a small little town in Minnesota.
So, I mean, that says a lot, like there's got to be a reason.
Absolutely.
There's got to be a reason.
It's the Spirit of the Most High highlighting the darkness involved and going, this, like John the Baptist crying out to Herod saying, you're wrong. You shouldn't have your brother's wife. You're wrong. And the same thing to Apple Valley in there. This is wrong. And light is being put upon it.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly.
Amen.
I don't think if there wasn't something to it, it wouldn't have spread the way that it has spread. But I think it's something that's very significant, and I think that's why it's grabbed a hold of so many people, because it has a major significance. I don't think that any of us really even know yet, but there's something firmly significant about it. And I think as it unravels, it'll be revealed to us more and more.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
Because the way it's looking right now, this is buried deep. And what else do you have on that document, Greg, that you were reading?
What else?
We got a lot.
There's 488 pages. You were reading the page, though.
That's right.
You were reading the page there. I know. There's 488.
Yes, there are.
Reading specific that you were trying to highlight.
No, it's cool. I mean, we've managed to get through about 56, 57 pages so far. So, and we kind of skipped through.
You're trying to march through all 488.
Well,
that's
yeah.
Be fun.
Well, and this is going to be a long series, right? But these calls are obviously not just limited to that talk, but that's just kind of if the radio goes silent, because Walter, you can't have radio silence. That's a big no-no.
That's a fact. I remember that at Family Radio. We did not. We gave maybe a second. They gave long radio silence in there a couple of times. I
Oh,
remember
yeah.
the break, but they tried
Yeah.
to keep it tight. But I remember 1 or 2 seconds, and I thought, "Oh, that's horrible."
Oh,
My
Craig
father
would.
used to say he hated that.
Yeah, Craig would drill us on that. Like, yeah, like, what are you guys doing? It's like, you don't realize how
Don't put it right
complicated
there.
it is.
It is.
It really
It
is.
is.
Um,
Definitely.
So I know we got also Mallory. I think Mallory has joined us. I don't know if she's back on now here, but Mallory's going to be joining us. Hey, Mallory. How are you?
I hear you.
All right,
I'm
we hear
great.
you. Welcome.
And
Thank you so
contribute.
much.
We don't want to talk too much. We're trying to fill the void, but we like the others to screech and holler at
Absolutely.
us and start talking.
Absolutely. Give us your views. Tell us what you think about this case. Let me ask you, Mallory, what brought you to this case here?
Actually, I had been on some deep dive looking up like stuff and video where they were portraying him as guilty, and then in the recommended, there was like one of Catherine Michelle's videos, and that's where it all started.
Nice.
And I realized he's completely innocent, and this is like one of my favorite cases. To study.
Have you
Yeah,
watched
go ahead, what?
Have you watched Eric Nelson's documentary?
Let me check. I don't know. Let me.
You would know. You would definitely know if you did.
Yeah, you would know.
You would know.
Watch that piece of crap.
It is on YouTube. You can find it. It's on Netflix, but it is on YouTube. You can find it there too. So if you, it's definitely, I guess it's worth watching once. I've only watched it once myself, but
Bring a bottle of wine.
bring 2.
It'll help. Yeah, 2.
Hey, just bring a bunch of yellow wine.
Bring a case, right, Walter?
Yeah, there you go. Get 2 buck chuck.
2
Sit
bucks.
back with it.
You might need the good stuff for this one. I don't know. 2 buck Chuck's gonna cut
Yeah, we
it.
had some good stuff we bought at our nice little winery down on Palo Verde out there.
Absolutely. Support your local winery.
Oh yeah, we did that quite a few times.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been going there
Yeah,
a
'cause-
lot since I've been researching this case. So what does that tell you?
Oh, you know, that's a good place to sit out. What was the name of that one? Started with C. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's not
Let's not advertise.
Let's not
Oh,
advertise
yeah,
that.
I had it in my mind, but I thought I'm not gonna do it.
That's okay. Sorry,
What's
Mallory.
the name of this documentary?
It's called A Gray
Gray
State. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
But once you
Yeah, I don't know.
research this case, it is very, very hard to watch that documentary.
You're right. That's
so
right.
you're forewarned.
There's no going back after that.
Oh, this is probably gonna bug me then.
It is gonna
When
bug
you
you.
watch
Yeah.
it, it's there.
Yeah, it's about 93 minutes long. Definitely worth watching. But you know.
I think I see it 124, or I mean 1 hour 24 minutes.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
And nobody will blame you if you break that up into like a week's worth
You might have to.
of watching
Right.
it. You know, just watch 5 minutes, stop, take a few hours, go back to it again.
Yeah, walk away, come back the next day.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
It is a lot to take in.
It
is.
It's to me that's intense. To me, this case has affected me in a lot of ways. In thinking about our local police departments, it makes me wonder what they're all about sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, because all police departments are somewhat interconnected to some degree. Apple Valley could be Waco, Texas, where I live and exist. And the police out here are a lot more authoritarian, definitely. And people here respect the police, and we all should respect them. But we should also call out their errors and expect correction too.
There's plenty of errors here.
Oh yeah. Well, there's some other police.
Errors,
them
I
out
don't know if
in,
they're errors. I think they're contemplated
Right.
actions. Definitely.
Go ahead, Mallory. You were saying some other police?
Go ahead.
Oh shoot. yeah, if some other police called them out, I don't know what they would, since we're all just like the regular people, they don't have, I mean, they have power to just reject what we're saying, but like, I don't know. I wish that they were like better policemen in the system, or that other policemen just took their power from them and investigated for themselves. Like,
Well, I guess that's
it irks me.
yeah, that's the difference between the county sheriff that they have there, and then the Apple Valley. It's kind of a um, I've always kind of hoped that the sheriff's office, the Dakota County Sheriff's Office, I always thought that they might be more of a big help if we can give them something. And it's kind of like, there nobody is going to move, nobody's going to budge unless we can give them something. And Catherine tried. That doesn't mean that we should stop
she tried
trying.
hard.
Yeah, she really did. She really did. And we got to keep on trying, because we could lose every battle here, but we can win this war, and we can get this case reopened. I have no doubt at all. It's just a matter of time.
One thing that oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, because this one little bitty group of police officers is telling us all in like the country that we're wrong and they're right. We can totally take them down and win this. You're right.
Well,
what were you saying now?
One thing that I found really interesting when I started thinking that this runs a lot deeper is because of the results that the private investigator gave, because it was so
comical.
It was
comical.
What did he come up with?
What was in the police report? I mean, he just basically regurgitated what the Apple Valley Police Department had said.
Yeah.
Oh, they gave him the script.
Yeah. And the thing is, and here's my other question, especially if anyone is listening. If people want us to go away and shut up about this, if there is proof in the diaries that he did this, then just show it. Show the proof that he did it. We are reasonable, intelligent people. We aren't crazy kooks. We are rational. We're intelligent. We're not just trying to chase this just for the sake of chasing it. I mean, I don't spend hours and hours and hours of my days going over this because I enjoy it. It's horrible. So if there is proof in those diaries they did it, then just show it and we'll shut up and we'll go away.
Amen.
I think if they would have had that, they would have done it. And the only way that'll come out that way and they show it is because they concocted it and wrote it themselves.
There you go.
They were
Thank
looking.
you.
They were looking for everything. So if there was something like that, they would have found it and they would have used it. For
Absolutely.
sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think if they do come
It's
up with something
unfortunate.
later, don't believe it.
Yeah, right. But they wanted to cover up, and they just wanted to go with what they had and not. And just in the case right there, We're not happy with that, though.
I'm sure they didn't expect this backlash at all, but that's why they're holding the fort. There's a lot of people probing them, and they don't like that. And there's, like I said, there's somebody holding them accountable to stay, on script. But
oh yeah,
this is a big deal, and this is going, like I say, larger than just Apple Valley. Something that David Crowley had or knew, or he was getting close to and was about to find out. And they just said no. And then they told everybody, shut up, call it a murder-suicide, let's make it look like that, and let's leave it alone and let them talk.
And the other interesting
As much
thing
as I hate
is
to think like that.
all of a sudden, the private investigator that was hired to look into this case, $7,000 was spent for him to tell information that we already have. Now he has a television show coming out.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, that's interesting.
Oh, so that's a new TV show. That's not a old.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a new. I thought it was an old. Like,
No, this is new.
I
I
didn't
think
know
he's
that.
going to replace Kennan.
Yeah, it seems like everybody knows about Kenan except me.
Hollywood, you know, Hollywood.
Wow.
Like how Crowley was going to get a TV show, but then conveniently died.
Yeah. There you go.
Funny.
Yeah, but he didn't follow a script. If you follow a
Right.
script, you get a TV show.
You guys are on point. That's so on
Yeah,
point.
the rewritten script.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right on point there. Interesting.
Because Hollywood is run not by ethical people, we could say that.
I mean,
No,
he's
especially when you've got people holding their hands up in a triangle shape when they
Oh, yeah.
entertain. You have to be a moron.
Or putting out the all-seeing eye 666 over their eye. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
David.
kind of understood what that means, and I think that ties back to where it is in California, and the Monte Rio, the river of money, and that shows their power and their constituency, and it's worldwide, because everybody worldwide goes to California, everybody, and it's interesting to me that one little town that has 1,900 people, and I went through that town, and it looks like a town of impeccable cleanliness, almost perfection. And it scared me to walk through a town. I've never seen a town quite like it. And then, of course, the Bohemian Club and the grove there that the ancient Indians used to say, don't go there, evil lurks there. And then that's where their club meets and hangs out for 3 weeks. I go, if you're hanging out in the midst of the woods that the ancients said is an evil place, what's coming out of there? Evil.
It's a who's who of
Yeah,
the elite.
You've got it. Not only that, but of world powers and politicians and all of the businesses and everybody who's anybody. And you don't get in unless you're invited, and you can be invited as a guest or invited as a member. And I think Greg said the dues are $100,000 a year, and you got hundreds of members probably, so their budget is quite, good, so they can accomplish things. And the thing about it, what's interesting, that means it's a worldwide consortium that is continuing to work at a goal to do what? So this has a purpose. And I think it ties in to this David Crowley case.
They're expanding too. Did you hear that?
No, I haven't.
They're cutting trees down so that they can expand.
Oh boy, they're buying up. Oh boy.
Yep.
Greg, I think we should go there at the end of their time when everybody's coming out and see what's going on.
Yep, you're right. And we definitely. Yep.
They're expecting us in.
You're right.
Someone got their hands on a yearbook from it and a list of members.
Yeah.
There's a documentary.
Wow.
Yep.
There's a documentary. I don't know how they got their hands on it, but they did.
Their lives are at stake grabbing that thing.
But that's my point. That's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. So this person goes and makes a documentary and shows that they have a yearbook and they have a list of people, and they start naming off names that are on the list. They're not dead. David Crowley and his family is dead. So what did he know?
He might have run across something that they were planning that was an intricate part of a worldwide effort, because he was dealing with that. And the thing about it, it was dealing with international governments and maybe how they work together instead of how they are apart. Because in the news media, it's Russia against the United States, Russia against China, and all of this. But I think behind the scenes, that is not really what is happening. And they decide, okay, we need to go to war to we need to trim our troops and get rid of some people. We got too many. What do y'all say we do? Can we start a conflict? And that's kind of how I think it goes. They sit there and talk it out.
Exactly. Well, a certain group that has been around forever, they started doing the same type of stuff in Germany right before all of that broke out, and they did exactly what is going on here. They're dividing and conquering. What they're doing is they're dividing the public.
Yep.
And when you divide the public can't be united to fight against anything. And it's kind of like a sleight of hand. It's like, okay, we're going to make them fight against each other, and then we're going to move in. And that's when all of the stuff that Crowley was talking about, that's when all of that stuff will come into play. It's going to get so out of hand. People are going to get so riled up and agitated because they don't realize that they're pawns in this.
Yep.
And it's going to get so out of hand that they are able to declare martial law.
Yeah, they don't want the people unified, and maybe through grace, the grace state, it would have started waking people up to an area that they did not want.
Exactly.
That type of unity would make it dangerous, and it could spread, just like the Trump phenomena.
Right. Exactly.
Well, the key actor in Gray State, he went on numerous interviews with David saying that he helped David write, part of the script and everything, and a lot of these ideas came from him. And you'll see in the trailer that the executioner is wearing like this Masonic apron.
Yep.
Well, guess who became a member of the Masons after David's death?
Oh, wow.
Danny Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And I was just telling Greg, the biggest Masonic lodge nearly in the world is no. You know where it's really located? You're not going to believe it. I didn't either. Waco, Texas.
Oh, wow.
And guess where Kennedy was killed? In Texas. And I thought, now that's quite a coincidence. Because I noticed the Masonic library. They have a huge Masonic library. I took some pictures and sent to Greg. And I haven't passed a lodge here, but I was just looking up the lodge here because I always look it up wherever I go. And I'm from Waco, and I never knew. And they said the biggest lodge, nearly worldwide, is the lodge in Waco, Texas. And I was going, what? Waco has a population of about 100,000. Central Texas is not the who's who in the world, and it's a quiet little backwood country town. Very nice, but if you come to Waco, you'll notice it's not great, it's not big, it's not flamboyant, it's just a quiet little place. And I was stunned. I go, the biggest Masonic lodge is in Waco, Texas? I'd expect someplace like Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, New York City, something like that. But it is located in Waco, Texas. And by this, I understand that Waco and the surrounding, even in a little town called McGregor, they had a Masonic lodge there, a real small one. And I'm thinking, my gosh, my state is the biggest Mason state around, one of the most powerful ones, in my opinion, based on what I just learned about Waco, Texas. And I thought, wait a minute, the Masons are, of course, tied to, I bet you a lot of them are members of the Bohemian Grove. If they are invited to be so, they would choose one of those people. And so that stunned me. And when I thought about Kennedy being killed in Texas, and now tying this to Crowley, you mentioned the Mason there. So I think this is just coming to me now. Maybe the Masons had the ears on David Crowley and his group for whatever reason, and were monitoring it and reporting to whomever they would report to. Uh, the head mason, and if y'all are aware of it, is guess who? Y'all know who that is, right?
No.
Who y'all don't know? It's the
The
Scottish
queen?
Rite. Ah, you are
Not the
correct.
devil.
Queen Elizabeth is the head of masonry.
Wait, she's how? But she's a woman.
Yeah, they
Woman.
made it.
She
It's they
she
made an
is the
exception.
head.
They made an exception. Wow.
Oh, yeah, they did make an exception.
You
But
know,
she's the head mason.
since you mentioned that, because you mentioned Kennedy and the Masons and everything, do you know what the FBI headquarters, what building it was located in when he got shot there in Dallas?
Now I haven't seen that.
It was an old Masonic lodge.
Exactly. Makes sense.
Wait, which was an old Masonic lodge?
The FBI headquarters in Dallas when
Ah.
when Kennedy got shot.
That makes total sense. And I bet you a lot of agents are masons too. Believe it or
It
not.
runs deep. I'm telling you, it runs really,
It
really
does.
deep. If you start getting into this, it'll drive you insane. But if you start with that and start dissecting stuff, it runs so deep and it goes so far back. I mean, it goes back before you can even even recorded. I think it's just.
But, you know, all the rabbit holes lead to one place though.
Mhm.
The warren and the hold of all the rabbits and all the rabbit holes goes to Monterio. Believe it or not.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
Why I say that, I'll tell you why. Because every world leader, every known power broker and business leader, and some great movie stars, you can remember Reagan, and everybody of power is part of the Union City Square there in California, the Bohemian Club. And I'm talking about Putin. You can mention anybody, and that they all come together yearly, everybody. And if they don't go there personally, I think they remote in, or they get information or one of their proxies in to get the information and to get their agenda and their view of what must happen next in the world, so to speak. And you've noticed the guns and shootings in Texas are going crazy now. Shootings in Texas.
Are you saying they collectively? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, are you saying they collectively turned a cheek to the Crowley case?
Well, I think that it ties to the Crowley case to some degree because Crowley was doing something, and if there was a Mason involved, that means it got to members and to those who were interested, even back to the Grove. And I think they discussed these things there and go, what about this Crowley thing? What do we want to do about this? What is he doing? What's coming up? And I think that due to their fingers being everywhere, Masons are everywhere. And I was shocked at, hearing the largest Masonic lodge was in Podunk Town, Waco, Texas. And that means they like to hide in plain sight, but they don't want to go to just the big cities and everything. They want to be in areas where they're not going to really be noticed or,
overpowered.
Nobody in Waco, Texas go, oh, that's the Masonics. Oh my gosh, there's nothing. Nobody protests at a Masonic lodge. Nobody's ever.
There's never any shootings. You never see a mass shooting or anything like that ever involved with Masons, have you?
No.
I'm gonna tell you something.
No, not around the Masonic lodge.
Go ahead, Pansy.
You've got family members out there that's probably members of it too. Because
You're
I've
right.
got them, and I don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're right.
I'm afraid my brother might be a part of that because he was a successful businessman, and he's in Dallas now, and he just has the attitude. Each person who's a Mason is generally successful business-wise. And have you ever met the businessman that's just super confident and always seems to be right and
Yes.
always goes well.
Yes.
That's
I
what
think
my
we
brother
worked with
is.
one of those guys. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
My family
scary.
member happens to be a minister.
Yeah, they're ministers, and
Everybody.
and
Yeah.
once they get past that 33rd degree, there's a
Right on.
knowledge there that they have.
But there's
It's
so
like
many
different.
Masons that have never even heard of that, and they've been in it for a long time, and you ask them about the 33rd degree, and they're like, I have no idea, never heard of that. It's never.
Well, they would be told to
But
be
that-
do
you
that
have to
too.
work.
Go ahead.
You have to work your way up there.
Well, and
You
that's
have-
when they find. That's when they find out when they do, like, the cornerstone ceremonies. They're supposedly worshiping God, but there's a reason why they have, like, the star Sirius that goes back to Egyptian times when the Egyptians worshipped Sirius, and there is a strong they haven't been able to actually prove it, but they believe, because of all of the corn and everything,
Mm-hmm.
that it's actually Baal,
Yep.
which was in the Bible, and Baal is demonic, and a lot
They did
of
sacrifice to him too.
and
Yep.
and and he was like the god of corn, and and Baal is actually in the Bible, and the thing is they don't find out until they get way up there what that is, and then that's when you start looking at the stars, which look so similar to pentagrams and things like that, and all of the symbolism, and why certain Mason lodges have to face certain directions and things like that, and why is the Washington Monument where it is. I mean, it's all connected. The Washington Monument is where it is because it's in line with Sirius.
And it goes to the east, and they'll always say they're going east.
Exactly.
Mm.
Exactly.
The
And
Eastern
that's how
Star.
the lodges face. Yeah, and the thing about it is that's if they're wanting to clue somebody in, an officer, that they're a Mason, they'll say, all right, I notice you're going 45 and a 32. What's wrong? Well, I was just heading east, officer. That would be a little clue to that officer. I'm a Mason, and I'm doing some business. And if that officer's a Mason, he'll go, okay, I'll give you a warning. They won't give them a ticket and won't write them up. They
So
also
do you
put them
think, do you think that possibly someone was bribed to do this, and it wasn't actually, because the thing is this it doesn't, what's weird to me is it's not clean. It's
Yeah.
shoddy. It's a horribly shoddy job for it to be someone taking someone out.
It wasn't
So-
professional, in other words. Yeah, I got your
So,
point.
so did they bribe someone to do this, or were there multiple motives involved in this? Were there numerous motives? That's what I'm wondering. If there's more than one thing in play, that's what I keep going to. I keep thinking that there's no way it's just one thing. There's multiple things in play, because I can't rule out so much stuff.
Plus the fact that he killed, that his wife and his daughter were killed. When you're trying to take somebody out that's doing stuff that you don't like, you get rid of them.
Yeah, they just
But-
disappear like Jimmy Hoffa did.
Right. And
Right.
but then the wife must have known something. But then the little girl being, that
That's
sickened
messed
me.
up.
A
Right.
child being killed means they were trying to, impress upon him the seriousness, I think. And I'm sure that tore him up, and I'm sure it angered him and made him want to just tear them up. And then his wife, I think she knew something based on David probably sharing with her his purview and work that he was doing. And so they just got rid of them all.
Or
and
or
just to make him
Kamal,
suffer, I think they killed the dog.
if they had left Kamal alive or Rania alive, then they would have owned the rights to the Gray State franchise.
That's true.
That's right.
They would
The
have
level
go
of
to?
hate directed at
Who's
Kamal. What?
Who's that? You're new. Who's speaking? Wait,
This
I'm
is
confused.
Sophia.
Oh,
I've
hi.
been on this call. Hi. The level of hate directed at Kamal was just outrageous. And it was overkill in regards to her. And then when you look at the scene is just, you just get this feel of pure evil from it. Chaos, overstaging. There had to have been more than one person doing this.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I've
And
always
I think
doing research on.
people made to watch things happen. I think that definitely there was some form of torture involved.
Oh, definitely.
I would agree, and it was directed at David. And the reason I think his wife was so horribly hit and his child killed was they were making him suffer for what they saw as an egregious affront to them.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
And they wanted him to break. They wanted to destroy him emotionally, mentally, and then finally physically.
Well, why they destroyed his right hand or whatever was to keep him so he didn't need to be writing anymore, and he wasn't going to be writing anymore.
And that was I think that was also a testimony or a warning to people, and maybe the police understood it because I think that made an impression upon. I would disgust, sicken me, and make me wonder immediately. If I'm a police officer, I go, the right hand cut off. Oh, the right hand is considered the right way to do things, the good way. And he was a Christian, and to cut off the right hand means we have cut you off. We have destroyed your family in front of your face. Where is your God?
Well, I want to be clear. No, I don't think there's any proof that the right hand was cut off.
That's what, now, wasn't that
I want to be
what
clear
was,
about that. It was
Okay.
missing, and it might have been cut off and then, scavenged or something like that, but I don't believe there's any evidence that shows that the right hand was cut off. And that's just my view, and I could be wrong. I don't know anything about that. I don't know
but his
anything.
right hand was missing.
His right hand was missing.
Oh, that is
What-
even more.
What's even more perplexing, though, is his left hand being mummified
And how
and the
the
rest of
left
his
hand
body not being mummified. How did his hand get mummified
and
and
that
not the rest
hand.
of his body?
I think the way that his left hand is a satanic symbol. Maybe it's a coincidence, but the way that his left hand was found is very odd to me. Very odd.
I haven't even thought about that. That's
How does a
God.
left hand mummify in such a short time? That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Well, Rainey,
His whole body should have been mummified if his hand was.
Catherine
Rainey's
believes
face
that his hands were tied.
and her
Go ahead,
her
Sophia.
face, her hand, and her feet also were partially mummified.
They were mummified too. That's right.
That means there was some time that passed before their death till they were found and mummification began. That means there was some time. And Greg mentioned that they were not heard from for a couple of months, and that lends to say they may have been dead longer than assumed, based on the 2-week time frame of the January and the December dates that were discussed, and seems to indicate they may have been killed much earlier than what we
3
have
weeks.
heard.
Right. They've told us 3
But their body-
weeks. Go ahead.
Their bodies didn't show that kind of deterioration, though.
Yeah, they'd have to freeze them. or something to preserve the body.
Something, yeah.
If
Something, yes.
Yeah, the house wasn't cold enough. The thermostat wasn't set cold enough to preserve their bodies to that extent. I mean, they would be almost liquefied.
right.
To been around for a couple of months. They wouldn't have even been able to pick them up.
Because that's
why the
generally in a dry
mummification is.
atmosphere. It would have to be extremely dry and a controlled atmosphere to start mummification. Mummification is generally going to come in a drier atmosphere. Because if you have moisture, you have bacteria, and bacteria liquefies the body, and then it drains into mush. Bacteria will consume it.
What? I was gonna say, did they freeze Crowley and leave his hand out the freezer or something? I don't know how it happened to mummify, and the rest of the body be fine.
Well, I don't know if the rest of the body was fine, right?
I mean, different. Oh no, it definitely wasn't fine. But I mean, completely different conditions.
I hadn't heard of the mummification thing, and that intrigues me because that means they had to be in a dry area, and that might mean that where their bodies were found were not where they were originally when they died.
Well, that's what I believe.
I think they were moved in stage to that house, but they may have been killed out of the house and were in an area that could induce mummification, wherever that may have been. So that suggests the bodies were transported there to make it look like they were killed in that house. And then that means maybe that the shots fired in the house were just staging also. It could have been.
That's a big risk.
Well, yeah, I
though.
just thought to ask.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just thought to ask, where did that Camel's blood come from? Was her hand gone, or what happened?
Both of her hands.
I know that
Her, both, yeah.
So it was her hand that was gone?
Yeah, both of her hands were
And she was missing
I
most
did
of her
both of
neck
them.
and head, too.
Say that again, Sophia?
She was missing most of her neck and her head, too.
Oh my gosh.
See, I did some
Yeah.
research on bullets and the damage they did,
Mm-hmm.
and it was talking about the 40 millimeter was not nearly as explosive as the hollow point 40 millimeter, and that's what he had. Now, what would he be doing with 40 millimeter hollow points? Because they do severe damage once they enter your body, and I think that's what blew their heads off.
And if they're fractional bullets, meaning they fracture and
Fragmented.
they'll explode and just blow
Right,
out.
those will.
And
And they did find fragments.
That's
okay,
true.
then that means, oh wow, that means when you're shot, it will just blow out the neck or whatever they hit
Right.
and just drive out. Kennedy was hit with that type of bullet, and that's
Yeah.
what did him in. And oh wow, that's a sure death sentence if you get hit one of those in the head or neck.
That's
And
right.
Walter, there are 3 bullets with Camel's DNA on it.
Oh my. 3 bullets
So
with
that's
her
what I
DNA.
meant. Yes, that's what I meant about extreme hatred being pointed at her.
Wow.
But no bullets with David's blood on it.
Correct. No blood or tissue.
Interesting.
And with
This
those
suggests-
type of bullets, there
Yeah.
would have been.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing about it is, this is sounding stranger and stranger. The fact I don't think they were killed in that house. The
I don't either.
mummification points to another place that was much drier and controlled before they went to the house. I'm beginning to think that they were staged in the house to look like it occurred in the house, and the missing hands and that suggests, oh, then they didn't bring the hands with them. They kept the hands. The dog ate them, they said. The dog did this.
No.
And I don't believe that, because that would have been evident, because he didn't leave that house. If he ate the hands, there'd be a DNA trail, literally, from
Yep.
feces of that, and I didn't hear of anything of that. So it suggests to me they were killed somewhere else and brought to the house. In my
And they
opinion.
never talked. Well, they never talked about canine DNA whatsoever in the DNA results. They don't say anything about animal DNA. They just talk about other unknown persons.
Right.
But
Yeah,
And the
why
back door being ajar.
why
Backsliding
blame
door.
the dog for so much but not do any tests to prove it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, and the thing is, too, in order for mummification to occur, I mean, like the way the Egyptians did it, in order to mummify a body, the body is drained of all fluids, all of the organs are taken out so that the bacteria doesn't start that decomposition process. That's how mummification occurs. So my question is, I know we haven't seen all the pictures, and there probably is more blood in the pictures than we realize, but my question is there enough blood present there for mummification to occur?
well, I'll do you
know
one better.
You get what I'm saying?
Where's the decomp stains on the carpet? I
didn't
believe
see that
There's
either.
one
there's
stain.
some, like you can see where Ranny was and where she was moved.
Yeah.
You can see her decomp stain where her body was, and then they moved her. So there is some decomp stains there, and like that's how you can tell she was moved, because she's got decomp fluids on the back pant leg, but in pictures she's laying on her stomach. And so it's like, no, that's not right, because the fluid goes, it settles. So that's how you can tell she was moved.
Yeah.
But the thing
But when they flip
is,
that carpet up, you don't see it on the bottom of the carpet, is what I'm trying to say. And you would see it coming through. There's no blood coming through the carpet. There's no decomp fluid coming through the carpet. When they
I don't think
flipped it
the
up,
bodies were on the part where the carpet's lifted up. I think that part of the carpet was like further over next to the Christmas tree, past where David's body was where they rolled that up. But I may be mistaken. Greg, what do you know more about the pictures?
No, that is right. No, that's right.
Greg, if you come up on 19 and 20 on the blood splatters, it shows imprints, just like that footprint. And that's nowhere near the footprint.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay. That was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, where the carpet was actually lifted up is is closest to the south wall. So that's closest to the front window. And when we saw, there are a couple photos that I think Mason Hendricks took, and they show that whole area where those three bodies were, they cut that not the carpet, they cut the wood floor, but we don't have a good photo of the carpet under where those bodies were. And I don't think that they took one, because somehow there was a bullet, item 53, that rolled out of that carpet 2 days later, when the cleaning crew was taking that carpet out. So
And see, that's the problem, because there's speculation that there's blood going down the wall in the basement. So that's what I'm saying. The thing is we would have to know actually how much blood that was, because for three, I know Ronnie wasn't an adult, but for two adult bodies and a child's body, that's an awful lot of blood and fluid. You can't only say blood. You've got to talk about fluid as well. So that's a lot of blood and fluid. And so is there enough around you know, via evidence, pictures, etc.,
So there
to
was a
show
basement
that
where they
they
were
have
killed.
mummified.
Right.
And we haven't received any pictures to show that.
So maybe this transfer was from the basement to the room they were found in.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
there are some basement photos that kind of look like what I thought was blood running down that basement wall. Um, I don't know. I don't
That
know
would make
exactly.
sense to the fact of how they were found with the staging, and that they were tortured. And I think that's something that's indicated. I agree with one saying they were maybe had some torture involved, and the best place would have been the basement where no noise outwardly would have been heard
Well,
or
that's
any
why.
passersby.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
why I don't. I still am not convinced that they left that house. There's plenty of
Now
room.
I'm convinced of it true. I think they went in there one time, and whoever got them kept them there. I'm getting more and more in line with that.
Yeah, if you keep them in the
What
basement,
bothers
but
me that they didn't spend that much time on the basement. That
no,
they were like,
you're
well,
right.
it doesn't look like anything went on down here, so we don't need to mess with the basement. I mean, you still investigate, even if there's not anything. I mean, you still need to be thorough. I mean, I
Do
would
the
think.
luminol test. Did they do a
Yeah,
luminol test
exactly.
down in the basement at all?
They didn't do
No.
anything in the basement. They actually one of the quotes here is that they did not find anything of significance as far as forensic. Page 108, forensic science. Nothing of forensic science in Ranya's room, bathroom, and basement. So
But it seems like they were moved in their, with limbs missing and everything. That basement might have been where they were killed and then brought up. Because that
Which
would be
sink is it? Which sink is it that looks like it has blood in it, Greg?
that's the master bedroom sink.
somebody
They
washing
didn't
off
touch
the blood.
that, did they?
I think if it was blood, I think they would have noted it. So I'm gonna kind of go with them that it wasn't blood, but
Okay.
I don't know. You know.
Some people assume that it might be hair dye because there was hair dye box in the trash,
Okay.
or
That
it could have been cleaning out the bong, but none of them had pot in their system, so I don't know.
That's the weird thing too, because the weed is clearly out there, and yet when the tests come back, so it's like they had it, they were about to smoke it, but they hadn't smoked it yet. So that's kind of weird too.
And who's to say
Well,
that it was their weed, though? Maybe it was
Right?
whoever
Maybe it
was
was planted
perpetrating
there.
that was there and just left the weed.
well, in the kitchen looks like someone was doing the dishes. Clean. I mean, it looks like they had eaten and someone was in the process of doing the dishes because the dishwasher is open. There's a
Right.
dirty pan on the stove. There's stuff left on the counter. So it looks like someone was caught in the middle of cleaning up from a meal. And yet, I don't think they didn't find any food in their stomachs. So that's weird to me, too.
Yep.
And Greg, didn't they find blood droplets on the dishwasher?
Yes, there's like
The
one or two.
door?
Yeah, there's one drop they found on the dishwasher drawer, and then one on the floor next to it. Those are the
So
ones
it's-
that they counted. There could have been more. The item 21 and 22.
Was that droplets or was that splatter? Meaning from an
Well,
impact like a bullet, or was
you
it
would
just
have to
drops?
look at I guess you'd have to look at these drops, and people on YouTube right now can actually see that, and you can kind of see there are 1, 2, 3 drops. So there are more drops than what they tested, but to me they just look like drops, like just
Somebody,
blood drop. I don't know. I
like
really
somebody was standing there.
Yeah.
and,
Standing
like, it
drops
fell.
versus a bullet impact, which would
Correct.
leave an oblong. And okay.
Correct.
All right.
But I mean, we could be wrong.
Yeah.
So those looking at the photos, feel free to let us know.
Yeah, and this is BCA 4881. So if anybody wants to look at that.
Hey, Greg, the blood spatter that doesn't look like high velocity blood spatter, how close is that to the floor?
In which area are we talking about? Give me an area.
Well, I know the living room has one because the wall is green, and there's some on the kitchen wall, or it's like the yellow colored wall, and the blood spatter doesn't look high velocity at all.
Right, correct. I totally agree with you on that. I don't see anything that's high. Medium, low, yeah.
I agree with the medium and the low. I don't see any high at all.
No, there's nobody standing when they were shot. Is it close? What?
Is it close down to the floor?
I think a lot of it is. I really do. I think a lot of whatever happened, people were on the floor and they were shot. They were killed. That's just, I mean, again, it's not to say that that's right, that that's what really happened or anything, but
yeah, we're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, because again, I'm learning about all of this stuff that I have no business even looking into, but I want to know the answer, and I don't care if I'm wrong 200 times, just as long as I finally get it right, and that's all I want to do is figure out what really happened here. So I'm glad to have so many good people here chatting about this and walking me through this.
Get your man Kenneth Maines on the job, Greg. He did a real crack job on that breakdown.
What's up, Ross? How you doing?
What's up, man? How's it going, everybody?
How's it going?
Going good, man. We're listening for a couple of minutes here, so.
Cool. Yeah, tell us, man. Speak on it. Let us know.
Yeah, man. Now,
all of a sudden, Kenneth Maines is my boy. All of a sudden. All right. Okay. I got you. He could have been our boy. He could have been our boy.
Yeah,
but,
I know. I agree. Now, it's an interesting discussion you guys were having about the splatters. I'm definitely interested in that. But no, I think I was pretty disappointed in that report, as the rest of us were. It's unfortunate this guy got $7,000 to write a regurgitated email. Yeah. I could have did a deep dive into the case for that. So it's pretty tough.
Can I hire you? Can I hire you next or what?
I mean, you can. I have no PI experience or anything that qualifies me in any way, other than looking at it in an open mind. It's something that he didn't do. So
yeah, exactly. I mean,
at least there's that. You know what I mean?
It couldn't be any worse. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I just want to commend Greg and Dan for all the research they've done. I've been following the case pretty long now. I don't remember how long ago that was when I came on with you guys. I think that I was like one of the first people to come on with you guys, if I'm not mistaken.
You were.
And I've pretty much just been following both you guys' channels since.
Now, for people that don't know, you actually spoke with David Crowley, and you donated to his cause, correct?
One more time? I missed that.
That's okay. I was saying you've actually spoken with David Crowley, and you have donated. You donated to his I think to the 2012 trailer, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I donated to the actual film. So that trailer is a concept trailer, which is pretty common, in the film realm for anybody trying to sell a concept or really any sort of film project. So that's kind of what they used for that pitch there. Yeah, so I donated that. I was supposed to get associate producer credit on the project, and yeah, pretty much followed it, for quite some time. Took a little bit of time off after, the bad news of what happened to the family there, and then kind of started getting back into the research via Dan and Greg's channels. But yeah, I actually spoke to David twice. So we had interviewed him over on my channel. I know you saw that, Greg. And then we had actually spoke to him one time previously before that, which was not, recorded or posted or anything like that, briefly. Yeah, so that's my story.
Well, people can definitely find where you spoke with him publicly. Is that still out there?
Yeah, it is. It's on youtube.com/Planet X Records LLC. If you just search Planet X Radio or David Crowley or anything to that degree, has the date on there. I believe it was September 9th or something like that of 2012. So.
And you also
It's
and you
not
said
on YouTube though.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up right now. Yeah.
Okay, let me Google this.
And you said you spoke with him privately too. Can you tell us anything about that, or not privately, but just not recorded? Was there anything interesting about your conversations with him? Anything you guys talked about, or did you want to just keep that private?
It was relatively brief, from what I remember. Granted, this is 2012 now, so it's not like immediately fresh in my memory. But
right.
Yeah, he, my co-host, who's from the UK, that is on the interview which is posted, brought him on. We kind of just had a private call and kind of just ran by him, how the interview would go and how our questions would be, things of that nature. I think we spoke briefly, about the project. Most of those in-depth questions are on the recorded call.
Nice. Yeah, so people can check that out.
Could you put the link? Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
No, it's
I
fine.
was just gonna ask if the dude could put the link in the chat because I'm looking and I can't find it. And it's hard to find things from 2012 these days when you.
Yeah, you know what I can do is I'll post it into the group right now because if I post it into the chat, for some reason Facebook, or not Facebook, but YouTube will flag it and they won't let me put it up there. So, but what I can do is I will I'll post that into the Justice group right now so that everybody has that. It's definitely it's really good.
I think the title is something like David Crowley interview with Planet X Radio, something like that. So.
Yep. David Crowley, writer, director of Gray State feature film.
That is it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, and while we're on the subject of the feature film, the incredibly obnoxious guy who was rebuttaling Dan and Greg at one point on his terrible YouTube channel, giving us all his expert breakdown of how a film budget works. I forget that kid's name, but
God. Who was that?
Just so everybody knows, you're completely wrong about everything you said, dude. You tried to say that comedy films like Something About Mary, have the budget that David and crew were talking about for Gray State. Well, I'd like to explain to you how John Wick 1 has a $20 million budget, so you don't know what you're talking about. So next time you give us a breakdown of a Hollywood feature film, why don't you actually get your facts straight, bud, because you're dead wrong. So that's number one on my hit list.
Nice.
Anybody else have anything for me?
That's great.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. He is wrong on a lot of things. So.
One question.
Yeah,
I want to ask a question here. They say David Crowley committed suicide. Since you've had contact with him, he didn't display any type of attitude or heart or mental state that would indicate he would commit suicide. Wouldn't that be true?
Yes, and this is the strangest suicide I've ever seen in my life. Just saying. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And you knew him, or at least talked with him. And was your impression that he seemed to be in such a state? I don't think, based on what that indicated anything like that.
Yeah, this question's been asked to me before. I think we discussed this, Dan, when I came on, Greg, when I came on with you and Dan. Not anything that I had very minimal contact with him, a few emails, maybe some social media direct messages, but I didn't get any. Now, granted, this was 2.5 years before the incident, right. So I didn't get any indication of that whatsoever. When you listen to the interview, we talked about the feature film, a sequel, I think we may have brought up video games, graphic novels. My co-host proposed the idea to him of doing a live, I don't even know what you call a live performance of Gray State, some sort of Broadway. So we literally spoke about like 4 or 5, mediums of this material. It would strike me very odd if someone was planning to go that in depth for a release, that you would cut it all short by ending your own life. And granted, I'm not best friends with him or anything, but it just seems like a lot of planning. Right, you know what I mean? It seems like you're planning a whole... It would be like if George Lucas did that to himself in the middle of the Star Wars trilogy. It just wouldn't make any sense. Why would you go through all that planning, So that's
and he had it all set up and going, and he was looking to fulfill this, so... Yeah, doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
So it would seem, yeah, correct.
Wow.
Plus, he was having a show come out too. So why would he just kill his whole family?
Correct.
And he had written to a producer in the middle of December. You could feel, when you're reading the email, he was excited about this project, and he was trying to bring other people onto it.
Yeah, he was.
Correct, yeah.
Oh.
You're talking about
he
Jason Allen.
the miniseries.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. And people get confused about that as well. Again, going back to the concept trailer, if anyone who knows anything about the filmmaking process, like especially in the modern era, it's very, very common for people to shoot concept trailers and what else? There's another word for it other than concept trailer, but if you go all over YouTube, you'll see all sorts of these things that people have made for indie projects. It's not really saying that you're going to make, it's kind of like a pilot or something like that. It's not necessarily saying you're going to make a feature film or a series. It's basically whatever the deal you land is what you get. And something as complicated and extensive as Gray State, it's very probable that it could have ended up being a series, because with that amount of material, the way to split it up would be incrementally and 10 episodes over a season, right? As opposed to like 2 or 3, 3-4 hour movies. That's a ton of content. So it would actually make a lot of sense to break it down. And an example would be Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Bastards. He wrote so much material for that it was looking like it was going to be a series, and he actually condensed it down to a feature film. So that was like the opposite process, as opposed to writing a feature film screenplay and then extending it out into a web series or whatever, a streaming series, which it looks like was the case here.
Yep.
Well, that's not indicative of somebody that's looking to cut it short at all. And it also indicates that he had plans going forward that he was excited about. And so I'm more impressed more and more, because I thought, I don't know David Crowley, maybe he did do this. That's always in the back of my mind.
Right,
and
I agree.
It's just that the facts didn't support it from what I was seeing. And knowing this type of information now from his personal edge and from your personal experience with him means that it seems highly unlikely, possible but unlikely, that he would have really one, killed his family and then himself, and it seems more and more that this was an outside multi-person elimination of somebody and his family, from my perspective. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. The most interesting part of the discussion with my interview, in my opinion, was when we discussed the would-be sequel, part 2. And again, as you said, why would you be planning that if you were at the same time planning on cutting it short? And we kind of questioned him on that, like, there's going to be a part, As Greg knows, I was already crapping up my pants over part 1. So when I heard part 2, I was like, oh man, this is going to be amazing, maybe a trilogy or something like that. And, the way he described it wasn't necessarily Gray State 2 or anything like that, but more of a continuation of the story of the original story. So again, we're back to writing all this extensive material. It seems like planning for the future.
That's right.
It would be good to talk with you and kind of discuss what his original theme and storyline on the gray state was, and kind of flesh that out a little bit, in my opinion, would be a good thing to discuss. Because I think, from my perspective, that in my opinion, may have been part of the reason or a motive to take him out.
Yeah, it's possible. You know, based on Greg and Dan's research, with these, you know, what I'll put it like this: in the beginning, you know, I kind of thought some of the same things that a lot of the other people think, which is, you know, the content of Great State and stuff like that. But with these nefarious characters of the Sean Wrights and Eric Sayworth and some of these groups that were around in the original, like it's just amazing the background that Dan was able to dig up on these guys. You know, especially the $60,000 check. David's mom. You know, it's like one thing after another. So I kind of swayed my opinion, you know, with more of these developments. But yeah, I mean, I think there's something else. I mean, the amount of inconsistencies alone is like incredible. So,
and that would be good to bring all those into it. That because I'm hearing the fact that he had a lot of nefarious ones around him, and that may have had a vested interest in taking him out. But you know, the thing that gets me again is his daughter and his wife. You know, how did they come into it that they needed to be or tortured and killed? It could be indicative that somebody wanted to take control from David. I don't see that would have been happening, but it's interesting how these things transpired, and the fact that it's made to look like, or staged to look like, that he was the unlikely one to kill, and then his family, and then himself and his dog being left alive. Why didn't he kill the dog too? It has some inconsistencies that just don't make sense.
Well,
they needed somebody to blame.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, you know, I think we know the answer to that, right? Because the dog ate two human skulls and a young girl's arm, right? And I don't think there's any other case of that happening ever. So, how can we believe that in this case here? Is my question.
Correct.
That's the
the dog ate my homework.
And they can eat anything at that point.
Yeah. Maybe the dog did it. Maybe the dog did it.
There you go. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the conclusion Kenneth Maines came to.
Out of Apple Valley, it might be the conclusion.
I'm not pointing fingers at any particular person. But one thing that I did want to mention that I find really interesting was his communications that he was having. You know, he went to an attorney, he had something drafted, he wanted them to sign it. They didn't want to sign it, and there was a little bit of communication back and forth between them, and then on the same day, he posted this snipey thing on Facebook that he was just gonna give it away. He was, I can't remember exactly what he said. He was gonna.
Okay, so let me stop you right there, because I've been listening to basically all these, and some people are still confusing the multiple projects, and that's kind of like driving me insane. See, the original Gray State is a feature film, thriller, you know, whatever. It's a narrative. It's basically fiction. You know, a lot of people lose their minds when you call it fiction because of the source material, but it's still a character-driven narrative. What David was going to give away free was Gray State: The Rise. That was a documentary, which kind of gives you the back material, right? And then you also have the abysmal sloppumentary, as Greg refers to it as, which is A Gray State. So that's where people are getting confused. It's three separate projects.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to like insinuate that he was not a nice person or anything like that. I was wondering, like, if there was bad blood between some people, you know, that he was dealing with.
Definitely.
Is what I'm wondering about.
That's absolutely the case. Yeah.
That
Without a doubt.
because he didn't want, because he wanted to move on in a certain direction or whatever, and he wanted someone to sign a release and this and that and the other, that there, and maybe that's why when everyone says, well, they disconnected themselves from everyone, well, maybe they got to the point to where they felt like they didn't know who they could trust. Correct. I mean, I've even gotten there in this whole process.
Oh yeah.
I can't even imagine how he could have possibly started feeling, and how Kamel could have possibly started feeling, especially if they were being targeted or whatever, which I still don't know for sure if that's what was going on. I keep tossing different ideas around, but I can honestly say that I know what it's like when dealing with toxic people and stuff like that, and you get to a point to where it's like I'm just done with everyone. I'm just sick of dealing with everyone, And so, I mean, I don't see it odd that they cut people off. The way it's being painted is it's like it's such a strange thing. I mean, I've cut people off. Right. I mean, I'm sure we all have. I'm sure that we've all cut toxic people out of our lives. So, I mean, I don't see why and I'm not saying that anyone's toxic or whatever, I'm not pointing any fingers, but I'm just saying if they viewed it that way, I don't see it as being unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case the difference would be, selling a project for multiple $1 million. What was the original budget for the concept trailer? Do you know, Greg? I think it was like $5,000 or $10,000 or something, or less than that. So.
Are you talking for the trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, they made the trailer on $6,000.
Boom. So there you go. You're talking about a crew of 10, 20 guys that made this concept trailer for $6,000. It went viral, 3 million views, more so, after David, and then that's the exact problem here. Now he's writing the script for possibly 30 million or upwards of that if they monetize and merchandise out the brand. You know what I mean? So that's where things are complicated.
Mhm. I agree.
So they took David's death and monetized it, basically made money off of it.
Yes, they did, and they still are.
Where he would have been making money.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, that's where you have the so-called documentary. But I mean, I think the whole thing. Go ahead.
Because I don't think I've been able to find out from anyone else. Do you know if they're able, like, who has rights to all of it now? Who are they able to move forward with it? Who has the rights?
I'm pretty sure Greg can tell you that.
I mean,
not us.
It'll be in limbo for.
It's David's dad, right? The last I heard was Dan Crowley Sr., but last I heard was he would not be moving it forward. I mean, in order for it to move it forward, I mean, it's even more complicated now. If he's the, whatever you want to call it, owner of the trust or the owner of the brand, if he were to sell it off to Hollywood to get made, right, which is basically what happens in this situation, a studio buys the screenplay or the script, whatever, the treatment, whatever rough draft condition that it's in. I don't even think it's, finished. Maybe it's mostly finished. Hollywood completely rewrites these things when they buy it. So even if he were to sell it, who's to say that, really anything, they could change 90% of it, you know what I mean? So it's really strange.
Shelf
but
it.
from what I heard, it wouldn't be going forward.
Yeah, they could totally shelf it and just say, you know what, we bought it,
too.
thank you, bye-bye, and that's it.
They could combine it with another project. They could make it PG-13. Literally anything could happen. So.
Yep.
So that's why the
And
sloppumentary was so important then, because they had to make money some way off of this,
Right.
because they
and
couldn't make it go forward. So in order to make money, okay, we'll make a sloppumentary.
Yeah, that's
Dan
how it
Senior
would
and
seem, but he ultimately chose to release it free. So I think there was some back and forth there as well.
Dan Senior and Danny August Mason, they filed paperwork to get David's screenplay, I believe,
That's right.
for the Gray State, but right now all that paperwork is in legal limbo.
Yeah, Danny Mason tried pitching this to the same people that David was actually working with, and they said no.
Right. Yeah, correct. And yeah, that's where you get the whole Gray State Universe LLC.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with Danny, I can somewhat understand where he would be coming from, because he helped conceptualize a lot of this material. He was the one that used to lecture on conspiracy theory. He supposedly taught a lot of this stuff to David. So he was, if there was a second in command that was helping developing it, would have been him.
Right.
Where I guess the point to be made that I think Greg and Dan have covered this is, where do you draw the line between a guy who sat there and gave ideas to a guy that actually typed out the words and created the story and the character-driven narrative. You know what I mean? So I guess that's where you have to split there.
Yep.
Which was David.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This was David's baby.
Yep.
So who's controlling it now? The guy Mason, you're saying, is controlling this?
Well,
David's
not
father
really.
supposedly owns the project.
But Mason is still working on it.
He was, as far as we know, he was, but yeah, nothing ever materialized. That Greg posted that 2017 cover they did with Joe Biggs, that other random guy, and yeah, no, I mean, Danny moved down to Austin, so he's not even out there anymore. So yeah, no, it's there hasn't been much movement on it. Is that Gray State Universe Facebook still up, Greg? I know that was up for a while.
I don't know if that's up. I think I was blocked from that, so I'm not really sure. They we had a little falling out.
Yeah, I saw some of that. That was interesting. At least you got somewhat of a response from him, 'cause I couldn't even do that.
Yeah, well,
So it's still in the works, kind of.
I think it's dead. I think it's.
So they tried to
I
do
think it's dead in the water right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically is. Danny tried to create an offshoot company, Gray State Universe, which was, kind of, rebranding of the original material, and nothing ever materialized. I mean, who knows what he did with it, if he had a pre-existing rough draft of David's work, or if he tried to rework something himself, or if he tried to rewrite something himself altogether. There's basically no details on it.
Huh. So this is gone.
It's gone.
Huh.
It's dead. There was a movie called Captive State. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that or seen it. I haven't seen it yet, but I do plan on seeing it. There's been a couple movies that have come out since that did make me wonder if maybe somebody bought it and kind of shelved it, or maybe they stole some of the concepts from it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how all of that works. David was going to Hollywood, right? There's no way that he was going to be able to live in Minnesota and get his dreams going. He was bound for Southern California, right, Ross?
I mean, that's, I have my own opinion on that. I mean, without a doubt, it's my understanding that, I can't even remember if we covered this in the interview, but or some other interview that I listened to with David, but what's up?
I said, oh, wow. Did y'all know Comel was a senior at Baylor University? Guess where? I live here in Waco, Texas. She was a senior here at Baylor University.
Yeah, I heard they were down there. I don't know if I knew that detail.
Comel.
Yeah.
David Crowley.
In Texas. They met each
Yeah, I
other
think
in Texas.
they met down there, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, they met in my home area then.
Yeah, we're gonna have you do some follow up on that, Walter.
That one is interesting. Right here in my hometown, I just was doing some little look at Comel and everything, and she went to Baylor University. I went, oh my goodness. So they were died in the. That's a Southern Baptist kind of like university.
Interesting.
And deep they were deeply devoted Christians in that case. Baylor is not cheap to go to either.
Baylor, I hardly knew it.
Expensive university.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, so as far as David, it would totally make sense for him to be out here. For like Greg was saying, the producer and studio standpoint. I mean, it would probably highly be unlikely that he would be directing. I'll put it like this: a major film studio is not going to let a first-time director direct a $30 million project. It's just not going to happen. Now, if he were just writing and producing, he probably could have done that remotely, Greg, out in Minnesota. Because if you're writing, all you're doing is typing. You're getting out. Granted, that's the backbone of the whole project. You can't start without the screenplay. Obviously, makes sense.
Right.
But so theoretically, yeah, he could have done that from back home. But ideally, if you're going to be meeting with producers and all this stuff flying back and forth like as he was doing, it would make perfect sense for him to just relocate, especially if that's what he wanted to do, take Great State all the way and perhaps do other projects as well. Well, then, yeah, obviously you want to be out here,
Right.
So. As far as the captive state stuff, yeah, I think I did see that trailer. The other thing about it is this is, just making a concept trailer and some of the imagery that they showed, in the concept trailer, we've, as Greg said, we've seen similar projects to stuff like this. I mean, nobody owns any, none of that stuff is copyrighted unless you're literally using the name Gray State or the characters created in David's project. So, I mean, literally anybody could take the concept trailer and rework it to, a similar pre-apocalyptic uprising, kind of downfall story, and no one has any claim to any of that source material. You know what I mean? So it's a gray area, too.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
Big gray area.
Greg, if I send those screenshots to you, will you get them to Ross in regards to the legal paperwork that his dad and Dan, and Danny August Mason filed?
Yes.
To get the rights for the screenplay?
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting. I see that he had 2.5 million views on the YouTube and 57,000 followers on Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He had a following that would interest Hollywood real quick.
Yep.
And
I would agree with that.
And I think that with that, he had a bona fide moneymaker coming up. Wow. Okay. And his wife, Comel, went to Baylor University. And that's fairly recent.
Yeah, I think 2011 maybe, sometime around then. No, because she would have graduated. No, it would have had to have been like 2008 maybe, or something like that, somewhere around then. I'll have to look that up. I'll look up the exact date.
I'm curious. I wonder if I could contact Baylor and just say, I need some information. Probably wouldn't get it.
Yeah, I wonder how that works.
Yeah, that would be difficult because that's family and type information. But I wonder, you know, they do have yearbooks. I wonder if I could
Well, you figure everything is public record. Is Baylor a public or is it a private?
Oh no, this is a private college.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that much.
Wonder, I don't know.
I don't know that much about that college, so it's interesting
might
to hear
not
you talk about what the university is.
Well,
I had
Baylor
just assumed it was.
started in 1845 as a Christian Baptist style college, and it's very old. One of the oldest colleges in Texas, of course, because it began in 1845 here in Waco area, or not in Waco. I think it was located somewhere else and moved to Waco. I'm not too sure about that. It is a very big. It's high in medicine. Definitely.
Yeah, it's not like it's a big deal to get into Baylor.
Yeah,
Baylor,
I didn't know that.
It's not easy to get in. It's like any Ivy League school or anything. It's very. My brother went to school there, and he said, and it took a lot of money.
Wow, I had no idea.
To do it. It's very expensive, and you have to have recommendations, and you have to go through a process to get into Baylor, and just like with any good major college. And
that's what blows me away about Kamel.
She was a very intelligent girl. She had to get in and go to Baylor. That just struck me when I was looking. I went, she went to Baylor? A senior?
Yeah. And she went to other schools. I mean,
she did.
She had some of the things under her belt. It wasn't even funny. She has a very impressive background.
Correct.
I mean,
I wonder what was her major. Does anybody know what she was? Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll look.
Nutrition or some flavor of nutrition. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was something dietitian, nutrition, stuff like that.
That's Baylor. Sure. That's definitely a Baylor thing. Medicine.
Is there any mind control stuff involved in Baylor, as far as like the study of the mind, the study of the brain, anything
I'm sure
connected
there would
to
be,
that?
They probably have psychiatry and probably would be involved in that. They've been here since 1845.
Because most of
anytime you're dealing with the.
Yeah, because
I would agree that they would, because they're dealing with medicine and psychiatry, and I think it would be well within their. I'd have to look it up and see.
Yeah, because almost every school that she's been to that I've looked at, they've had something like that. Not saying it's tied, not saying it's connected or anything, but yeah.
Yeah, and the Epstein. They say suicide. I think this type of thing ties into things like with Epstein. When you're dealing with power and you're dealing with what David dealt with, even though it was at the level of fiction, but to get that fiction accurate, you have to look at some pretty real stuff. And I think
for sure.
He stumbled into something, and they didn't want even it put out there in fiction or have it in his control anyway. I'm still very impressed with that fact, because he was dealing with international power, in my opinion, and he hit on a nerve with some government or somebody in it, in my opinion. And
yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I would put it this way. I mean, there's a reason why Hollywood has never made this movie, and when I say that, I'm not referring to Gray State. I just mean anything even close to it. You know what I mean? They've looked at every other topic, and they've completely exploited and regurgitated them 1,000 times. But for some reason, this has never even been touched. So you have to assume,
just like his murder, not touched. The movie,
that's true
not
too.
Touched, and it just goes away, and it's interesting. Because if there's money to be made and they can get it, Hollywood would be all over it. But
that's exactly what I was going to say.
And there's a reason they're not touching this. And, the military is tied into Hollywood so deep. I just have it's just a unction, a feeling within that says this was like a military touch thing. And one of the best ways to turn away anybody from thinking it's military or high level hit is to make it look totally crappy, like it was a infidel that didn't know what the hell he was doing. And then people don't think it's a government hit at all. Who could, the government wouldn't do that. So to me, this begins to feel more and more like he was targeted, not by people around him and the money, because those are obvious things that people would latch onto immediately. But it still points me to a direction that he knew something that, you know, because, you know, if you've got an input like the others had, they can go to court and get that worked out and make money that way. But if it's dealing with things that people don't want exposed, the only way to deal with that is deal with the person who's got the information and make sure they know and that others around them know. You leave it alone. And the effect on the police department and those that investigated it means there is a observation going on at a level that is above the state, in my opinion. It
well,
really is.
How about this? How about using low-level assets that were close to him, you know, in case any of them goes down, they're the fall guys. And then, as you said, you have the higher level levels to it as far as, you know, the police investigation and further on.
Exactly.
That seems to make sense to me.
That's what makes sense to me, because you don't put your high power guys doing that. If you're dealing with something, you want to use Occam's razor. You want to make it simple and believable. And
exactly.
And this kind of works, and it throws in that element of confusion with how the murders were, what was missing, what was there, what wasn't, and the evidence there seems to be almost conflictory in a strange way, as I've looked at it. Meaning there's bullet holes all in the room, and they're all laid together in that one room, but it doesn't make sense as to how the bodies were, and the missing limbs and everything, which they couldn't find. They blamed the dog. And I'm going,
yeah,
this looks like a total slop job. But if you're a professional, and you want to make it look like it was handled by somebody that didn't know what they were doing to throw off the whole thing, that would be a perfect set. Make it look like somebody had no clue what they were doing. It was just a quick get it done and run, like it was just impromptu. They just decided to kill him, and ooh, there it is.
Right. I mean, I think Dan's brought that up before, where, you know, as you said, if it's going to be a super clean, high level, top tier professional, why not have some expert Navy SEAL sniper snipe David in the head from 10 miles away, one clean shot, and it's over. You know what I mean? Completely random. No one sees where it came from. No evidence. No shell. No, really no weapon. Nothing. You know what I mean? If he's the target, or you know, even better, put something in his medicine or sideswipe him on the highway and have him crash his car. Oh yeah, he just lost control. You know, and there's a million other ways it could have been done as opposed to this abysmal crime scene.
Yep, and it seems like it was making a statement. It was making a statement. They were saying something with this, and you know, they tried to bring the Muslim influence and all of this. And I'm going,
right, sure.
I don't see that, but I see it as somebody that's sending a message to others with it, because it's just like cutting out the tongue of somebody. He was talking too much. Don't you do it?
Yep.
And so I see elements of that in this murder. And I'm going to just say it plain blank. This was a murder. And I think they wanted to send a message to people who are involved in whatever David was involved in, that was bringing light to an area or bringing out things, even in a fictional state, that they did not want to be referenced even.
Yeah,
I agree.
It seems so.
And it frightens me in the fact that it happened in Apple Valley, and Kamel went to Baylor University. I thought, ooh, wow, that touches close to home. And
so where was Kamel from, Greg? She was from Waco or down there in Texas, Houston, something like that, right?
Well, she was born in a military base in Saudi Arabia, and then in a U.S. military base in Saudi Arabia, and then they moved to Pakistan, and then they moved to Texas. Yeah, and
Fort Hood.
they've lived in a couple different places in Texas.
Fort Hood. I bet she lived in the Killeen area.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was
Yep.
down there somewhere. Yeah.
Fort Hood is the biggest. He was in the
Okay,
army.
so
He was in the army, right?
yes, he was in the army. Hmm.
Okay, if he was in the army, he was stationed at Fort Hood if he came to Texas, most likely. Which then would have put him close to Baylor University.
That makes sense.
And that would mean that if she was going there and he met her in this area, most likely, or obviously, she's going to college here, he may have been part of the Waco scene for a time. And Waco is an area where the largest Masonic lodge is, I found out, and a Masonic library.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was shocked. I thought, what? And I researched it, and the largest Masonic lodge is here. Largest means they have all the, that means if they bring in any Masons in, they can have a major Masonic gathering here in a very low level town that doesn't bring any light on that area. Everybody respects, it's not your business, to let it be done. And that's the way it is around here. And I was thoroughly amazed to hear that we had the largest, or one of the largest in the world, meaning in comparison to any of other lodges, even the ones where the main lodges come from in England, with the Queen being one of the head Masons, or is the head Mason, I mean, the Scottish Rite. So that means that this area in Texas is a major operational point tied to Bohemian Grove, and maybe even, which ties into the other smaller groups, whether you call it the Bilderbergers or the Odd Fellows Club, Masonics, Skull and Bones. I think they all work within the same operational mode, and they work on the agenda of each an aspect of control of the populace, and in various ways are in charge of that to some degree, and influence maybe more the direction they take in it. And it affects the locals, and where they need to input, whether it be Apple Valley, whether it be Waco, they'll step in as needed. And as you said, use the lower level people to kind of clean up an area that they don't want to touch or be tied to. And I think it's just verbally done. There's no paper trail, there's no meeting trail, there's no anything. And it could be a military thing. It could have gone through the Pentagon. I don't know. But this is interesting. And since it was a movie dealing with Hollywood, the military is highly involved in these things, in some movies, and they will give their blessings or say, no, we don't want that out or this out, but do it this way. And since he was dealing in an area which was describing a new totalitarian type of government that was controlling and that had overthrown the U.S., maybe this was something that he was getting, that he stumbled into the real world plan of bringing that about, which would be something, you know, they hide it in plain sight, but they don't want it told about directly with details.
Right.
And
right.
So that's what stuck me with this. I thought, when I heard what it was about, I go, wow, that ties into real world events, of course.
Right.
And he
Definitely.
had ties with people that were, and he was tying it in with people that were maybe in government or military, who knows who he was getting his data from. But then they decided that this wasn't what they wanted him to do.
Well, I mean, all of that is definitely plausible, and I definitely have my own theories along similar lines. But I guess my question in that case would be, what about a film like Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson or National Treasure with Nicolas Cage? You know, why would things like this be allowed, and what the difference would be? Because this isn't the first film to cover this content. It would have been just the first one to do it in that way. So, I mean, they've let stuff slide before.
It was
the
first one to get maybe to the heart of it.
That could be true.
Were around the fringes. This was saying where it's coming from, and how it's going to evolve. And if
More
there's somebody,
direct.
yeah, and if I was in control of things, I'd say, you know what? No. Let's not go down that road. Do it like Nicholas. Do it like this. But we don't want that because that's touching too close. Um, as it says, they'll hide it in plain sight, but they don't want you knowing details. And the one thing that stands out is the way I looked at it. He was showing the United States getting overthrown, which is happening right now, as it started in 2008. And it's interesting that that was happening then, and that would have been about the time Comel was at Baylor, and where the conception maybe of this came about. I don't know. Back in that time, or maybe it was even before, maybe when he was in the military and had data that he picked up there. Because I heard captains, admirals, and people talk, and you go, wow, yeah, that would make a good movie. And I think he got into something that was over his head, and being from his Christian aspect, he said, oh, he would have more details sometimes of how things are going and would look down the paths that could lead to some truth that would not be plausible for them to put out there, even if it were put in fictionary gray state movie, form. And he for him to be killed and his family was illustrating that something he had and that he knew and that he was putting into this that they thought was intolerable to them. Now, it does not say that there could not have been amongst his nefarious friends some jealousy or some desire for more control, but it doesn't make sense that they'd kill him, since if he would go on with it, they could actually sue. If they did have direct input, that would get them some monetary gain out of it, which probably that was what was involved. And when you're talking about millions of dollars, that could be motive for suing, but I don't see it being a motive for killing him when that's your cash cow, so to speak.
Well, I'll tell you why I do, because the only one that we know of that's on record of having direct input is Mason. So all these other kind of fringe guys that stood around and held lighting and microphones for recording, it'd be highly unlikely that they would have any claim. Right. They wouldn't have any creative claim to it. Plus,
we're talking about the ones who had input into scripting, the plan, the idea, the concept.
And that might only be one or two people, just David and Danny. So that when what Greg and Dan are referring to when David was sending out the emails and redrafting things with the lawyer and the contracts and all this, getting everybody sign off. The only one I could see having a vested interest is Danny, because he helped conceptualize the story. He was supposedly, at least in the concept trailers, we know he was the lead actor, does have some acting experience, so he was supposed to be attached, at least at an early stage of the project, as the lead actor. And from what we see in the emails, David at least was claiming that he would keep him on. Now, we don't know what would happen. Maybe that's what Danny's hesitation was. He signs off on his claim to the conceptual storyboard, and then once the he signs on the dotted line, it's over, and then David gets rid of him, and okay, what am I going to go use Danny Mason for when I can go get Keanu Reeves? You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean that's where the whole game changes there. But these other guys, Greg, what was the term you used for these compromised, we are changed guys? They were coadjutors or some sort of double agents. I forget the word that you used for these guys being compromised, but that was really a game changer for me, because you're talking about a bunch of guys that don't have any work history. They live in these roommate situations with duffel bags like full of cash, and they have no work history. And then this guy's making YouTube videos yelling at Dan, talking about, you guys can't figure out what I do because you're not smart enough. I'm like, well, dude, I saw your rap songs, and I definitely know that wasn't your career. So, let's get it together here, bud. So when you got a bunch of characters like this, you know what I mean? it really muddies the waters here. So when I was referring to these low-level guys, I mean, I'd be hesitant with the military angle because, like, in my opinion, I think Hollywood has a higher infiltration by intelligence. I mean, we know right off the bat that CNN, the media, all these major, media assets are like, probably at least half, 50% or more intelligence assets. So you could assume the same for Hollywood, if not more. So I would say the intelligence, like you guys were saying about Epstein and stuff, like, it gets to a certain level where they're going to, convict the case to him, and then it's like, oh no, he's an intelligence asset. You can't do that, and it gets stopped right there in the tracks. So, we're kind of seeing that kind of creep out more into the mainstream more and more now. So what I'm saying, if you have these other, so-called, we are change guys or whatever, pull a job off like this, and then 2 or 3 of them go down, it's whatever, because they're expendable. Like you said, it doesn't come back to a lodge or the military or, you know what I mean? Like, I would have to assume that things are planned out enough that it's never, ever going to come back on, people who would be making decisions or even close, Yeah,
no trail.
Just my 2 cents. Right.
No contact, no trail.
Because I was thinking along the same lines as you when I started out, but the more research these guys did, it's Eric Sayward, Sean Wright, just all these abysmal characters. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like it was almost never ending at one point.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that could be good distraction because you want that type of environment to keep people away from the truth, is make it look like it obviously has to be another direction. That is a pro's way of doing it because it makes it harder to really conceptualize that it could be something that, oh, well, it couldn't be that. Oh, look, this is just obvious. Anytime it's too obvious, you've got to be careful.
Right, for sure.
They say causation.
Muted.
Yeah, so we have to look at it from my perspective. I look at it from a broad view, like, what are the implications? Who gains the most out of this, and why? And what is the reason they're gaining it? Why would they want to kill? Who has the most to gain from him being dead versus his living? Those that are making money and could make money or could sue him would better off be served by him being alive, because you can't sue a dead man. And you can't control the project, and you don't get anything there. You may try, but it's not going to result in anything good for you. But if you see something that's there that's going to be causing, because under quote unquote national security, legally, it could be done. And if it did come back to somebody, they could go take it to the court. The court goes, and they go, oh, no, it was this, it was a professional, it was a hit, because, and in the subject, and you never hear anything else. And you don't get any public report, and you definitely will not get any media import from it. And I'm noticing that with this. Same thing.
And that's why when I see a $60,000 check that was possibly a forged signature that, Dan Sr. was out of the country in Germany, and the cops didn't even look into it, wow. It starts getting extremely strange. Like once Greg and Dan started pointing out stuff like this, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? So it's definitely some strange stuff going on with the case.
But they say every rabbit hole ends up at the final den.
For sure. I mean, hey, one thing
unmuted.
You guys can help me out with this that was posted in the group recently was this dog owner that was eaten by these 8 dogs or whatever. I know it's just like a random article someone posted, but like, I know it was, however many dogs, 8 or 10 dogs or whatever, but did anyone verify in that case if they ate the guy's skull? Because I'm wondering, even if 10 dogs can't do it, there's no way one can, right? So.
Well, to eat a skull, man, you have to, that's pretty hard to break down a skull. I mean,
that's what I'm thinking.
And I'm talking about bones and all, teeth, jaw. That would be, generally they're not interested in the skull, they're interested in the flesh.
Sophia might have something
animals
on that.
won't even touch the skull. If you look into missing 411, most of the people who are found, like their bodies are found, all they find is the skull. They don't find the other extremities. So wild animals won't even touch it. Why would this dog touch it?
Yeah, and it wasn't like you know, a 400-pound like Shepherd or Doberman or anything like that. So that's one thing. The other thing is we have two, not one but two, and Ronnie's entire arm. So you know, certainly.
And you got 3 hands too that are gone.
Now that as well, and then the David supposedly mummified hand, like you guys were saying earlier. So like it's
and that does
quite
not make
strange.
sense. That does not make sense. Hands don't mummify when you get murdered in your room. I
Right.
mean, that does not happen, and that strikes me as highly strange.
And
How?
unless it was tied up, or tied off, like some people theorized. Which
Right,
I mean,
and
I don't know anything about this, but
But if you tie it off to where there's no blood circulation, okay, yeah, it dies,
that's what I was thinking.
and then it rots. It doesn't mummify. If you've got moisture and bacteria, it takes it to being a dry, very dry atmosphere to get the skin to stay into a mummified state. The liquid withdrawn and gone. So that suggests what happened to his hand prior to him being killed, or after he was killed.
And that's why that's one of the dead ends that I can't figure out on this. The other thing is Danny is a Jeet Kune Do, which is Bruce Lee's martial art trained martial artist. So you know what I mean. If David was found with his throat punched in and you know a tomahawk on top of his head, I'd be like, oh, you know, it was Danny. So you know, easy taste. But like you said, with all these sloppy, you know, kind of dead ends, it really muddies the waters.
And that's what somebody wanted, because a mummified hand, something had to be done to that hand to mummify it, and that takes time. A mummification doesn't occur in a week.
David's gun safe was palm print activated or finger activated. Is that correct, Greg?
No, I think it was just a key, like a number, like, you know.
Oh, just a key code.
Yeah,
okay, I was gonna say, because I was thinking maybe perhaps like something would have obviously you assume just cut it off, but I was wondering if perhaps it could have been related to that somehow. But yeah, if it was just a punch code, then maybe not.
Yeah, it's like when you have to like put your hand down or something like that. Yeah, something like that. But it's not like a biometric. I mean, as far as I know.
Right.
The more I learn about this case, the stranger it becomes.
Yeah, look at this, Ross. Camel's DNA was found on the gun safe, but it wasn't blood. It was like skin cells and stuff from when she touched it.
So she opened it and took the gun out. That would seem to indicate that.
Well, possibly in self-defense, but I think what you guys were saying before, it's just, you know, if they're the owners and just going to the range or cleaning it or whatever, just handling it, that should be expected.
Yeah. Their DNA should be on it. Yeah.
But I mean,
but David's DNA wasn't. That's what I was trying to get.
Okay, that is weird. That's very weird.
And I've said this before, but I actually called. I live in Alabama, and Auburn University is like a very, very good veterinary school. So they've got some very good professors there. And I called and spoke with someone, the professor in veterinary medicine there, and asked them about the possibility of paleo eating all of that. And he said that he saw it like almost impossible because dogs, their pH level has to be to a certain level in order for the acid in their stomach to be acidic enough for them to digest it. Otherwise, they're going to get an intestinal blockage, or they're going to be pooping out basically blocks of chalk. And
Mm-hmm.
and I've talked to two other veterinarians where I live, and they've said the same thing. They've said, dogs do scavenge, but every single one of them that I spoke with said, okay, no, gruesome, but yeah, if they were shot in the head and they had exposed brains, stuff like that, yes, the dogs could scavenge that, but they wouldn't eat the skull. They would continue on to like soft parts of the body, like they would usually canines go for the belly, is what I've been told. They go for the belly, they go for soft spots. So the fact that none of that was disturbed on them is kind of perplexing to me, but very perplexing to me.
So theoretically, Paleo should be dead if he ate 2 human skulls and an entire arm, or at least have extreme digestive complications, which would have been obvious from the scene, or whatever state he would have been found in.
Based on what I've been told by like at least 3 other people, yes, that work in the field.
Yeah, so that makes no sense. As far as now, her DNA was on the gun, which I assume is the one that was by his hand or whatever. But wasn't there something about it being wiped down, or his DNA wasn't on it? Like that's you got anything on that, Greg?
DNA was on the gun, I believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull.
But there was no prints. Wasn't there no prints on it?
No, there was.
Is that what it was?
They couldn't find his prints.
Okay.
No.
All right, that drives me insane. How can there be no prints when it's found like next to his hand? Like unless what he woke back up and wiped it off like after he's dead. Like I don't understand. Like what how could that be? I mean, this is like the Kurt Cobain thing that we were talking about before when I was on with you guys, Greg, all over again. Like at the bare minimum, if the gun was like has never been cleaned by or serviced by the owner, you should have a lot of people's prints on it. I don't just mean the gun owner and his wife's prints. I mean like the guy who sold it to him. You know what I'm saying? Like any one of your friends who ever like touched it. Like come on, man. It's just that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got some more data. He did meet Comel in Waco. Fact.
Okay.
And he was she was a Pakistani, and they met, fell in love, and told their father and mother, Pakistanis have a way of dealing things with this. But he came in and said, "I'm going to marry," and then the father said, "Well, if you're going to do that, if you love each other, okay." And Raina was born in August of 2009, and in September 2009 they moved from Waco. They were living in Waco to Minnesota. And then she got her job at the university as he was going to film school. And that's where he met Mason, and they got the idea based on conspiracies and interesting, it began in the summer of 2010. And that's when David Mason, who met at a professor at film school there, and with websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. And according to Mason, he came back in 36 hours there and stayed up for 24, saying, "You're onto something. Let's see where this goes." And that's where the Great State started. And have y'all ever read The New Yorker?
Yeah.
Here and there.
Well, this story is in The New Yorker.
Oh, okay. I think I did read that article way back when.
Yeah, and it's pretty involved and pretty deep. I'm going, wow. And
yeah, they got a lot of stuff wrong in that one, though.
That doesn't surprise me.
What was wrong, Greg?
Well, all the stuff that they quoted me as, pretty much is start with that.
You mean the New Yorker has your quotes in here?
Well, I don't think they put any of them in there, but they definitely contacted me, and I told them pretty much everything.
Right.
I tried to tell the biggest thing that I tried to tell them about was item 57, and it was
Okay.
just like they didn't want to hear it. You know, I could tell that a lot of the stuff that I was telling them they didn't want to hear. First of all, they kept trying to label me as something. Well, okay, you're a citizen journalist, or you're this. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm not any of that. I'm just me. That's it. I'm just a guy that's looking into this like so many other people
Right.
are, and I can clearly see there's something wrong here. That's what.
Obviously.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, they should have known that
And it's
too.
interesting here that the day before a meeting, Comel found David curled on the floor in the bathroom crying.
Yeah.
What
Which-
about that?
Yeah.
Is that the film meeting or what?
No.
Yeah,
It says,
yeah.
It says the day before the meeting, and there was a meeting. Let's see. Arranged to meet Mike again in Los Angeles.
Right.
Yeah.
This was about the project, and she says the day before the meeting, Comel found David curled on the floor in the bathroom, crying.
Mhm.
And Mike regarded him. She was saying that he was worried that Mike would regard him as a fraud. I go, what? And Gray State was the most promising project, and it says we left. Mike Baggio told we left the meeting thinking we have to deal with this guy, which is interesting statement. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean that sounds pretty normal for an amateur filmmaker on their first, studio meeting.
It's a freak
I think.
out for you. The day before the meeting
Yeah,
was,
exactly.
yeah, a big guy, and you're going, oh crap, he might think I'm a fraud. I don't know why he would have thought that.
Yeah.
And it says he wrote Gray State in September, and he wrote straight for 31 hours. And then he sent it to him, and September 17th, Gray State poster, okay? And he was unsettled that they didn't respond immediately. Interesting.
Hey, Greg, didn't because I don't want to misquote anyone. I think I was reading. I'm not sure who. I don't know if it was you that had the conversation with Sidra or someone else, but she had said that when she was staying with them, that she was sleeping with Rania, and Rania woke up freaked out, and that she and Rania both saw like some kind of
Presence.
silhouette or specter or whatever, and freaked out, and that when Sidra went into Kamel and David's room, that David was on the floor praying,
Yes.
on his knees praying, and that hasn't gone anywhere.
That was supposed to be in Eric Nelson's film. All of that was.
See, that aspect of it.
I thought there was a brief reference. Wasn't there some sort of brief reference about something in the basement? It's been a while since I've seen the film now, but I thought there was
There were red rum aspects to it, but then they dismissed it. They dismissed it like,
Oh, it was
all
Comel. There was a Comel quote of her saying that she saw something, or thought she saw something, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
He was in there in the bedroom, and I don't know, Greg, was this when they were in the new house at this point, right? When she said that she heard this thing say, "Did you like the song?"
Yes.
And
the voice. That's what it was. The voice.
Then they felt, and then they felt something.
Yeah.
And then I guess she was having like nightmares, and this is when they were in their old place, when she was saying that she was having nightmares, and the voice was telling her to leave David, and then she was having and see what they didn't really clarify and make very clear was in the documentary, when she's talking to him in the dark, was she sleeping, had she had a nightmare when she was telling him what happened? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I think David had went to Home Depot. He came back, and then she had something happening, but he witnessed it from what it sounds like. But yeah, and whatever happened, he basically had her replay it, and that's what he's filming. So I think the whole thing is kind of taken out of context, because it's like, well, if you're gonna put that stuff in there, put it in the proper context and put it all in there, or don't put any of it in there, because the way that they put it in there, they were trying to make her look crazy. Now they had already tried to make David look crazy, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because,
then they try to make Rania look crazy. Yeah, they try to make all three of them
really obnoxious. That was brutal.
That's what the New Yorker is doing. It's
Exactly.
reading things like,
Yeah.
he was insane, and it says on Christmas morning, David made a list of plans for coming year, and it says the next morning, they left gifts in there, and it says that he got up and shot his daughter.
And they don't know that, right? And that's a total lie, because they don't know that.
Yeah.
They put it out as strict fact.
Correct.
Following the script.
Correct.
Well, as Greg and Dan said, when all this stuff kind of came off, it was almost like a concerted effort, like almost an intelligence plan of attack. You know what I mean? With these specific articles, and then when A Gray State came out, you had these. You remember those film reviews, Greg, and they all seemed like a copy and paste of. It was like it all came from the same, carbon
talking
copy.
Points.
You know what I mean? It was like the talking points and everything. It was all followed that one narrative, and it was like, there were 100%, reviews, and it's like I don't think anyone who watched that gave it a 100%. You know what I mean? So it was like, and it was like several of them. You know what I mean? So like, not to say that couldn't happen, but it was more the talking points, like Greg said. Like it was all from this same script. You know what I mean? It was like, as the boys said before, it was like, if you thought anything else other than what was being fed to you through these articles and documentaries, you didn't have the story right.
That's right.
Who is this? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, what they found with the keyboard and the computer, and with the 53 despairing themed songs put to run continuously, you said. And in the office was an open notebook with dried blood in the margins. David had written, "Open the rise, most recently, and submit to Allah now." I'm going, wow, that sounds totally, and the blood on the couch and blood on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is.
The ripped out Quran pages, etc.
And this sounds totally staged. Goodness.
Yeah, it sounds like what a bunch of amateur idiots would do trying to frame suicide. In my opinion.
Let's make it obvious it was suicide. And what one who was not knowing how the hell to do it would do it. Let's have a computer with 53 sad songs, and sounds like a movie script.
Yeah, right, exactly. That sounds more like the movie part than anything that happened.
Yeah. Exactly. And how do we know that playlist that he had didn't have something to do with what he was working on? That maybe that was called Ascend. Maybe Ascend was a part of the script, and this was the type of music that he wanted to go along with that.
Or just his writing music, right?
Yeah. We have
could have been.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that's probably like. One of my biggest issues is it was a 40 caliber pistol. Is that correct? So, how on earth, given how close those houses look together in the pictures, I don't know anything about Apple Valley or Minnesota or any of that stuff, but just theorizing on a suburban neighborhood, how on earth nobody heard the gunshots, and then you have like this mummified hand and all that stuff. It really leads me to the conclusion is maybe it did happen, elsewhere, and then they were brought there to the living room and stage, or at the very least, like the basement or something like that. Because a 40 caliber pistol is extremely loud. So
Yep.
I don't know. Even late at night, I don't know. I can't really come up with any scenario where people don't hear that, or they do and they think it's fireworks or something. You know what I
Or a
mean? But
backfire from a car or some strange thing like that.
right, yeah, motorcycles, yeah. But I mean, I feel, and how many shots was it, Greg? Like 5, 6 more? So
Yeah, total I think we're 6.
Three
honestly,
three
2 or
were
3 should be a lot.
from
Well-
Right.
neighbor, but they discounted it.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they only
Yeah,
only
that's-
left with 4 bullets on that first day, and then they had to come back and get the
Well,
5th, and come back and get the 6th.
I
Right.
see that
But
they're
they
slanted
left
here. The
with-
alt-right conspiracy theorists think the government killed the aspiring libertarian filmmaker David Crowley.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Truth is
yeah. I remember that
far
one.
The truth
That's
is
a classic.
I wonder.
Right.
New Yorker.
The truth is far stranger. It's just no one's gotten to it yet.
That's right.
So.
It's like they
But,
got it. It's like they've got it all down. We know what happened.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah,
That's how
yeah,
they write it.
yeah. The New Yorker guy who's like a million miles away. Yeah, I'm gonna take his opinion.
Yeah, Alex. What was it? Let me.
Alec Wilkinson.
Yep. Is he the one? That
Yeah, I know.
Is he the one that talked to you, Greg?
Yes. Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah, I mean, he
Okay.
seemed like a very nice guy. I think I was on speakerphone. I think he said
Mhm.
that it was so that he could type whatever while I was talking to
Yep.
him. But I mean, I didn't tell him anything different than I wouldn't tell anybody else. Then he had
He
his.
used to be
his-
a policeman.
Did he really? I
Oh
did not
no!
know that. I did
oh
not know
man,
that.
dude, I so far have not agreed with one person that is ex-police enforcement. So.
Hey, you know what?
It's gonna be
I've
difficult.
talked to many
Alec
cops that
Wilkinson
they
worked
they.
as a policeman in Wellfleet, Massachusetts.
I didn't know that.
Oh man, that's my neck of the woods, man. Jeez, wow, that's rough.
And
Um,
and
no, I know what you're saying,
Those are
Greg.
your
I'm
people.
sure there's plenty of guys that have
There are.
decent opinions, but I'm just
Local,
saying
yeah.
people who have people who have written articles and
Oh yeah.
Oh.
right.
diatribes
Yeah.
haven't done well.
No,
No,
and
who's
they.
this Eric West, this guy that David had sent the screenplay to, and what was his name? You guys were going over it on one of the other
David
past
Kirkwood.
streams. Was it him? Oh, maybe it was him. That's the one who was looking at the project, and then him and Crowley had like split ties or whatever.
That was one of them. Yeah, I mean, that
Yeah,
kind of that fits. Fits a
yeah.
few.
I know there's several, but I know there was like some articles written about it where he had some like quotes and stuff. And I would be interested in what he has to say to see if anyone actually has that rough draft. He was talking about how the whole he made the Red Dawn reference, and he said like
Correct.
the actual
That is
project
David,
had
yeah.
turned around and yeah.
That's
I
David
think you
Kirkwood. Yeah.
have you reached out to him?
No, I don't. I think we had some type of a contact. I might have made a comment on one of his things or something like that. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't believe too much of what that guy says. I do think it's definitely worth it. But he is totally convinced that David Crowley is guilty. So we got to start there.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not saying as part of the case, but just more what he knows about the project and
Correct,
any
correct.
rough draft he
Yeah.
might have. That that'd be my only interest there. But
Well, he was- yeah,
anyone who's totally convinced,
Well, he was
Any
he,
public
You're saying.
references showing David Crowley as the killer.
he was one of the
Any
guys
public
that
reference.
really said that.
Any official or public reference I'm seeing is just showing David Crowley killed his wife and daughter.
Right,
And
of
I don't
course,
believe.
of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't
Or yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
You're saying, Greg?
Yeah, I was saying, David Kirk West was one of the guys that really made me think that David Crowley was taking his movie in a spiritual way. That because David
Mhm.
Kirk West is actually quoted as kind of saying that it kind of goes there. It's more of a spiritual film, and then you can kind of see that. So you can see the way that David Crowley was going, and David Crowley even asks him if he's a Christian, and David Kirk West, the way that he answers that is also like yeah, he's like he goes into these Christian themes, blah blah blah, But you know,
yeah.
it's that guy. The biggest problem that I had was at that crucial moment. So many people didn't know anything. All these people were trying to tell us that David Crowley is guilty. Now, for some
Right.
reason, I think around October or November, David Crowley actually unfriends David Kirkwest. Actually blocks him. Like
Yeah.
he's not talking to
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
That to me was very very strange too. And
Yeah.
I just wonder how many people David Crowley reached out to in that same way that all have those same stories that might all think that David Crowley is
Yeah.
guilty now too.
It's quite a few because I remember around that period he unfollowed and he made that post about I'm unfollowing all the F and New World Order people, and he is pretty so I have to really wonder what was going on with that decision if somebody else maybe had something was said to him, someone pressed him or something like that. I mean, I'm just like theorizing here, but or if he just arrived to that conclusion by himself because some of these other former Gray State guys that all this dirt has come out on now, if that just had him questioning everybody, you know what I mean?
Right.
I'd have to wonder. Not that I have any data either way, but I'd have to wonder.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big thing, and I think I think we need to wrap this episode up here. I want to let everybody who's joined us. I want to kind of give you, if you have any final words, anything that you want to say. But I definitely want to come back and continue this talk soon. And we covered a lot of ground, and there's so much more too. So we got a long way to go. So
we do.
Anybody got
One
any
thing
final
I wanna
words
say,
here? Go ahead.
One thing, dealing with the noise level, they do suspect, and I do suspect too, when you have a silencer or a means of silencing, especially a very loud 40, you can do it. And I think it was probably silenced, in my opinion, going back to the point that it wasn't David that killed himself or anything, because they didn't find a silencer. There had to be a silencer used, because I agree with you. Even down in the basement, a 40 makes a lot of bang.
For sure. But my question would be, what then? Put the silencer on David's pistol or a silencer on another 40 caliber to match the caliber. You know what I mean? To bring up a lot of questions for next time.
So that's something to think about. But the power, I can shoot my 45 in the house and the neighbor would hear it. They know something went off.
I mean, I could probably shoot my 9 in the house and the neighbors can hear it, man. So
but if you get a good silencer or create one or bring one in that fits, then there's no contest at all. You don't hear anything. It's muffled to the point that it just becomes a little puff. What was that?
That's true.
Because nobody knows what a silenced gun sounds like unless you've heard one.
Right. Yeah, it's not like the movies, but I got to take off as well, guys. It's been a good discussion. I'll try to make the whole talk next time. Me and Greg have been kind of missing each other because I'm terrible on Facebook, but hit me up on Twitter if you guys are on there. ROSSGERACIPXF on Twitter. Check out the David Crowley interview on my channel, Planet X Records on YouTube, and shout out to Greg, Dan, everybody else who's been following the case. I'll be around.
Thank you, man.
All right. Thank you. And I'm Walter Bradley. Nobody knows me because I've been out in the background. I do my own thing.
You're recovering. You are recovering right now.
Yeah, I've had surgery, so it is. So keep me in prayer, and I've got more to come. And I had to give up a job because of the surgery. They said, we're not going to, I went, no. They couldn't hang with me. But the Father will take care of this. I'm not worried. I'm a faith man.
Yes.
I'm a believer, so I go with that. But thank y'all for all having me. I'm not the pro here. I'm learning, and I just throw out stuff that I think.
I think we all are.
Yeah, we are.
And to me, the more I look at it, the more questions I have. So thank y'all so much for all y'all's deep research and good information. And it's fabulous. Y'all are really fabulous at this. And when I first met Greg and started him on this path, kind of a little bit, I don't know if I had any influence in that, Greg. I think it's come up to a good state. It's come up to a gray state.
A good state is
Anyway.
better than a gray state. Yeah.
All right.
A great
Well, y'all
state.
have a good night.
A
there,
great
okay?
state.
Y'all take care.
Thank
How
you.
are you?
Have a good one, guys. Till next time.
Yeah. Take care.
Respect.
Bye-bye.
Shalom.
All right, bye now. Anybody else have any final words that you want to say before we end this here?
I was just going to ask you really quick. Because they were talking about silencers and stuff like that. Did they match the bullets to the gun ballistically to make sure that they did come from that gun?
From what they say, yes, they all of them came from that gun.
Okay.
The one in the attic?
The one in the attic they compared to item 31, so that is really weird how they try to tie that. But if anybody wants to go and check it out for themselves, in the BCA 488-page document, it does have some black and white, very bad. I would like to get some better images of it, but it does go through all of that, and it does show how they fire. They compare test bullets, so they have 2 test bullets, and they compare those to all of the bullets fired. So I think it's very important for everybody to really go and check that out, and let's come back and let's see what everybody thinks about it, because when we're talking about item 57, I'm still not convinced on it based on what I've seen in those documents. There's something wrong.
Well, I want to get that 488 pages and start reading it like a book.
I'm going to send it to you right now.
Do it. I want to look. Now you've got me committed.
Good.
To now.
Good.
I have been just listening. I want to look at this, and I may make some calls and see. And now that I found out they're from Waco, it's just like finding out about the biggest Masonic lodge in Waco, and I'm going, good grief. And when we were going over this, I didn't ever begin to think that Comel was from Waco. I never tied it to Texas or anything. And I looked up the New York, and she went to Baylor University, and I went, oh my gosh. Her parents live here. Her parents are still living here. Yeah. And that means that I could actually, I don't know if they'd want to talk to me, but
you
she
never know.
has a friend that Greg interviewed. I can't remember her name.
Send me that name, Greg.
Greg interviewed her.
Because what I will do is I will go around them and become friends, without bringing up. I'll just
No, you don't want to do that. You always want to be honest about it and just just try to if you're gonna reach out to them, let them know exactly.
Oh, I would, and I would be honest.
I know you would be. You couldn't help but be honest.
I know. You know me, Greg.
Yeah, I know you way too well. Yeah.
It's a tempting thought, though. But I would like to talk to the family. And wow.
Somebody should.
She went to. I got some response with that.
Yeah, you did. You got a good response with that.
Get to know them real good.
Yeah, you never know.
Ask about, do you have any daughters, son-in-laws, or anything? Happen to live in the area? They get real suspicious real quick.
Probably.
Family lives out there.
Yeah, they do.
Camel's sister lives out there, but I don't think they would be open to talking. But
you never know.
I don't think so either.
Well, just pray on it, and if it's meant to be.
I could probably talk to Alex Jones down in Austin faster than I could get.
Yeah, well, you'd have to find him first.
I know he's kind of fallen off the map.
Yeah.
Here recently. But anyway.
All right, my friends.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Anybody else have any final words here before we check out?
Yes, I have one question. You said that you had a link that you couldn't send through YouTube, but you'd send it to the group, and I'm confused, but I want to know where I can find that video.
Yeah,
of that one guy who talked to David before he died.
Right.
It's on the group page right now. It's up. I looked. It's on the page, on the Justice for David Crowley and Family page.
Yeah, and
The
then
group.
what I'll do too is once I stop this video, I'll put it in the comments, or I'll put it in the description, and then that
And
way
send
you
me a
can
link
just
if you could, or I'll get
yeah
it there too.
yeah for sure, and then you can
Awesome.
just
Okay.
you can just link it there.
Good.
Alrighty.
All right, y'all have a good night.
You
Take
too.
care.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all's work. See ya.
All right, good peeps. Unless we got anything else, I'm shutting this down. Y'all have a good night.
God bless, and I'm
God bless.
outie. Bye.
Okay, y'all all have a good night.
All right, you too.
Oh yeah, save this stream so I can listen to it again.
I will.
That'd be nice.
Alrighty.
Thank
Alright,
you.
bye bye.
Until next time. Thanks
Okay,
everybody
bye.
for joining us on the Gray Stage live stream number 4. Today is 8/13/2019, and hopefully we'll come back within another couple days, and we will continue this conversation. We brought up a lot of stuff that we need to follow up on, so I'm looking forward to the next stream. See y'all then. Amen, and God bless you all.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr., Catherine Michelle, and Sophia in an update episode on the Crowley case. Today is September 1st, 2019. It's Labor Day weekend, and we'd like to give everyone up to speed on the case. On the Justice for David Crowley and Family page, we now have 2,728 members. They're still joining, and I think we haven't been doing many videos and updates here in the last couple of months, and this would be a good chance to get an update on everything. Catherine and Sophia and Greg Fernandez Jr. we have here with us. Greg, do you want to start off first with an update on your book, on the David Crowley book that you're writing on? What is the status on that?
Sure. So I was able to get through a lot quicker than I had previously thought, and I do think that I will be able to have this published and for a free download, at least at the very latest by January 17th, 2020 or 2020, basically.
Okay.
So I've I did have to cut a lot of things. There was a lot of stuff that I felt wasn't really necessary to the story, and the story is just meant to be a reference guide for researchers. There is other things in there too, but that is supposed to be the main bulk of this, to make it easy for people when they're doing their own research, as a reference guide that they can go back to. It's not solving this case. It's not meant to solve this case. It's meant to help people who are like me, who were very confused by all of the differing stories, by all of these things that we kept hearing, how everybody's story changed. It is really meant to just get to the heart of the facts, so that people can take those facts, take that data, and do whatever they want with it. I do think that this book will just help show that obviously there's no evidence, there's no proof that David Crowley is guilty, and that there's something else going on here. So it's been a long time. What has it been, Dan? We've been on this case now for almost 5 years, I think, right?
It's been about 4 years and 9 months coming up here. Over 4 years and 8 months for sure. So we're in that coming up on the 5-year mark, and I think that book coming out at that time in January on that five-year anniversary would be very good for these all of the new members that are investigating, and also many people that have never heard of this case, and those who have heard of it, to be able to jump in and read the book and hopefully clarify some of the disinformation and misinformation that's been out there, because that's a big issue, I think, with this case, is the confusion. There's so much confusion between many of the players and the characters here with the same names, the various juniors and seniors, and it's a lot of misinformation and disinformation that was put out there on purpose as well. And then we get this to confuse everybody. That documentary came out done by Eric Nelson. Really is what's driving most of the people to our justice group, because of the confusion they get after that. And I know another plan in the future is to get an actual documentary done on this case, for two reasons. One, to set the record straight on what really what really did and didn't happen from an evidence point of view, and number two, to undo or to unwind the comments and the theories put forth in that other documentary that Eric Nelson did, because it steered people so much on a wrong path that we almost need a documentary just to undo these strange circumstances from that first documentary. So I know there's been some folks interested in doing that. Have you heard anything back on a documentary on this, Greg?
Nothing concrete yet. Still, there's a couple different ways that we could go. I think that's one of the reasons why the other day I posed it to the group, and I just asked if somebody were to make a real documentary film, what would they want to see? And if anybody listening to this is a member of our group, Justice for David Crowley and Family, please help us out, because every time somebody leaves a comment, these are really good comments that are left on there, and it really gives me a lot to think about, and it really helps me see how difficult a real documentary is going to be. Not as far as the facts and all of the different proofs and all of that, but just making a film and making a documentary film is a difficult task, especially if you want to do it right. So I've been praying on it, and I know we had talked with Christian Coffins, and he was talking about doing one, and I don't know. I don't necessarily think that it just has to be one either. It can be it can be several. But I think we do need that, because people who watch that movie, it just leaves you with this bad taste. It's just like, that can't be it. That cannot be the whole thing. And then getting people caught up can be very difficult when they have to sift through that stuff. And I had this problem with my book, because I was going through trying to fact check these things, and dates aren't adding up. You have you'll see something in Eric Nelson's film, and then you'll kind of look at some of the other dates, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not sure if these dates add up. You see that a lot. So that's another reason why you see that a lot with people's stories and how they change. We have people say, well, you have Danny Mason, who says the last time he had a exchange with David was on December 7th, but then when you look at the actual document, it says December 9th. So it's things like that, just getting dates wrong. And dates to me are very important. David's brother had the biggest problem in all of these documents and everything, getting dates wrong, so much so that when you look at the timeline in the 94 pages of the police reports, anything that mentions Dan Crowley Jr. doesn't really have a date, even though he knows what date he talked to his brother. He knows what date text messages went back and forth. He doesn't give those. David's dad does, and other people do, but Dan Crowley Jr. doesn't do that. So it's just those type of things that have frustrated me, trying to make it so that when people look at this case, that they can get actual data, some data based on facts, not just based on what somebody says or what this person says, but what the hard facts say. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for people that are just getting caught up in this case. And there are many people that are just learning about this case, and you can see when people learn about this case and start digging into this case, they realize there's something very toxic here, and there's something wrong.
Has there been any updates with the Gray State script or the movie plans? Has anyone heard? I do know that just this last summer, that was it 2019 in the end of June, that Screen right. The Actors Guild, that's the registration for David Crowley expired. Has anyone heard information on that now? Is it eligible now? Is that script eligible for someone to take the ball and run with it from a legal standpoint? Even though it's probably not going to be wise to do from realistically to do that, but legally, could that fall into someone's hands and run with it now? Sophia, do you have anything on that?
I know that Danny August Mason and Dan Sr. both have lawyers on it, but I don't know what else is being done. It was in a type of legal limbo. But anything else?
I do think that when Danny August Mason set up that new company called Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota, just a few months, after the bodies were discovered. That was back in 2015, and I think they were hoping to set this up. He was able to get a trademark, the company set up, and I think he's moving forward with it, like you said, with attorneys and whatnot to move forward. But I believe that's where they stumbled upon the fact that when the crime scene photos came out, it does show that certificate of the Gray State Project with the registration expiration date of 2019, and that's when I think we saw that the Danny August Mason script, progress. That company had stalled, and they had not then renewed the company. He had since moved to Texas. I don't think they're doing anything with Gray State Universe, and so the whole thing kind of fizzled. Not to say that they're not going to do anything with it, but as far as I know, back then there was nothing to do moving forward with it. Have you heard anything, Catherine, on that front?
I have not heard anything. However, I will put this out there because I've been a published writer myself through the actual what they call traditional venue, and the fact that David had it registered with the guild, that is not the same as copyright. That just means that he had it there with Hollywood, and it would expire at a certain date if he didn't renew. That has nothing to do with copyright law. The play, the scripts, everything he wrote, everything he filmed, everything he said belongs to him, and it is copyrighted. And now that he's dead, it will remain under his copyright protection for 70 years. So they're going to have a heck of a time trying to take what David wrote. Now, that doesn't stop them from writing their own quote-unquote Gray State, but they have to start from the beginning and come up with their own ideas. They cannot take what David did and now go forward and create their own. They have no rights, and it doesn't pass down in a family, so nobody inherits that unless it's specifically written in a will, and all of this has to be done and produced with. I think I'm not sure if they would have to send that along to the Library of Congress or not. But his script is his script, and anyone who tries to take what he did and make it their own, like I've said before, I will report them. Because that's copyright infringement and that's stealing, and that is against the law. So what he did is safe for 70 years.
Now, and
that's what's in the legal limbo right now is the copyright. They both filed for that, but it's in legal limbo for at least 70 years. So.
Yes, because if David put it through first, which I'm assuming he did, he was a smart man. And then if Danny tried to come back later and add it as his as a copyright, initially when it is sent to the Library of Congress holds all that, but you don't have to have that for it to be copyrighted, and that's what a lot of people forget. And so David holds copyright title, and Danny's going to have a heck of a time trying to prove that he had anything to do with it if David did not include his name on his initial paperwork. If he just, which we all know and we've all seen that it just says by David Crowley, by David Crowley, by David Crowley. Danny is the one who comes in and says, oh no, I did this too. Well, no, just because you help with an idea during a photo shoot or a filming sequence doesn't make you a co-author.
Well, I think Danny Mason thought that he was, and in the documents, in the last email from David Crowley, he kind of confirms that too.
No, he says he would give him the for the Rise concept and for that little photo shoot for the Rise, which is not
That's part
Gray
of it.
State.
Right, that's part of it.
It's a set aside. It's like a subset, but that doesn't mean he then becomes owner with the rest of the Gray State thing.
Correct.
He only has partial ownership of the Rise, and because he never signed it, David never. It was never legally signed over because Danny refused to sign it. So he kind of kicked himself in the butt. He never said, "Okay, well that's great, thanks. I agree with this, and I'll take that." Right. So as it stands now, he has no legal claim to anything because David didn't turn it over.
And there's a public catalog for the copyright, and it only has David's name on there for every filing that he's made. So he has no rights to it.
Well, there is a story, right? There is that one cover sheet that does show that Danny Mason is the co-creator of this story. And if I were Danny Mason, looking at this page that I just pulled up now here, the last email from David Crowley to Danny Mason, I would use this. I would use this to show that David Crowley did consider me a co-creator of the concept, and maybe that's part of the whole limbo thing that they're going through now. I mean, to me,
legally. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say legally though, when David offered him and said, "Here, I will give this to you for full ownership, but I need you to sign off because he kept trying to claim ownership of Gray State, which was not his. The Rise, yes, he did help. But Gray State, that was not his at all. And so Danny was trying to force David to put his name on Gray State. And David's like, "No, I need you just to sign this paper because you have to jump through legal hoops. Nobody's going to film anything if they don't know that it's fully theirs, right? And all legal aspects and legal holes are sewn up, closed, whatever." And Danny knew that. And he knew by holding out, he was trying to force David's hand. But again, he didn't accept it. There's nothing that shows he accepted anything. He just said, "Oh, well, I'll give you a call and we need to talk about it." That's not accepting. So he kicked himself in the butt. That was on him. And the Crowley side could easily fight that because David did sign. He said, "Hey, I will give you this. I just need you to sign this document." He said, "But I need you to sign."
Yeah, and
he never did it.
And
it was never.
What I thought was the weirdest thing was when Dan spoke with Mike Boggio of the Michael Entertainment Group. Mike Boggio was like, I don't know why David asked Danny to even do that. Now I don't understand the whole legalese and all of that, but I assume that a guy like Mike Boggio would, and so I don't know. Maybe David was just taking some extra precautions, which also made me think that I had been living in this world where I thought Danny and David were close and had some type of a falling out. I'm not so sure now. I don't know how close they ever really were beyond just
Danny just kind of popped into his life a few years before the Gray State started filming the trailer for The Rise. And yeah, he didn't really know David. He just kind of popped in and they just sort of met. But as far as what I see, and again, I could be wrong, but we don't know the conversations that took place between Danny and David on the phone.
Right.
We see what little, and they did not communicate hardly at all. So we don't know what was said on the phone, but it to me it's clear by David's email that Danny was being very difficult. He was trying to demand ownership of something he owned nothing to. So it looks like to me like David was trying to cover all of his bases. And no, I agree with Mike Boggio. He did not have to do this. He was trying to help Danny and get Danny some more work. But Danny was fighting it because he wanted more than what he was legally entitled to. And it's that copyright is very plain, and it's very you can't really budge on it. David filed for copyright, only his name is on it. It belongs to him.
Right.
End of story. And for 70 years, they can't touch David's work. Doesn't stop them from creating their own. But whatever David did, they cannot have.
Even with the approval of the next of kin, David's father?
No, because he does not hold copyright. David did not leave his books and his film and anything in a will to his father or to his brother or to anybody. I have not seen that anywhere. It's never been mentioned. And if David died without that being specified in a will, it remains David's property. Nobody, not his family, not his friends, no one can claim ownership to that copyright. The best thing they can do is, after 70 years have gone by, they can then try to buy the copyright at that point and keep it from going public. Or if they can buy the copyrights, then they can keep it then under their family name. But again, they still have to wait that period out. No one can touch it.
It's filed under Crowley David, estate of David Crowley.
See, there you go. It's David's.
Interesting. And what I was, just to clarify, I've got the photo pulled up here just on my own computer. It's a documentation of registration, and that's from the Writers Guild of America West, Incorporated, issues this certificate to David Timothy Crowley for the material entitled Gray State to David Timothy Crowley, writer, and this is the screenplay that takes effect June of 2014 and expires on June of 2019. And like Catherine said, that's got nothing to do with the copyright or the rights of it. That's just him registering this screenplay, essentially, that it is his, and then he can just simply renew it. But the legal standpoint is the copyright. Now, my question for Catherine, I guess, is, because we have not seen the screenplay, what if Danny August Mason or someone else produces a movie very similar,
Dreamcatcher,
but very similar, and moves forward with this concept, but David Crowley is not around to sue, and no one else would be able to sue him because no one else has ever potentially seen the script to know that it is the same or very much the same. What if Danny August Mason was to put a screenplay together that was 95% exactly the same, plagiarized essentially, with a few things changed? Who would ever be the wiser, and who could he get away with doing that?
Well, it's still copyright infringement, but that's why I'm saying, if anything happens while I'm alive and I see anything like that, I'm going to write the Library of Congress and ask them if they could forward a copy of the copyrighted material, and then I would compare that. I'm not going to let these guys slide on this. No way. And I think when it's brought to the attention, and then they can then be sued, and then that money, that anything they made, would then go to David, and then, well, since he's dead, whatever his will specified, that money then would then go down that line. And then they would have to do like cease and desist. So they can do something similar, because there's similar stuff out there all the time. But you cannot take their work and say, oh, I just changed a line or two and now it's my movie script. No, it doesn't work like that. So I'll be watching.
And also for the new members, a lot of new members joining the group, as far as we know, that David and Kumail did not have a will. David did not have a will, unless there's something out there that we do not know. There wasn't one. And so the assets then would move to the next of kin or the family. But like Catherine just said, this is copyrighted material. It doesn't just fall downhill like that and land in someone's lap.
Correct.
I myself was under that assumption that it would fall into the family's lap because there was no will, and that's why they were going to move forward with it. But because this is copyrighted material, that stays with David, and if nothing was spelled out specifically, that also stays on now for a window of 70 additional years before something can ever happen with that. Is that
correct?
Can you confirm that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so which part was actually copyrighted?
The script.
The script. just the script, because because they had planned to make it into a TV series and all that. I don't know. I guess they could.
Well, we don't have the legalese of what was written. However, that really doesn't matter, because knowing how thorough David was, it would include Gray State, any merchandise. He would have included all of that within his paperwork. So yeah, it was probably not too broad, but broad enough to cover everything he was doing with Gray State.
Okay, interesting. They're very good. Yeah, that'll help for the newer listeners out there, because it's a very confusing topic.
Yeah, it confuses me.
Generally, for all of us, I guess.
Well, and you guys have seen on Danny August Mason's on his Facebook page, he's got something up there called Dream Nation. Anybody know anything about that?
No.
That came out a while ago. Dan, you might remember when that was. Looks like
Yeah, I remember a little bit of that. Yeah, that was 4 years ago, I think.
Yeah, April 23rd, 2006. He posted this one, and it was like, I remember a lot of people were thinking,
2016,
okay,
sorry.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah, and they were thinking this is a little too close to Gray State. But I don't know. I don't know anything about this, and I haven't really found any information on Dream Nation yet. I just thought that was weird that he's this. I mean, I'm looking at this poster here, and it pretty much could be a scene right out of Gray State, because I know they were taking it in a spiritual level and all that, but I don't know. I was just curious if anybody had ever heard of this thing called Dream Nation. I'll have to dig a little deeper on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Guys, I got to jump off here in a few minutes, but you guys can continue on. And then I would like to see, too, let's see. So Greg's got that book. Catherine, you were going down some different scenarios, too, of investigation on certain things following up. And I think Sophia was, too. But, yeah, it's an interesting stuff, and we wanted to do this show just to get everyone caught up, kind of a summary update here. We're heading into fall, and we are still hard at it, still looking into things, and but we welcome all the new members that are joining. All right, thanks, guys. I got to jump off.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks,
right,
Dan.
Thank you.
Have a
See you
great
soon.
night.
Yeah, thanks.
So I pulled up the actual document of registration from the WGA here, just so people can get a good image of what we're talking about.
Yeah, the Writers Guild of America, in case they don't know what WGA was.
I want to look more at the copyrighted stuff then, and see what exactly was under this copyright. Just trying to get a better understanding of what they could do and what they couldn't do. I mean, Catherine, I think you kind of broke it down basically well. Just, yeah, there's not really too much that they can do without. I mean, it sounds like, and that's what frustrates me with some movies that I've seen, after David's death. You could think, oh man, that's similar. That's similar. So it's just like they can just take his concept, basically. I'm wondering if Danny Mason could just sell the concept, not necessarily a script or whatever, and just kind of give that to someone. And I think if they do sell it, my personal view, just a guess, 100% guess, is that they would sell it for the purpose of putting it on a shelf. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that.
That's a strong possibility.
I do have an email that was shared with me from the WGA in regards to this.
Oh, good. Share it with us.
It says the primary purpose of registration. I need to enlarge this a little bit more. Sorry. The primary purpose of registration is to establish the completion date of original work on behalf of the named author. Once material is submitted, we take possession of the file as evidence of that particular version,
and if necessary, the registry will submit material as evidence on legal proceedings or arbitration regardless of location of membership or membership, excuse me. The WGAW registry does not read does not read registered material. The WGAW registration process places preventative measures against plagiarism or unauthorized use of author's material. Registering does not make work available to third parties or agencies. Each registration requires some form of material.
Yep, that's straight. Yeah, they spelled it out. So, and again, with Writers Guild of America, it's just their process and their own group type thing, and it has nothing to do. It's totally separate from copyright law. So, and then on that, they clearly state that David was the only registrant. He was the only owner.
Anything else on that before we kind of move on to a few other things here?
No.
I think we covered it.
Yeah.
I didn't
I'm happy
get.
to post this.
Yes, please
if
do.
you
Please,
like.
yeah, please post that. I would love to hear both of your views on a documentary. What do you want to see in this documentary, if one were to get made?
Well, I would like to see them go through the investigation to bring to light the files that we received from the police department. What do you think, Catherine?
I've been thinking long and hard about that, and it's kind of like I would love to see an interview with the police officers who were there and kind of get them on camera, because how they handle themselves when they answer questions and stuff like that. And and I don't even know if that's possible. They probably have a gag order or whatever, but I would love to see a documentary from maybe David's perspective of what we know David to be by what we have, and then obviously cover the things that were either misrepresented or gleaned over or just downright twisted to fit a different narrative,
Yeah, the bias that was in the other documentary really stood out, and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. The way that they twisted and edited certain things, they had so much to work with, and this is what they chose to do.
Yeah, exactly. And if you could say, here's what the evidence states, here is what is actually found, and then just kind of leave it at that. Let people decide for themselves, as they watch it. Don't tell them what to think, but show them there are so much wrong with what was presented and written in the reports compared to what the photos tell us, and that would just be, amazing. And I think it would open a lot more people's eyes to the inconsistencies, and like you said, Sophia, the bias on not only the police department's side, but in why would so many people automatically accept the conclusion. That, I think, would help a lot of people if that could be in a documentary.
Nice. Well, we did get some interesting comments on that, and it seems like, people want the experts. Michael Laurie wants names and relationships of all various Gray State players. That's a whole documentary in and of itself,
Right?
I think. Mary says just the truth, which is true. That's all we want. That's all we've ever
Right.
really wanted. I mean,
Yeah,
we wouldn't be
absolutely.
here now if we had the truth, obviously. Paulette did not want to say her statement publicly. Tina says Kamel's family for one, which is a big one, because obviously you want to get both sides of the family. I mean, I would think so.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good one. The experts, definitely experts on. Philip says experts on crime scene for sure. They can give you a play-by-play. Definitely expert opinion on how long the bodies were there, what they make of mummified hands. When we talk about these experts, again, I'm very skeptical of what an expert really is. How do you define one? And of course, any expert that we get, is going to be criticized basically by somebody. So it's kind of, you can't. How do you get an expert who can be unbiased in the most possible way? Because everybody has bias, but as much as
And that's
possible.
the problem that I've run across when asking police friends and stuff like that. And I'm like, ask them basically the same thing you just said. And they're like, it will be very hard to find any officer to go against another officer, regardless of whether it's true or not. They just don't do it. It's some type of code they have, which really ticks me off because, in other words, their code is to support lies and deceit when they're supposed to be supporting justice and right, and they're not doing that at all. So I kind of gave up trying to look for and talk to other police officers because I just couldn't find anyone who would not. They could read it and go, yeah, but I'm not going to go on record and say that.
And this is why I think that the PI wouldn't go against what the official narrative is because he was a former police officer.
Right. And all of his, I don't know, I didn't see that, I didn't look into that. No, I didn't research or investigate. It's like, well, geez, dude, you just wasted everybody's time, energy, and money. So, yeah, it was like everything that was presented to him, like, this was not consistent. How could this have happened? They say this happened, but the photos and the evidence say that's not possible. So how could you work that out and blah, blah, blah? And he just like, well, I don't know. I didn't look at that. That's not an investigator. That's an idiot. On my part, I'm saying this strictly for me. That's an idiot.
Yeah, he could have done a lot more for sure.
Oh, he could have done anything, any kind of research or investigation. He did none, zero.
Well,
and I'm like,
yeah.
Wow. He read some reports.
I think that's all he was planning on doing, though, right? It seems like
for the amount of money he charged,
he
was ridiculous to begin with.
Yeah.
And I've spoken with other a couple, just not very many, one or two private investigators, and told them what was given, the results of that so-called report, and then how much he charged. They were just like floored. They're like, what? Yeah. So
I don't want to give up on the whole private eye thing. That's another thing that I've been praying on, and we've always talked about getting multiple private eyes, not just one. And I'd really love to keep that conversation going. I know a lot of people are kind of like, they're just fed up. It was too much of a letdown. But I don't think that we should just give up, and I'm not giving up on the whole private eye thing too. So if anybody out there knows a good private eye that can go less than $7,000, let's say that.
Oh my gosh, that was so insane. And like Sophia said, get a PI that doesn't have a police background, because they will stick by that code no matter what. They're not going to turn on each other. Right, wrong, or indifferent. And again, that to me, that's criminal in and of itself. But yeah,
I wonder.
they didn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Greg.
Well, I just wonder if we have any private investigators in our group. Of course, that might be kind of biased too. So I'd love to stay away from that, and I'd
Right.
also love to get somebody who wasn't seasoned. I felt like Kenneth Maines, because I didn't know who Kenneth Maines was until afterwards, and a lot of people were contacting me, letting me know who this guy was and how high profile he was, and so I'd love to get somebody less high profile, somebody who doesn't have a TV show coming out, so they can't be compromised. Anything like that, I would say, would be probably.
Yeah, see, I don't even know the guy either. But if that's the case, if he's getting a TV show, and that totally makes sense as to why he wouldn't go against what the report stated. So he just.
But that would have been good for his show, I would think. No?
Yeah, no.
You would think, no. I mean, but that goes back to the whole thing. The David Crowley case back in 2015 would have been good for any alternative show. And there were a lot of people who had the alternative shows, the alternative platforms, and would not talk about it. And even the ones that did, that were very, very vocal, a couple shows here, there, okay, and that's it, because they can't focus on just one case. So I totally get that. And that's why it's so great to have 2,700 people in the Justice for David Crowley and Family group who are focused on that. Not saying that that's their only focus, but that they realize that focus needs to be put on this. And the more people you have focused on this, the less you have to worry. It takes that burden off of just one or two people or just three people. It's really helped having so many researchers, so many different views, so many people who are honestly looking at this, whether they agree with my views or not, whether they like me, and I know some people don't like me. As long as they're researching this, as long as they're seeking truth, I'm gonna try to help those people out as much as I possibly can, if I can. And sometimes that's just keeping my mouth shut. Dan Hinnon brought up two things about the if we're going back to the to a documentary film, which I do think that a private investigator should be kind of part of that documentary film too, but that's a whole nother issue. Two things that Dan would like to see talked about is the curious bank transactions and the deleted Facebook posts from David Crowley's personal account weeks after the bodies were found, which is weird because those posts are in the police documents. They are in the BCA documents. So, but they're not followed up on. Even though they pretty much know who had access to it, they pretty much can figure out who would be able to take out David's posts, and for whatever reason, right? So, then we have Babette. She says, no so-called experts that are former police, which you were both just talking about, because that blue line will not be crossed, and they will all stick together. Unfortunately, that might be the case. I don't know.
I agree with her.
And then we have Donna. Donna says that he advocated for humanity to expose the truth as a wake-up call to resist the control of the military government and NWO. He utilized his perfectionism to enhance the reality of our future through his trailer. Very importantly, he loved his entire family, including Paleo.
Oh, very well spoken.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Anything more on that? Either
I
of
don't
those
think
two?
so.
I found this one
No, I
little
don't think so.
interesting thing. Going through my just reading my book and rereading, trying to make sure I didn't forget anything. I found out that I forgot a lot of stuff. So one of the parts that I went back to was one of the things that Kate Crowley said. Or really, it's not something that she said, but it's what was written about her. Because there's not that much there. But let me see if I can find this here. Basically, the way that it was phrased was that, well, let me just go ahead and read this here. So, Detective Sean McKnight and Detective Brian Bone met with Kate Crowley most likely on January 19, 2015. According to Detective McKnight, Kate informed Detective Bone and I that she had not seen David, Kamel, or her granddaughter since their birthday party in August. She had not spoken with them either and had concerns because they changed their phone number. She had no insights into what they had done. And that really, I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean they? And this is in the Apple Valley Police Reports, page 67 through 68. Why are they saying they? Where is this they coming from? So it says she had no insights into what they had done, McKnight continued, or why they had done it. She said that the one thing she was sure of was that David and Kamel loved each other and that they loved their daughter. She had trouble believing that David would do anything to harm his family without Kamel being in agreement with him. That is a very disturbing thing. It's a very disturbing comment. And this is very early on too. And it goes back to that pack theory. And this is why I want to hear it from Kate's own words, not what they're interpreting her words are, because we know that that can be interpreted many different ways. But it's very important, I think, to get the actual transcript of whatever Kate Crowley said here. I also found it strange that when they talked with Kate Crowley, Kate's daughter was there, but her son was not there. When they talked with David's dad, both children were there. They were both present, which I thought was kind of odd too. But I don't know if there's an issue with Dan Jr. and Kate, if there was any issue, or if there was just a conflicting in schedules of why they couldn't, why one child would be there and the other one wouldn't. But I kind of noted that, but the biggest thing to me was just like, what are they talking about? Where is this they coming from? And why would Kate Crowley, if it's true, if this report is true, right? If it's not misinterpreted or twisted, where is this they coming from?
Yeah, that is so weird. So weird.
So that bothered me. Well, good peeps. Anything else you got here? Any other pressing topics? Anything we want to say for the future? Maybe. I know we've got some other issues going on, and so I don't know what we want to talk about publicly here. But like Dan said, we're very active. We're still looking into this case and still trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. We do have lives. We do have other things going on, but for whatever reason, we all feel kind of called to make sure that we stay on top of this and figure out what really happened here for David, for his family, and for anybody who might fall victim to a similar circumstance. I think it's very important to get the facts out there, to get the truth out there, and for people to understand that David Crowley cannot be proven guilty. He never was, never will, never can be. And therefore, we need to stop acting like David Crowley is guilty, because there's no proof that he is.
Yep, I agree.
Absolutely. Well stated. Thank you, Greg.
All right. Any final words here? I'm going to shut this party down for now.
It's thanks everyone who's listening, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you all. Have a great day and a safe holiday tomorrow for those in the United States.
That's right.
And for those of you in the hurricane path, please stay safe.
And that's where is that at? Is that in Florida area? Or where is it?
The Florida, Carolinas, Georgia area, all that.
Yeah, it's over the Bahamas right now. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So, any listeners, please stay safe out there.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, until we meet again, shutting this down. Welcome, welcome. Once again. We are live.
It's good to see you, Greg.
Hey there, how are you, my friend?
Doing all right, and you, sir?
Ah, life is good. No complaints here. Thanks for joining us here, Justin. I know you've been,
Thank you for having me, Greg.
Yeah, always good to have you here. So there's a lot to go through, and I thought this would be just a little quick show, but then I started taking the notes on just the information in the 488-page document. It's like there's a little bit more than I had anticipated, but so I wanted to make sure that we go through the pages that we do have in this document, in this 488-page document. It's pages 285 to page 308. So we'll definitely make sure we get through those. And I'm just going to check here on YouTube to see how all that's coming through. Looks like the visual is good. And audio sounds good. Alright. The delay, not too much either. It's only like maybe 5-10 seconds, so that's good.
Which document was that, Greg?
So this is the BCA document, the 488-page document that we got from the BCA. This is the most recent document we got on September 20th, 2018. So I do have that, and if anybody wants to download that, you can download that for yourself from my website, Greg Fernandez Jr. If you Google or search for David Crowley research documents, it should come up, but you can also go to my website and go to the gray stage section and go to the research documents. That'll take you right there. I pretty much have, and I need to update this too because it's not as user friendly as I would like. I'd like all of the documents that we have to be in one simple place where everybody can just grab that link, download it for themselves and check it out. So that's it's 488 pages. That's a lot. That's a lot to go through.
Yes.
So and we've gone through it a couple times, but I never really put any focus on the notepad. So I wanted to just kind of cover some of the stuff here, and we'll just go through these tests. There's a lot that they actually did here, but the one thing that I noticed here is I was calculating, wait a minute, okay, we got 59 pages that were in the notepad, yet for some reason there's only 24 pages of the actual notepad. So I'm assuming that the pages that we don't have here are pages that were blank, that have nothing on them. So that's my guess. I'm hoping that that's true. Because I was hoping we would have 59 pages here to go through, but we only have 24. So.
And what page of the PDF did it start at again?
So on the PDF, if you go to page 285, that's where it'll start, and I'm gonna go ahead and jump there too. So 285 is where it all begins.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And this was originally this was a 80-page notepad, and when the police found it, there were only 59 pages, front and back too. So that's the other thing. And you could tell that this was meant to be just a type of budget book. That was the purpose of this one here. So for whatever reason, they it went from a budget book, it turned into David Crowley. David Crowley had some writing on it, and at the end there's some recipes from his wife. So this book had multiple purposes, or this notepad, but it was not
It's easy to tell the difference between the two's handwriting, because Kamel definitely had the better handwriting.
Yeah, whose handwriting do you think this is here? Kamel's or David's?
Let me get to your...
Which one?
On page,
Which one?
the very front page where it says budget book. Hey, Sophia, thanks for joining us.
That's Kamel's.
That's Kamel's. Okay.
Hey.
And I want to say hi to everybody in the chat room too. Paulette has joined us there. Thank you, Paulette. I wonder if that's the same Paulette that brought up the Veterans Day article that can't be posted on Facebook. I'm just gonna sidetrack for 1
That
second
was
here.
frustrating.
Yeah. I mean, this was posted January 20th, 2015, and I know for a fact that this article has been in the group.
I mean, this is
So, but I did post it here, and what we'll do is, if I don't know why Facebook is blocking us from sharing it, but what we can do is we can create just a small little sample. Pretty much, we just copy paste these first two sentences, blah blah blah, copy paste that, and add the actual link. So that way, if people want to read this for themselves, then they can go and read the whole document there. So Paulette wanted us to make sure that it was posted in the group, and if we have to mirror it, then we'll definitely do that and get that posted in there. Because when I searched for it in the group, it was not there, and I was like, okay, I know it's there. I was thinking, well, maybe it was just in the comments or something, which is possible. But I think this one has been posted in the group many times. So I'm sure there was a good reason why Paulette wanted it posted here.
It wouldn't even let us post it in Messenger. And
right.
That was odd.
Correct. Right. I couldn't. Yeah. Somebody else wanted to try to posting it too, and I tried to sending it to them, and I couldn't even send it to them in Messenger. It won't post on my personal Facebook wall, so I don't know what's going on.
And that's why I sent it to you through email, because I was like, we got to try to do something. It was a great article.
Yeah. We could probably copy and paste all the contents, maybe, and just put it in a, do that. I don't know. They might block that too, but just want to let people know about that. So going back here to page 285, just some notes on the notepad, and I have a bunch of notes here where it says, okay, I tried to calculate all of the different pages that the notepad is on in this document here, so I will add those later on. Page 29 shows the chain of evidence, so I'm just going to jump to that. Item 41, 2 areas tested. Just want to say this, there were only 2 areas tested. 41-1, that is the cover, which I thought was very interesting, that the cover would be tested for blood, showing that the book was probably closed. Somebody flipped it open at some point. And then 41-2 is a page, and I'm not 100% sure what page that was, but I do think it was probably the page that said, open the rise now, submit to Allah. But there were only 2 pages here that were tested for blood, and there's multiple pages. Many pages have blood on it. This is item 41. The notepad is item 41, and it is part of the DNA test, the latent print test, and the question documents test. So it's part of 3 separate tests here, just to be clear. And I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. Whoops. Let's see. Let's go back up. Item 41. So, okay, item 41. So the chain of evidence, I think, was a good one. It just kind of shows, who got it when, who got what when, and when everything was put back. So by this, we can get some really good times and dates as to when everything was tested, where it moved from the BCA into the testing, and for whatever reason, they decided not to do any handwriting comparisons, which does bother me a lot. I'm sure it bothers you both too.
Mhm. Yeah, it does.
So that's 29. And of course, you have all of the different, from page 29 on, it goes down and shows you item 41A, item 41-1-2-3, all that good stuff. So this is where you can kind of see. This is what was kind of throwing me off here. So let's look at this. Item 41-1. It is a swabbing of the item notepad with handwriting on desk in office with apparent blood. So that item 41-2 is was one manila envelope containing a swabbing from the item, notepad with handwriting on desk in office with apparent blood. Right, and then where it says item 41A, now they're talking about each page. So where it's, item 41A-1 is page 1, item 41A-2 is page 2, etc., etc. These are just based on the 59 pages that they have. Go ahead. Okay. All right. I think that's pretty self-explanatory right here. So let's go ahead. We're going to jump down to page 53. Go ahead and feel free to jump in anytime if you guys want to. It's fine. Where are we at here? 53. Sorry. All right, 53. Looks like I need to adjust this here. All right, so page 53 just kind of shows what was tested, and that the notepad was going to be tested as part of the 3 documents. Check that off. Okay, page 58, there's another mention of the notepad, and I believe this is in regards to the ESDA lifts, which is the latent, the impressions. So they found several pages, page 20 and page 21. On these 2 pages, there was nothing on them, but there was indented writing. So what they did, and we'll see that later, is they took those 2 pages, and they were basically able to see what was written. So obviously, this whatever was written must have been written on page before page 20, but it shows how deep the writing went on, let's say, page 19, maybe page 18, whatever it was, pages that were tossed out, notes that were tossed out. And those notes, we will see, those are tied to David's project. So the only curious thing that I kind of found about 41A-20 and 41A-21 is that because there were ESDA lifts here, it made me wonder if there were any other places that had ESDA lifts, or was this the only place here where David actually was writing so hard that it kind of leaked through the other 2 pages. So I got a little bit confused on that one, but we'll cover that one a little bit more too. Let's see here. Page 106 shows Joe Cooksley's notes. I think that's a good one. The notes can be very hard to actually read, just because because of his writing, and not to say my handwriting is any better at all, but this is another. Here we go. Let me see if I can go down here. So item 41, the notepad with writing on it with apparent blood. Flipped back 1 page and observed blood on it. So that cover does kind of, always struck me odd. It was like so they're saying David went into the office. He had this notepad that was closed, apparently. That's my guess. If there's blood on the cover, I don't know what else there could be. He flips it open and flips it to about maybe halfway through. It's about page 30, so about halfway through, and writes these 2 weird notes. And they don't do any testing. They don't do anything to prove that David actually wrote it. Why should we think that David did it? Let's go to page 186. Yeah. Page 186 here covers, this shows us the latent prints, what was tested for the latent prints. This thing jumps around a lot. I'm going to have to get a new one here, but there we go. It's very sensitive. So this obviously goes through page 186 to 188, shows what they were looking for. This is all part of the latent print test. And you could clearly see 41, not too much there. The only thing that is really of relevance that they find that is not just a page, everything is just a page for the latent prints. I think that's about it, unless they skip to page 20. 21. No, those aren't even part of it. So we can go down to 189. And on 189, just get there. This is where we see the results of the latent prints. So we're going to skip down to the latent prints where it says 40. So let's see, item 41A-30, one latent impression, could be from a finger or palm, designated as LP 41A30-1. And then item 41A-31 is one latent fingerprint, designated as LP 41A31-1. These were the only two that were suitable for comparison. And what they found, we skip down here to the results, LP 41A30-1, that would be page 30. It was inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent and known prints. Okay, LP 41A31-1 was identified to the left middle finger of David Crowley. So they were able to tie David Crowley to page 31 for latent prints on his left middle finger. That was interesting. Right. So they can put his left middle finger on page 31, if I'm reading this correctly. That's about it. Not even on the pen that they say wrote all this, but
and that goes back to my comment that I made a while ago, that this crime scene lacks fingerprints and DNA for this family. It should be everywhere. They lived in this house. They touched these things. They used these things. It should be there. But when they go to test it, it's not. I mean, they were both using this notebook. Their DNA should be all over it. Their fingerprints should be all over it. The pen, like you mentioned. Both. But it's just surprisingly lacking.
Yeah. It is disturbing. Disturbing. But it gets worse, right? It gets a lot worse. Let me just go here. So looking at some of these notes, we're going to page 207 now. Page 207 through 210 is Jennifer Kostrowski's notes, dated 7/14/2015. And one interesting thing on this, if you look at where it says item 41, a lot of this is hard to read, but at the bottom here, I'm just going to put my little cursor to where I want people to kind of look. No visual RD, that's ridge detail, I believe, right? I had a lot of people help me with that one. So I was trying to figure out what RD meant. Ridge detail makes the most sense, I would say. Let's see, but here's the interesting thing. It says a minimal possible apparent blood on cover. So looking at the cover, obviously I couldn't tell that there was any blood on it, but this shows there was blood on that cover, and I don't believe that blood was ever tested either. So there you go. Just another little tidbit there. But I wanted it to be very clear that they did find blood on that cover. So it wasn't like, the notepad was just open, and that's why there's probably blood on a lot of these pages. But it was purposely set on David's office, on the office desk for whatever reason. It was purposely set there, and I found that kind of, the whole thing, that just by itself looks staged. And that's a big thing. It was when people say, they talk about things being staged, you could totally see where they're coming from. Many things in this house, around this house, and even things that happen after, really made me really focus on the fact that for whatever reason, by whoever, this is staged. It's a staged crime scene. So anyways, let's see. Anything else? Anybody have anything else on that? I know Christy has also joined us here, so thank you, Christy, for joining and listening in, watching in, and go ahead and feel free here if you want to jump in at any time. We're almost to the actual notepad, the budget book. But I was just going through all of the notes, trying to find any pages that mention this notepad in this BCA 488-page document. This can be a lot of homework because there is a lot of stuff here. And what I'm finding again is going through this over and over has helped me to get some clarification on a lot of these questions that I still have here. All right, so the question documents, we're now skipping to page 214 through 218 is the question documents. This mentions that the handwriting comparisons were not done. You can look at this date too, 6/30/2015. The dates are so important in this case because you can see when they start accusing David and when they actually do their job and when they actually, find that these tests are done. So had they have waited, instead of telling everybody David was guilty within 24 hours, had they have waited, maybe they wouldn't, have this big problem that they have now, which is not being able to prove their own case. So let's skip down here. 41A. So these are just go ahead, Justin.
I'm sorry. I've noticed that we've been going up over everything that Apple Valley Police Department has and how they've conducted this investigation. Do you think it would be a good idea to find a successful investigation done by another department with a situation very similar to this one, so we can see how a different department would go over everything and what they would include?
Absolutely. I know Sophia had tried. She tried to get that from Apple Valley. And Sophia, you want to tell us a little bit about that case and what you found there?
Well, I did get another murder-suicide because this case was labeled murder-suicide. I wanted to compare. And all I got were photographs and a police report. I asked for the autopsy reports and the BCA lab reports, and I was told that the autopsy reports were not released to the public, and BCA labs were never done.
So you think it's a question of competency of AVPD, or?
Possibly.
If we were to find another department, do you think it would be good to find one in Minnesota, another local one, or you think maybe another one out of state? Or finding one is going to be a little homework in and of itself.
I don't know, to be honest. I've never really stepped into this realm before. Like in Houston, for instance, they have plenty of, I'm sure they have just stacks and stacks of paperwork, and they have a really good crime lab. So I really wouldn't know, but it's worth a shot. I could always submit a FOIA and see what I can get.
That would be good. Yeah, anything like that, anything you could do to help with that, I think would be great, because I don't think all police, all investigators would make a mistake, would make so many mistakes as we're finding here. I would hope not.
Just all the inconclusive testing that they have, it just leaves so much room for outside actors to be in. Mm-hmm. So, which is the reason why we're here.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's unknowns found in the DNA that was never followed up. There could have been tests ran to see if it was anybody from
the investigation team or anybody, like any lab mistakes. It would have been gosh, I cannot remember the actual name of the testing process, but there's like a log that they would go through and they would mark out. And this is exactly why I requested this information from the BCA, this file. And even in this file, I didn't get what I requested. But it was unexpected results log is what I was trying to get, to see how they could, if they ruled out the unknown DNA that was found in, I think it was 3 or 4 of the test results. And they didn't show, or they didn't send the information where they showed that they looked further into those results.
Hmm.
And it's very, I mean, by law, they're supposed to do that. When asked by an outside source, they're supposed to send that log.
Why?
Because they received federal money.
And I mean, how do we hold them accountable for things like that? I think that's kind of been another stressful thought of mine, is like, how do you hold accountable? Who do we hold accountable? And do they just feel like they don't have to worry about that because nobody's gonna care in a couple weeks, which is pretty much what happened with this case.
It's kind of like.
Go ahead.
It's kind of like the situation that minority groups, especially blacks, were the situation they were in the South during the time of Jim Crow. A police officer had so much power in the minority parts of town, but we're still in the same situation today because we don't have a lot of the knowledge to hold police accountable on a lot of these things, especially in a case such as this. I mean, who's going to hold them accountable? You certainly don't see forensic students going in and studying this case. They all think it's just cut and dry and is done. So I mean, they have a lot of power, and indifference is their main weapon.
And this is why I think that an attorney would come into play for us, because an attorney would say, "Hey, we're asking for these FOIAs. We're asking for this information through the Freedom of the Information Act, and you are picking and choosing what we receive. And by law, I specifically sent FOIAs with certain information, and I have yet to receive the items that I specifically requested." An attorney would follow through with that legally.
I'm pretty sure once you put the pressure on like that, you'll probably get something along the lines, "Oh, we lost it," or that's government right there to a T. When it comes time for somebody to be held accountable, burn the books, shred everything.
And say we're sorry.
I'd hate to say it though, but I've seen that firsthand here in the Army. Sometimes that's how some of our departments in the government, especially in the Department of the Army and the Department of Defense, that's how they do things. I mean, we've had billions and billions of dollars go missing in the Pentagon. Nobody can account for it. And when they try to get the records, there's nothing there. It's like it never existed.
When I was leaving the Air Force, I was told to make 3 copies of my medical records.
Oh, yes.
And I did, thankfully. My ex, when he left the Air Force, he didn't do that. And he's still fighting the VA for information, or for the benefits he deserves.
No, because they tell him it's not service related.
Yeah, they're saying, well, your medical records from the military were lost, or something like that along those lines. And we couldn't even get my daughter's medical records because, once again, he didn't do it. And so she had to get all her immunizations again before she could start school.
Gosh dang.
And yeah, I was kind of furious about that.
That just shows you what we're up against, though. So, in every passing year, I'm sure they start shedding more and more bits of evidence. So.
That's right.
So make sure if you're in the military, get 3 copies of your medical records before you leave.
I got them all stashed away somewhere. I just hope they're still intact when I go for them.
Yeah. They don't want to come. You don't want them to come up missing.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
The inconclusive DNA is kind of a reoccurring theme in this, right? I mean, I've only been following this whole thing for probably about 4 months now.
Yeah, it is.
I think it was inconclusive fingerprints, inconclusive. Well, some of the tests were. It either came back as David and Camille, David and just plain David, just regular Camille, and it would rule out Rainey and David, but then there would be other unknown DNA in there too.
Correct.
And so you're kind of wondering, okay, what's that unknown DNA then? And it would say 2 to 3 unknown profiles.
Did any of the forensic reports mention anything about what they used as a template? Something that they knew was positively David, Rihanna, and Kamel's DNA?
They took vials of blood from all the bodies removed from the house during the time of the autopsy, and that's what they used as to test against the samples. Does that answer your question?
I mean, yes, but it would just seem to me like that would leave so much wiggle room for an outside actor if they just took it from the crime scene of who was there. Because did they ever do anything with dental records?
Yes, the radiographs, right? They did radiographs later.
Okay.
But that was the big thing, because I was like, wait a minute. When I first learned that, I was like, well, why would they take? I mean, is that standard to take the blood off of the bodies there? Because the big problem is that they're saying that the bodies were so bad that they could not recognize who they were. So why would they just take that and then take the blood from them? I was hoping that they used outside blood, blood from, I don't know, somewhere else maybe. I have no idea where they would get it or how all of that stuff works. But to just take it from the scene, I thought was that made me a little nervous about, well, you guys don't even know that these are those 3 bodies. And
well, I mean, the house had hairbrushes, had toothbrushes. There could have been other samples to use along with the blood from the bodies.
Right.
They just took the vials.
Yeah, so I'm glad that they didn't just identify them by the blood, that they did use radiographs to identify them. But only David and Kamel were identified. Rania was not. Her identification, I believe, was circumstantial or something like that.
Yeah, correct.
So that's weird too. I don't like that. That's another.
I imagine with being in a pediatric stage of life, she's probably only been to the doctor a few times, and I don't even know if they test. I don't even know if it's in what's the word I'm looking for? If it's standard practice to sample blood from a child that young.
Yeah, good question.
But I know David, since he was in the Army, the DOD still probably has his DNA on file somewhere, because they have mine. I think they started doing that. Yeah, pretty much anybody who's ever served in the DOD has their DNA taken up, and so it just kind of I don't think I've seen anywhere mentioned in any of the releases from AVPD where they contacted the DoD for David's DNA sample.
And I have a question. When Camille and her family emigrated to the United States, doesn't the State Department take samples?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Or is that just a more recent thing?
That's a good question. I don't know how that works. Is that like immigration question type thing or something? Because we know how bad that is, especially in
Yeah.
well, they went to Texas. I don't know how it is in Texas. In California, it's like, yeah, it's not even worth it. They don't do anything. They just let you in. Worry about it later.
I think probably it would depend on when they immigrated as well, because I know our entry requirements and the tests they do as far as like health of the people coming in, making sure they have shots, they are introduced to the U.S. population. I'm pretty sure ever since 9/11, those standards have increased probably double or triple fold. So whenever they came in, I'm sure that would determine what kind of medical tests and requirements they had set before them too.
They came here when they moved from Pakistan to Texas when Kamel was 17, and she was 29 when she was killed. So I have to do a little math there, but I don't know if maybe it's different for underage as part, as opposed to overage or not. I'm not sure. That is a really good question.
They came in after 9/11.
Yeah.
It says DNA was collected since 1995 as part of the DNA process. I mean, as part of the immigration process to become a citizen.
So so DHS did have Kamel's DNA on record.
Interesting.
Very possible.
Unless it got lost.
Oops. And they would definitely have David's, right? Just because he served, they'd have.
Oh yes. I'm pretty sure there would be multiple government hospitals that have his DNA. Where he took basic over at Fort Benning would have it, which is Martin Army Hospital. And he was stationed at Fort Hood. I don't remember the hospital name there, but they would have it as well. And I'm not sure if he would have gotten one taken before deployment. I had blood taken before deployment, so I don't really know how that works. So there would be, I don't know what that would fall under, if that would fall under the hospital or if that would fall under mobilization command for Fort Hood. So it really depends.
They also take a sample in MAPS.
MAPS, yes. See, I don't remember where he was living. I think he was in Minnesota.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
So definitely Apple Valley Police Department would still have those samples on file, wouldn't they?
Yes, the untested samples, they still have. The BCA has it.
We could convince somebody up. I'm sorry?
As of last year, they still had them. Whether they do now, that's a different story.
If we could get somebody that has a federal clearance, I'm sure they could go in and reopen those.
That would be amazing.
Because we don't know what further testing outside of this BCA they've done. I haven't combed deep enough to find out whether or not they've actually tried to compare it to any other sample of DNA outside of the crime scene, like, for instance, Department of Homeland Security, DoD, or any other hospitals.
They didn't run it through CODIS or anything.
Hmm. Strange.
That was one of the reasons I think why one of the early theories was that they had faked their own death. Partially, partially because, well, how do people identify them? Like, how does the neighbor identify who they are when the bodies were so badly decomposed and ravaged, apparently by the dog, that nobody could really identify who they were. So, just things like that, the way that David's friends and family kind of were acting, just trying to keep the case closed, to keep everything shut out, and lots of interesting things like that. But right now, I don't believe that they fake their death. But it's an interesting theory. I found that theory very interesting for many reasons.
Yes, and you bring that up. If they didn't fake their death, which I mean, it's fairly it's very probable that they. I mean, what's the word? It's very unlikely that they would do such a thing, but it is possible that someone else could have faked their death. I think I brought it up before. Like the NKVD in the Soviet Union would sometimes do that to make high-profile people disappear. And they would never see the person ever again, though. But they wouldn't die in their home. They would go somewhere else and never be seen or heard from ever again.
Right.
So
which is a very scary. That's scary.
Oh yes, more scary than a murder-suicide like this.
That reminds me of what was that guy's name? Howard. What's the guy's name? I can't remember his name. The famous aviator guy. I want to say Howard Hunt, but that's not right. Howard
Hughes.
Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes. Thank you.
Huh?
Yeah,
Howard Hughes.
Hey, Christy. How are you?
This is Christy.
Thanks for joining us here. Thanks for helping.
There.
Yeah, Howard Hughes. That was it. That was one of the things, because that guy had faked his death. The other case we were looking into was the Philip Marshall case, and there was another strong theory that he had faked his death as well. Of course, I've been researching Bruce Lee, and they said that he faked his death. Elvis faked his death. Apparently, everybody's faking their death and living as slaves on some foreign island or something. But that's like fantasy stuff. But it did fascinate me.
Epstein Island.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, right.
Well,
oh boy.
The other weird thing about identifying, I mean, even if they don't have DNA, the question that I ask is, even if a hand is partially mummified, they can rehydrate the fingerprints. They can actually take like a layer of it off and put it on their own finger. They can rehydrate it and then do prints on paper with it. I was looking into that, so I don't know why they didn't even attempt to rehydrate or mention that they tried to rehydrate his fingers so that they could get decent prints for him.
Could that be a budgeting issue, maybe? Could it be?
I don't know, or maybe if they just didn't have the knowledge or technology to do it. But I do know that, because I have researched it, and I do know that it's not just some CSI thing that you see on TV or something, that it is something that they can do.
Wow.
And it's actually pretty simple.
Really?
A pretty simple process, yeah. So I'm not quite sure why they didn't even attempt to do it or mention doing it. But I have other questions. I mean, I was talking to Sophia about that, about like why they didn't go into more detail on the missing limbs. Why? Because, I mean, like one reason why that there could possibly be an explanation of lack of blood is because if a a limb or something is cut off, but if it's severed, but if it's jagged and it's not clean, the vein tends to roll in on itself, and it almost causes its own tourniquet type thing. I mean, you still bleed, but it slows the bleeding. It's just something that happens, rather than if it's a very clean cut, it doesn't roll like that, and then you produce a lot more blood. And so I was wondering why they didn't go into more detail on, was it jagged, was it clean, and because the reason why I wonder why they didn't go into more detail about it is because Kamel's hands were apparently under, or her arms were under her body and her hands were missing. So why they didn't go into more detail to explain how that was possible, I question.
Absolutely. Great. That's a great question. It really is.
Didn't they chalk all that up to paleontology?
Yes.
Referring to how the dog pretty much just discarded everything.
Yeah, pretty much. That was it. He gets credit for everything. So.
Mhm. Oh, we don't have an answer for that? Paleo did it. Christy, will you explain the safety thing about the gun safety?
Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with that particular gun, and on the gun there is a pistol grip safety. So it's like a lever that's on the grip, and in order for you to fire it, you have to engage that. So you have to butt your hand up against that and have that engaged in order to fire the weapon. And there's also a trigger safety on it as well. So you have to really depress the trigger, and then when there's like this little lever that's within the trigger that's kind of like a safety that pushes in when you pull on the trigger. So it's kind of like a squeezing motion. And so for him to be found with his arms, both of them stretched out completely to both sides, it would be almost impossible, because the only way for his right arm to be stretched out the way it was, because if it's the way that the examiner's report says, the examiner's report says that he has an exit wound on the left side of his head. So that would mean that he would have to be shot from the right side of his head. So for his right arm to be completely stretched out, he would have to take his left hand and put his hand on that gun, and he would have to stretch his hand around to the right side of his head and really reach around and then fire it. And for his hand to come back and land in a completely outstretched position, I mean, I've researched like how guns fall when people commit suicide, and how the positioning of the body and stuff like that. So I mean, the only way for his arms to be completely stretched out is if he shot himself lying down. And it's almost, I tried doing it, and it's very, very, very difficult. I mean, it doesn't make any sense why anyone would do that, to try and reach around and completely press that safety on the grip. And he was right-handed. So that makes absolutely no sense at all.
Wow.
I'm thinking there would probably be easier ways to commit suicide than doing it that way.
Mm-hmm. And I was reading someone that went to a lot of suicides. They were an investigator that did a lot of suicides. And they said more commonly if someone is standing up, and they shoot themselves, the most common thing that they find is for the gun to actually be under the body or close to near under the body. Because when the person shoots themselves, the gun falls first, then they fall.
Interesting. That's what happened with Philip Marshall. The gun was actually found underneath him, which is why they had a hard time connecting the gun to Philip Marshall, because there was so much blood there. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and a lot of times they won't even be able to find it, so they go in and they initially, think it's a homicide, and then they find the gun, and then they determine it to be a suicide. So it's kind of the reverse of that other article that I shared that talked about people going in and automatically assuming it was a suicide. But the only possible way for him to have ended up in the position that he was in would have been for him to be completely laying down.
Wow.
And reach around and shoot himself. Because if he was sitting up, he would fall back and the gun would fall first and he would fall back. And the likelihood of his arm landing completely stretched out the odds are astronomical for his arms to be out the way they are. That is just weird.
And if he was laying completely down like that, with the exit wound, that bullet would not have been in the attic.
Mm-mm. No, because he would have had to even reach further around, and he would have had to really reach around and shoot himself more to the right-hand side, more towards the back, in order for the bullet to exit in an upward angle going up into the ceiling.
Wow.
And did they even bother? And here's the other question I have. After the mysterious bullet was found later, did they even bother to go back and look at where his body actually was and do what, like, use lasers or anything like that to see if the trajectory was right?
I don't think so. I mean, you have to remember at that point they had thought that they weren't even looking for that bullet. So I think that was like a minimal, anything connected to item 57, the bullet that was found in the attic, is very minimal. So unless they did that stuff and we just haven't received it, I don't think that they spent a whole lot of time on that, on item 57, on trying to figure out, okay, David was shot here, okay, Kamel was shot here, she was standing here, she was sitting there. But if you talk to certain people, they will try to tell you where David was, where Kamel was. So are they making it up? Are they guessing? Or is this something that they were told by investigators? And that still, to me, is not clear based on the documents that we have so far.
Yeah, I mean, and the only way to determine whether that was actually the bullet, especially with it not having any blood or brain matter or anything on it, the only way to really connect it would be to logically deduce by using the lasers and everything and going, okay, this is where he was sitting, to even see if it was remotely possible. But, I mean, if you look at where his feet were, next to the couch, I mean, it's a very strange position. Like, okay, if you hypothesize that he was standing, that would be a weird place to be standing and shoot yourself. I mean,
Right.
You wouldn't cram yourself up against the couch. Okay, would he sit there like that? Okay, if he sat up and did it, though, what are the odds of both of his arms landing outstretched like that?
Right.
I think it's a staging that has something to do with mocking Christianity, in my opinion.
And some people have even said that Paleo could have outstretched his hands. I've seen the comments.
I mean,
They're
that's
perfectly stretched out, though. I mean,
yeah, they are. They really are.
Yeah,
it's the crucifix position.
I mean, they're completely even. I mean, for him to have done that, he would have had to done both arms at the perfect time when there was no rigor mortis. And, more than likely, if he messed with them, it would have been right around when the incident happened, because when I was reading about animal scavenging, the main reason why dogs will scavenge their owners is because they get freaked out and upset, especially if it's a gunshot, and they can't wake their owner up, so they start licking them and stuff, trying to wake them up. And then once they taste that blood, it's when they start scavenging. It's just some kind of switch that gets flipped. So he would have had to have done it like both arms at the perfect time.
That is disturbing. But it's, it's something we have to look at. It's something we have to go there. That's hard for me. It's hard to, I mean, it's the saddest thing when you think about a pet, which for most people is part of their family. And the fact that there was a dog in there, what they say, for 3 weeks, which I mean, that's hard to really buy. But for 3 weeks by itself, that's a long time. 1 or 2 days is a long time. 3 weeks is just crazy, and for them to just accept it, that this is what happened, that's very curious to me too. How quickly everything just kind of fell into place. And
that's why
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why I find it interesting that there wasn't more descriptive, terminology on the missing hands and the missing arm. I mean, because that really makes a difference. I mean, if you look at sample autopsies, like you can go on the internet and you can get on these sites that are for students, forensic students, and you can look at autopsy reports, and those reports are so lacking in detail, it's not even funny. And for something so gruesome, for them to not explain it, to not describe it, to validate that is indeed what happened, I find it strange for them to not say, okay, it was jagged, so therefore we do believe it's animal scavenging, because there were jagged edges. This is what it looked like. Usually they give more detailed information of what, because they will, they'll speak into a recorder when they're doing it, and they'll state what they're finding. Okay, this is what I'm finding. I'm finding, a missing hand. The wrist appears to have jagged edges, or it appears to have clean edges. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And there's nothing.
Well,
nothing
jagged edges.
that.
Well, the jagged edges are mentioned in the autopsies.
They are?
They are. Yes.
Oh,
they are.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see that.
It's very brief, but it is mentioned in there. I don't believe it's mentioned for all three. But I do believe that there was, I know that there was at least one or two mentions about jagged edges like that, which is one of the reasons why I didn't think that any of the hands were cut off or anything like that.
Yeah, because they would be clean.
Yeah, they would be straight. They'd be,
But and that's the other thing, though, is I did notice that as well. Is like one autopsy would have more detail about something, and another one wouldn't have the same amount of detail.
Right.
It was interesting.
Was there one that stuck out more to you, that had more or had less that you can think of?
Kamel's was the most detailed.
Mhm.
Hers was
David
the longest
and
and the most detailed.
Where we compared Ranya's autopsy to like John Benet's autopsy, and it was surprisingly lacking.
Wow.
Very.
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir.
I found a pretty good article from this website called ResearchGate.net, and they have a case study in there of a gentleman. I believe he lived in Indonesia or Sri Lanka, and he had about, let's see, I don't know how long it was. So the body was there for about 46 days. The body was dead for about 4 to 6 days. And they were 15 dogs living in the house with this gentleman. 4 puppies, 4 medium-sized male dogs, and I believe a bunch of other smaller dogs. The gentleman, the only extremity that the gentleman had missing was his left arm, and his other hand was still intact, even though there was all those animals there. So it's just a good comparison.
Yeah, I'm pulling that up here for everybody. They can look at that.
The images are straight to the point, though, so I do apologize for that.
Oh, are there images in here? Okay.
There are. But I would imagine the case here was probably in about the same stage of decomposition as Kamel and David were.
Oh my goodness, these are very disturbing.
Well, being that this was in a tropical climate, he decomposed a lot. The subject decomposed, or the female rather, the lady, she decomposed at a lot faster rate due to the humidity and heat.
Oh yeah, the bloating.
That is disturbing.
I'll see if I can share this in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, please do. Please do. You might have to exclude like the HTTP or something, but I'll add this to the description later, so people, if they want to go and look at that, just make sure you're not having lunch or anything, because it's very disturbing.
And the thing is that David and Rainey still had all their toes.
Yeah.
Well, the subject here, all of her extremities except her right hand were bitten at. So her toes were nibbled at on both feet, and her left hand was completely missing.
Wow.
Did the dog go for the skull and the neck?
I haven't got to that part. I haven't read that far into the report yet. I was reading more or less on the.
It's
very I know. I'm sorry. All right. That's enough of that. But just for the images. But yeah. But that's interesting.
But the thing that's still weird, that doesn't make any sense, unless Kamel's body was moved, there's no way that her hands were eaten post-mortem by the dog because her arms were underneath her body. I mean, it clearly states that.
There's one arm. One arm was underneath her body. The other was like over her head, kind of.
So the only way that would have happened was Paleo like turned into a drill and was able to bore through her entire abdominal cavity to get to that hand, which he didn't.
That would not have been easy for him, where the bodies were and how close David's body was to his wife's. Yeah, it's not an easy. Getting to her would not be easy for him. So it'd be a lot easier for him to get to the other two victims.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me as well, because it looks like, where her pants are torn, like maybe he attempted to wake her up or attempted to scavenge or whatever, but gave up because her pants are just torn. So I found that interesting too, that there wasn't I didn't see any damage anyway, but the pants were just torn.
Yeah.
That could be a result of, like you said, Paleo attempting to get her attention, or it could be a result of the bloating. Because a person who is bloating, their body swells to about 3 or 4 times. I wouldn't say that much. I'd say it's safer to say about 2 times more than what they wider than what they were. So somebody who generally has a 28-inch waist would probably be about a 38-inch waist or a 40-inch waist at the state of decomposition that they were in.
Anything else on the animal scavenging here, or else we'll get back to the notepad. That's a good article here. I want to make sure people, if you do want to read this here, this case study, post it on researchgate.net. And thank you, Justin, for finding that and for posting that. I will be reading through this very thoroughly later on. I've been looking for things like this, and things like this are a lot better than some of the other articles that I've seen. Just put it like that.
Sad that we have to resort to such gruesome information, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Yep. It's all part of the process.
I mean, we do understand that animals will scavenge. We understand that. But do they scavenge to the point that paleo did in this case?
Right. And if they do, in this test or in this PDF, Justin, one of the things I'm going to be looking for is did they do any tests to the dog? Did they, if the dog, a lot of these articles that I'm reading, they never really mention when it's animal scavenging. Shouldn't the first thing that they should do is to test the dog feces?
I haven't seen anything like that in the BCA, which I've only been through parts of it. But as far as I've gone through, I haven't seen any kind of tests done on Paleo or any of the fecal material he left behind. Because I would imagine there would be certain calcium deposits from bone that he himself would not be able to digest.
Something. Should be something, and there's nothing. There's nothing in there.
Those bones went somewhere.
Yeah, right.
And the search warrants allow for his fecal matter to be collected and tested if need be.
Oh, really? Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
totally
in there.
missed that. You'll have to send me that later. I missed that part.
Okay.
That's great, because I do need to follow up now that Detective Gummert is back. I have not followed up with him yet, and that is the only thing that I really want to follow up with him on, aside from some of the documents that we didn't get, that I know that we didn't get.
Which begs the question, did they recover Paleo's fecal material, or did they throw it in the trash?
Good question. Whatever happened with it? Yeah.
I didn't see any mention of it being collected in the
It's not in the
samples.
evidence. No.
I'm just saying it could have been. They legally could have done it.
Right. Which is, and if they put that into the search warrant, that makes me think that somebody was already thinking that, and that's common sense. So it's just kind of frustrating that we don't have a clear answer on that yet. So
the forces of oversight may have expressed a wish to not go into such depth.
Right.
Oh.
That's my fear. That's my fear right there. That along with so many other things, including the handwriting, they were like, no, we don't need to go there, because why would they? They've already got their man. They've got their case. They've got everything. They have someone in the 911 call already talking about how the dogs scavenge these bodies. I mean, that's before the police even showed up on scene. And Judy Prochnow is pretty much laying out the whole story that we're going to hear for the next 5 years.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. And the other thing, I mean, say animal scavenging is what happened. Still, they did not go into any kind of detail or explanation of why they thought that the gun was by his left hand, and yet they said that the exit wound is on the left-hand side of his head. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense.
Yes, I've never seen any kind of anything like this with so many holes in it.
Only cheese.
I mean, you would think they would go into trying to make some kind of logic or explanation. Say, okay, this is what happened. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because we found the gun by his left hand, but the exit wound's on the left-hand side of his head. So this is what we think how he did this. But they didn't, and it does not seem possible, because I mean, I was even reading about calibers of bullets and different types of bullets and everything to make sure that I knew what my thinking was correct. And those hollow point bullets, when they enter, they are so violent. It's almost like your head, your inside of your brain is shaken around, because there's just like this. I mean, it leaves just this wide path of damage, and it reverberates, back and forth. So there's no way he could have still been holding onto the gun and said, okay, I'm going to lay my arm out this way, and now I'm going to die. Because that's not what happens. You get shot in the head with a .40 caliber hollow point, you're out. You're done.
It's just like a video of treasurer. I think his name was Bud Dwyer. He was the treasurer for the state of Illinois back in the 1970s, and he was convicted of corruption. And in order to secure his wife and children's future, he shot himself so that they could get his death benefit. When he put that 350, he put the 357 under his chin, and as soon as he pulled it, he was out like a clock. He just fell like a top. There was no twitching or anything like that. The only thing that was going on was blood from his head was flowing like a faucet.
Wow.
Which the blood stains kind of don't reflect that.
And what happens, that's what I was reading about, that this guy said that he was explaining in this article is that what happens when you get shot in the head, all of your cognitive processing, everything stops. Therefore, that means your muscle control stops. So the first thing that happens is the gun falls out of your hand because you can't grip anymore. The only time they ever find weapons still in someone's hand is if it's a very low caliber bullet, and that's very rare. It can happen, but with that caliber, with a hollow point, it's not possible. And so it just seems convenient where that gun was and the way his arms are and where the way he's laying.
Very much true, yes. Very much truth to that. Yeah. You wanted to get back to the handwriting, Greg?
Yeah. Let's go back to the notepad. Here we're still on page 214 through 218. I think it's worth noting if anybody wants to. This is the BCA 488 page PDF that I got, that Sophia also got at the same time, and if any researchers are out there that are questioning this case, I think this is a good document for you to go through when you have time. I think there is a lot of stuff here. I do hope one day we can take all of the documents that we have and kind of separate them, because what they did is the BCA just kind of data dumped everything. So it's nice to have that data dump and to get it out there, but it would be nice one day to actually put all of these into their own PDFs to make it even easier for future researchers to find this stuff. So still looking here at page 215, this is where we note the 2 ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 and on the front side of page 21. So then the main thing about this section here, to page 214 through 218, is what happens at the very, very end. And the fact that ESDA lift impressions are only on these 2 pages. They're not noted anywhere else. So that is also an interesting thing. When I write, and I do write on paper, I press down, especially if I want to make a point. If I'm really in that moment, I press down harder. And so I used to have this problem when I bought cheap paper, was that I would press down so hard that the impressions would actually they would be indented into the next couple pages. So that's what happened here. I'm just wondering why the ESDA was only on those 2 pages and not on any of the other ones. So that was a little bit frustrating. But the main thing in this section here, and I'm going to skip down, I think it's page 218. So let's go down there. Oh no, we're going to page 216, and the results of the handwriting examinations, which was very frustrating. And it says that the handwriting comparisons of the question writings on item 41A-30, which is where David allegedly wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise," and the question writings in the photograph saved to the CD submitted as item 55 to the known non-request writing submitted as item 46, 47, and 48 will not be conducted at this time. What they're saying is they're not going to do the handwriting. They're basically not going to find out who wrote this, and it makes no sense. If you're going to do one thing regarding handwriting, it should be on proving that David actually wrote that David actually wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise now." If they don't do that, I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand why they wouldn't do it. You have people asking if this should be done, there was a question. For some reason, someone at some level said, no, this doesn't need to be done. And that frustrates me. So if that's not going to be done by the AVPD or by investigators, maybe we have enough samples, enough things that we can hire somebody who can do those handwriting tests and who can, give us some clear view on whether David did write that. I mean, that's a big question now because there's no proof that David wrote that. So I think it will be very interesting in the next coming days. But that was the main thing about page 214 through 218. And then they go through on page 217, the ESDA indented writings. This is what they find. So starting with TYP Cal Army Strength, this is what David had written, or somebody had written on that notepad that was taken out. So for whatever reason, this page here, this writing here, was not in that notepad when the police entered the house, but at some point it was used for this. And what I find very frustrating is anything dealing with the military, anything like that, those pages are all here. They're very clear to make sure that they include those. Anything that, and this to me, if you read this page 217, this looks like a scene from David's film or from his TV series, and he's just writing out certain things, writing out maybe scenes. I don't know what exactly, but they make sure to put this in here. They make sure to put things like this in here, and it's almost like there's like this anti-military thing that is going on in this case, trying to make soldiers look crazy. And that's another frustrating thing that I find is when they try to make soldiers look crazy, because that bothers me, because soldiers are not crazy, first of all. They can go crazy, sure, just like anybody else could go crazy, but the narrative here, and you see it, is a former army soldier killed his wife and killed his daughter and killed himself. Now at the same time, this was really more back in around 2012 is when they were really trying to make soldiers look crazy. They were really trying to make it seem like any soldier who came back from fighting in Iraq or in Afghanistan, they had mental issues, they had PTSD, they had problems, and blah blah blah. And so they kind of jumped the gun on that one, I thought. Let's go down.
You would think with them taking those impressions that they would find more things written that were more or less benign.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, like you said, it's just all really, they just picked up all the juicy stuff.
Yeah, anything that might help them show David is crazy. Go ahead.
And it's really strange too that they basically diagnosed him after he was dead. I mean,
True.
To diagnose someone, a therapist or a psychiatrist has to sit down with you and ask you specific questions and look at your body language and, go into, a lot of detail discussing things with you. They can't diagnose someone based off of hearsay, because hearsay is subjective. So the person diagnosing him, they're influenced by what other people, what their perception of what he was doing and behaving and thinking. And that's just ridiculous, because just because they had disconnected from people and they certain people had their own ideas why they disconnected that may not necessarily have been their reasons for disconnecting. So all of this is based off of subjective information, and you can't diagnose someone that way.
Well, and it really it's a formula we've seen before. Well, this is actually after the case, but I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with Stephen Paddock, the gentleman who shot up the concert in Las Vegas. So he's a rich man, and he's got all kinds of Filipino women all over him. So he's not possibly wanting for anything. He's having a good time in Vegas, living any middle-aged man's life dream. And the government wants to say that he converted to Islam and he pledged allegiance to ISIS, and then he shot up a concert with a bump stock with a 5.56 rifle rounds, and it's inconclusive to me because the way those weapons were firing. I'm a soldier, so I know what certain weapons sound like because that's what I do for a living. It sounded like he had if the gunshots that were coming from there were a completely different weapon. But that's beside the point. So what it seems like the media and the government, whoever it does, I'm not saying it's the government, but you never know. They completely take out any kind of credibility of the supposed actor. So in this instance, David, say he committed to Islam, writing Submit to Allah now, and then Allahu Akbar on the wall. Somebody who's raised a Christian who would have seemingly no reason to convert to Islam, and then they try to make him crazy after death. And what they did with Stephen is they interviewed his brother Eric, and Eric is a complete nutcase. At least he was when CNN interviewed him. So they completely destroyed. Why would they want to destroy his credibility after he's dead? He's dead. It doesn't matter. The man's dead, unless there's some other purpose they're trying to serve with that. Yeah, I droned on for a little while. I do apologize.
Well, I mean, they were filming a grave state, or the grave state. What was it called again, the documentary? Was it the grave state or a grave state?
A grave state.
Thank you. They were filming that before the election. And Hillary was supposed to win. She would have taken up Obama's stance on gun control. I mean, this documentary could have very well have been a gateway to all types of red flag laws.
As well as many popular movements and uprisings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at all the things that this movie touched on. Conspiracy theories, all types of conspiracy theories. Alt-right wing, libertarians, veterans, PTSD, interracial marriages. I mean, just all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
Drastic change in appearance.
One thing that I was actually talking to Sophia about was, like in the documentary or whatever you want to call it, when she is talking about that dream she had, and she actually says, I don't know if I'm going crazy or what. Well, crazy people don't question if they're crazy. Crazy people don't know they're crazy.
Good point.
So her questioning her sanity because of what was going on with her shows me that she was sane.
Thank you for bringing that up.
That's a great point. I never thought of that, actually. That's a really great point. Yeah, I've never known a crazy person that thinks that they're crazy, usually.
Exactly. I mean, if you're schizophrenic and you think you're Jesus, you think you're Jesus. And that's your reality. I mean, you really believe it. and there's no convincing you otherwise. You know, I mean, that's just how it is with people that are mentally ill. You know, psychotic people, you know, like the men that go crazy and kill their wives or whatever because they just are certain that they're cheating on them or something. Because they are just paranoid, and you know, but they never go, okay, am I crazy? Am I wrong? I mean, they don't question it. They don't stop. They're the ones that are irrational.
I mean, if somebody is getting supportive care, they can be convinced, but left to their own devices, you know, like you said, they'll revert back to their previous state.
Mm-hmm.
Great point.
Yeah, but neither one of them had any history of mental illness. So that's why I question why they were just deemed to be, you know, kind of not with it.
The only thing I can think of for that is that it's tied into to the context, to the content of Gray State, of you know, the government taking over and we're losing our rights, and that's really it, you know. So people who don't think that that stuff is true, who already think anyone who thinks like that is crazy, of course they're going to look at this and say, oh, well, he was just another one of those guys, just another one of those crazy people who was looking into this stuff. But that's funny.
But that doesn't make you a person homicidal, even if they have those thoughts. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It doesn't. I mean, for him to just suddenly become homicidal, and suicidal, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and to not make it so clear, right? I mean, to write 3 different notes in 3 rooms, to leave so many questions, to the point where the police can't find the bullet that is tied to him. There's just so many things like that are just like, no. No.
Especially since he himself described himself as a storyteller.
Right.
And so with him being a storyteller and being as descriptive as he was, he would have left something more in depth and something, you know, to at least like make people stop and think about something or about what happened. You know, he would give a reasoning and there would be purpose to it, because it seems like everything that he did, there was purpose in every action that he took.
Yeah, and I don't
envision
think. Go ahead, Sophia.
Well, I envision a recorded statement at least from him.
Yeah, because he videotaped everything.
If not, then a detailed suicide note of why he did it. But we don't have either.
And I don't think he would be working on Gray State, working on this project, connecting people, contacting people, if, you know, as late as December 16th, December 17th, I don't think he would be doing that if he was planning on killing himself, or if he was planning on killing his family or anything like that. And so that's one of the biggest things that people have kind of, you know, because when this first happened and Jordan Page brought up David's $30 million deal, man, it was like, you know, all these people were trying to tell us that there was no deal, right? That was the big thing. And maybe they didn't know, but obviously there was, and David was working towards Gray State and making this into a Hollywood feature and then into a TV series. And so these people knew that because David was contacting people. He was posting it on social media. There was no doubt that he was still working on it. So they've never explained why he just, he's working on it up until late December, and then what happened. There's no motive for this case. They have no motive. So.
Exactly. Oh, and this goes way back. This goes way back to our last conversation. I think it was that radio podcast that got posted, and I listened to it. It was an interview. They interviewed him, and some of the things that I found really interesting was one of the things when they jokingly asked him if he was related to Aleister Crowley.
Right.
His reaction, he was not amused.
Right.
He was not amused, and he talked up. He quoted scripture in that interview, and he talked about going in a different spiritual direction. And so I seriously wonder if that is what part of the problem was.
Yes, definitely.
It's because he started taking it somewhere else.
Yep. And they will tell you that too. I mean, that's actually documented. It's documented in police reports. It's documented in what the Gray State quote unquote team states. And that's why they were all turning away from it. They were. It was only when David, when it was like, oh no, this is going to happen. This is going to be a big project. And then it was like, okay, they were all kind of silent towards it, and it sounded like they wanted to be part of it at that time. But after he died, they acted like they had distanced themselves from it, which I don't think was true. I don't think at any point they wanted to be distant from it. I think they were all going, including David Crowley, I think they were all going to use Gray State as a way to enter into Hollywood.
And I've seen movie shorts of Danny August Mason's acting. He was not a good actor.
You sent me some of those. I started watching them last night. Acting is tough. I wanted to be an actor for a long time. It's tough, and not everybody has it, unfortunately. But I think David also wanted to be an actor. I watched that one bullet exchange video that you posted, and that was weird. Now that was made in 2010, right? But that was weird.
The one with the chessboard?
Old Country for No Men, or
the chessboard one.
Oh, the chessboard. That was crazy.
Yeah.
And that was David in there too.
Yeah, and David's brother, and also Mitch Heil. They're all in that.
Yeah, some of that stuff is really. I mean, just because I told Sophia, I was like, some of that stuff is really dark.
It is dark.
I mean,
it is dark.
I can't watch too much of it at one time. I just start going, okay, this is creepy.
Yeah, I have to watch a lot of
And
comedy.
I think that I don't think he necessarily. I think he wanted to break away from that and go in a different direction, and that created a problem.
Yep. I think it's clear.
I think he had a message that he wanted, and that's why I think that it's very ironic, the positioning of his body.
Do you think it was a Christian
wall.
message? It was a more Christian message that he was working towards?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, because I mean, even in the trailer with the triangle marking on the arm. I mean, the mark. You take the mark, and obviously from the trailer, it shows that the woman doesn't have the mark when she goes into the grocery store, and she can't buy anything because she doesn't have the mark. And so, I mean, what other conclusion can you draw from that?
True. And if David was working with Satanists on this project, if there were some anti-Christians, like real anti-Christians, not just people who are just like, oh, there's no God, there's no Jesus, but I mean people who know that there is a God, who know that there is Jesus Christ, and hate him and want to physically, do harm to people that are that are talking about Jesus Christ. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think there might be something there too, but
I think there's something big connected in that way. I really do.
Yeah. We'll talk to you about it afterwards, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not something to talk about on here.
All right. Well, we can always talk about this budget book here on page 285. And like I said, this is an 80 sheet document and 80 sheets. And you can see at the bottom, these are handwritten. That's the other thing. For whatever reason, they decided to write on this notepad. I don't know. Hopefully they wrote on a copy of the notepad, not the actual notepad itself. But when I looked at some of the notes, I'm not so sure. So that's a whole nother issue. But this had 80 sheets, front and back. But when it was found in the house on January 17th, 2015, this only had 59 pages, front and back. So what we're looking at here is the first known page. This isn't necessarily the first page. But there might have been pages that were ripped out before this page and maybe after this page too. So I'm going to make this a little smaller so I can put it into proper context here to what we're looking at. And what we're looking at here is page 1 of this budget book, and we all agree this is Kamel, right? This is her writing this. You guys think? I mean, if she wrote budget book, she must have written this part, the first page, September 11th, September 2011. So it's just a nice little budget book, right? Nothing there, nothing too crazy. Shows that they were budgeting way back then, so that's good. Now this is 41A-1, so this is the very first page that was in there. We don't know what else was in there before or after, but we know that then this was 2011. Okay, so that's 41A-1. Now they have something here for October of 2011. Electricity, expenses, all that stuff. Cell phone, which we know all about that. Groceries, and it looks like whatever they were going to write in October, they didn't really finish. So that's also 41A-1, and you see this B down here. That means that this is the back side. So I'm going to go back up to page 286, and on 286 you can see 41A-1F, and you see that F because that shows that this is the front. So really you would have to, I mean, if we only got 24 pages, I'm assuming there was nothing on any of the other pages. I don't know why they would just give us some of the pages, so I'm just assuming right now that we were given all of the pages that they had for this notebook as a data dump. Now, November 2011, you can see it's some of the same things. So this is kind of like something that's like auto filled out, which shows, planning, future planning. This is 2011, but it shows that they had been planning. They're trying to calculate their expenses, and I think this is just one more little thing to go against the theory that they were bad with money and all that stuff. I don't think that that's true.
Well, the credit report proves that they weren't bad with money.
What did the credit report say? What it just said that they paid.
He had no delinquent payments whatsoever. He paid more than minimum payments for all of his credit cards and accounts. He was always on time, if not paid early. And when I'm talking about paying more than minimum, I'm talking sometimes between $100 to $1,000 more.
Wow. That's planning for the future.
Yeah, it is.
You're not going to pay bills in the
He
future.
And he wasn't behind in the house payments. It's right there on the credit report. He was not behind in his house payments. And I'm only stating that because there are certain people saying that the house was already being foreclosed before their death. And that is an absolute flat out lie.
Correct.
And the proof is there in the credit report.
Yep. All you have to do is look. So looking at page 290 here, this is the this is page 20 of the ESDA lifts. Obviously you'll see there's nothing here. It's because it's just in indented writing. And you're going to see that same thing on 41A-21, which is this page we're looking at right here. So that's some deep handwriting, especially when you think about it. If there's no other ESDA lifts, nothing like that, why was David writing so deeply, so intently here, but not anywhere else, including where they claim David wrote, "Submit to Allah, open the rise"? Doesn't match. Doesn't match if this is what David wrote here. So this page right here, now we're looking at page 292. We're looking at Open the Rise, most recent version. You can see all of the blood on here. You can see clearly on this page. And let me just scroll down so I can see what page. So this is 41A-30. So this is page 30. This, I do think, is the one page that was tested, that was DNA tested for blood. That would make the most sense here. The problem with that is that 41-2, which I believe is what we're looking at right here, it was tested for blood. It found a mix of 2 or more people. It does not match David or his daughter. Does not match David or his daughter. It does match his wife. So if you have a mix of 2 or more people, it matches David's wife. Doesn't match him or his daughter. Where is that other source coming from? And this is very important here because this is one of the notes that they claim David wrote that had something to do with killing his wife, killing his daughter, and killing himself. Yet his blood, his DNA, is not found on it. His daughter's is not found on it. But there's a mixture of 2 or more people. Who is that other person? And so that's why so many people have been, thinking, well, that just shows, David. How do you prove David wrote this? How do you prove any of that? And where is that other DNA source coming from?
It's a very, very good point. And we don't have those answers.
It's very frustrating. So you can see, and I know on this page it's really hard to see, but there's a lot. There's blood. If you can see the cursor, there's blood up here, right in here, right? That looks like some ridge detail or something. You got some blood in here. I think all of this is blood too. All of this right here is blood. All this is blood. There's a lot of blood here. And it's not It's not David's. It's not his wife. You got another little one right here too. I mean, it's all over this page, and it's what this
The
left hand.
detail on the crime scene photo is actually really good. You can actually make out prints on the JPEG on the crime scene photo.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's BCA 5095.
Oh, let's see if I can look at that. 5095. Let's see if I can pull that up. Oh yeah, it's really down there. Come on. There it is. 5095. Let's look at that. Yeah, there's even more here. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. That is a lot. It's kind of nice how that pin is just laying there, just, right next to it. I mean, even the way this is, this this looks staged too.
Yeah, there's no blood on the pin.
There is some blood on the pin, but they couldn't tie it to David.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the pin is item 40. It's probably not on this section of the pin, but it's lower down.
If you zoom in really close on the pin at the top, you can kind of see
oh, really?
a red tint.
Oh, let me see that.
I can't see the pictures right now. What side of the pad is the pin on? Is it the right? Okay.
It is on the right. It is on the right side.
Okay. I'm questioning it because I'm dyslexic, so I'm like trying to see it in my head and reverse it. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is on the right side.
I couldn't remember either.
Let's see. Oops. 5095, right? That's the one. Yeah. Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, you can clearly see it. You can see the blood in all these different areas here, but yeah, I mean, is there blood on the grip of the pin? That's where it should be, really.
One would think. I'm using photo viewer right now. I believe there is a red tint on it.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. But there's blood all over this page here, and if you look at the very bottom, you can't see it because every time I move my cursor, it covers it. But if you look at the bottom here, you can see how many pages, and it's almost all of them, have blood marks on them.
So whoever's hands must have brushed the side of the pages.
Yeah, they've flipped it open. They flipped it open. What's weird is they flip it open, and then they flip it open again, because you have this page up top here on the north side of this image, and I don't know what was on that page. I want to know what was on that page. And I think that is the one that shows talks about all the stuff that he was looking into, like building 7 and a lot of interesting things. That's probably another one of these photos in here too. But
I don't know. I still see that as submit to Alan and not submit to Allah.
No, I don't see that.
It's okay. We can agree to disagree.
That can happen, yes.
Well, I mean, he was writing to Jason Allen. And it's very possible he might have wanted to share that with him.
But why would he write it on this piece of paper here? It doesn't make sense to me. And
as
that
a note, he jotted down notes all the time to himself.
Yeah. But not in this way. I mean, when you look at this page, I think what separates this page from a lot of other pages, in my view, is the way that it's written here. This is written like a big poster card. Like it's written to make sure that whoever walks into this room sees it. Whereas everything else in this notepad is written like it's David taking notes. So I don't think that he would write open the rise this big if he was writing notes to himself. And I think if he was writing submit to Jason Allen now or whatever, I think that also would be on one line. I don't think it would be written like this. This to me is like something you would write at a wrestling show. You would get a big, signboard, and you would write this because you want people to see it. And to me, this is one of the clearest things that looks staged.
Okay, now, what if it had originally said at one time, it doesn't even have to have been the day that they were killed, was submit to Allen, and then, or open the rise, submit to Allen. Not, and the now was written later because they thought it said submit to Allah.
It's that in, because the in does not match. So Allah, if you look at open and Allah and recent, it's not the same. I mean, even all three of those are not the same. Even version, version, open, and recent, those are ends. H is, the, and then Allah, to me, those kind of match more too. But again, I'm not really big on the handwriting thing. I look at after looking at this stuff, I've looked at my handwriting and seen how different my own handwriting has been and how differently I can write within a couple pages.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just another thought on how to look at the thing. And we have no idea when this was written.
Well, I mean, also, Jason Allen, it's spelled Aalen as well. So, and David would know how to spell that. I do remember hearing that theory. I heard it. I remember hearing it a lot, but I never really, it never really stuck out to me.
Maybe it just stands out to me because as I'm jotting notes down and stuff, I misspell things all the time. Even people's last names, and it's just notes for myself. I'm not going to have other people looking at it.
Right.
But, and I don't think even David expected people to be looking at his notes like this.
Well, it's weird that it's open like this.
Could it have been an idea for the script, though? Like open, meaning open scene. And then, that was his idea. In the opening scene, there was going to be some kind of situation where people are being told to submit to Allah. That could have been some kind of idea that he had for a scene. Could have been brainstorming.
It's possible, yeah. Even the pin, item 40, which is this pin here, it's closed. It's like everything is set. It's a scene that we're made to look at here. Interesting.
So what kind of pen is it? So I can't see the picture.
It says TUL on it.
No, I mean, like, is it a click pen or is it a pen with a lid?
It looks like a click pen.
And were you saying that it was like closed? Is that what you said?
It's definitely closed. I mean, I'm looking at it now. It's definitely closed. So either it's a twist or it's a, it's a click. But whoever wrote this wrote it and then closed it.
That's weird. I mean, okay, so you've killed your wife and your daughter, and you're writing this as your suicide note, and you're going to take the time to click the pen and close it.
Yeah. And then flip this page up and keep this page flipped up, right?
No. Yeah, I mean, he would be in such a frenzy. I'm surprised that the pen is even next to the pad. That he would have been in a frenzy.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
And cleaned up part of the crime scene and wrote on the wall and did all kinds of things. But he was in such, a frenzy and snapped.
But he tiptoed around, though. He tiptoed around.
Oh, he did more than that. I mean, he magically missed all the wood floor.
Yeah, levitated.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding blood on that pen, but I know that there is. I think it's just the photos that I have here. So let's see. So yeah, so that's that's the big one right there. That's really the big page. Let me go back to that. 290, I believe, right? Okay. So let's go down. And this is okay, and this was written on the back of the page. That was the other thing too. This is written on the back of page 30. I thought was kind of weird. That really threw me off. Definitely. Because I had thought that this page that we're looking at right now, we're looking at page 293. I thought that this was the page, and then David flipped it open. So I thought this was open here. David or somebody goes and sits down there, and then they and this is in the crime scene photos too. This page here, so it'd be good to find the blood on this page. I can almost see it here, but keep this open, right? They keep this open, and that's why the other page. I'm gonna go back to here. It looks like it's flipped open. Well, it is flipped open. Item 41 is flipped open. And that was the other thing. Well, he takes the time to make sure that the pin is closed, but doesn't take the time to fully fold this notepad. Because what's on the page before this notepad, I thought, is the same that's on page 293. I'm not sure. I mean, I think it is, but I'm not 100% sure. Now, what's on page 293 is some of the most important things that have stuck out to a lot of people ever since we first saw this page here. Read this stuff, okay? So, and what is this for? Is this for David's script? Is this for, not the script, but for the Rise? Is this for his documentary film? And some of the stuff that is crossed out, why is it crossed out? Why is some crossed out? It's that stuff that he's fully set on. He's got his research. He's got his facts on. What is going on here? So you have the cartoon compilations, and that's crossed out. Fast and Furious, and that's crossed out. Now, there could be two different Fast and Furious. Obviously, it could be the Fast and Furious movies. I don't think that that's true. I think it's more related to Fast and Furious, which was a gun smuggling thing that the people under Barack Obama got caught doing. So it's really important to research
Holder.
Fast and Furious. Yes, thank you. Eric Holder, that's right. And that's crossed out. Sandy Hook is the next thing here. It's not crossed out. So was he researching this stuff and crossing it off? Were these things that he wanted to add in, and then decided they shouldn't be added in? But these are notes, right? These are notes, and again, there's no ESDA prints on the page underneath these, so it's just that's a whole other issue.
So there was one that kind of stood out to me.
Which one?
The one on the bottom. It says Stalia Executors.
Stalin.
Or execution. Stalin. Okay, never mind. For some reason, I was drawing a conclusion to Justice Scalia, who passed away in 2016, and I thought, well, that's kind of prophetic. But no, not Justice Scalia. No, I misread that. There's just so many different ways that his handwriting goes.
Right.
H's are N's, and T's can look like. He's got bad handwriting like me.
Yep, same with me.
Do you both print or use cursive?
I never use cursive.
Me neither. Just print.
Okay, thank you. I'm kind of doing a survey. I'm asking.
I don't think David ever did cursive either.
Yeah, I don't see any cursive.
It's print writing where there's some cursive mixed in. Mm-hmm. Have you touched on what we were talking about with the journal about the Johnny Carson syndrome and all of that being exact quotes out of a book? Oh, I wasn't going to touch on that yet. Oh, okay. I wasn't going to say anything if you weren't ready to do that. I won't say anything about it until you're ready, because I know you're working on that. So, yes, Catherine and I are working on it.
It's a nice little teaser there. Okay. All right. Let's see. Number 4 is ICE. So I think we all know what ICE is at this point, and the immigration problem in California and in Minnesota, I think, are very similar. Not legal immigration. I'm not talking about anything legal either. This other one, first I thought this was the Titanic underneath ice. I don't think that's right. It's like Tatiana or something. So Tatiana, I think there was like a female singer or something that was involved in the Gray State Project. So I think a lot of this is probably meant for the David's documentary that was going to be coming out to coincide with whatever happened with Gray State, with the fictional TV series.
No. Titanic, there's some conspiracy stuff around that one too, and the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and stuff. So it very possibly could be Titanic.
Just looking at it, it looks like it's Tatiana. But I remember when I first read this, I did think that that's exactly what I thought. I thought that these were all conspiracy theories that David was actually looking at, but that's not true, because some of these are not. I mean, a cartoon compilation obviously has nothing to do with that. Party music video has nothing to do with that. So that stuff, that's what kind of made me rethink my first thought, I guess.
And one reason why I think that some of this is just ideas that he was jotting down is because in the documentary where they try and make him look like a divisive, horrible person, because he's using the self-talk method where he's saying talk fast, and he's talking about what he's doing. Well, that recording, at the beginning of the recording, he's talking about his pen not working right. And so, I know there's no way we can prove whether he was writing things down when he was talking in recording that. But it's interesting that he was talking about the pen, not working right, and him taking, kind of preparing himself for something. Right. So I think that he was probably a big note taker.
Correct. I think that's a great point. That's another great point. BHD. I remember that BHD had something to do with the Middle East, if I remember. Let's see if I could find anything. The Bahrain. Something to do with money. Oh yeah, BHD is the currency for Bahrain, an island nation in the Middle East, which is east of Saudi Arabia and in the middle of the Arabian Gulf. Because that image was on here, that's a big thing. So I don't know, has anybody done any research on that? If not, maybe there's somebody out there listening to this who can help us find out more about BHD. But when you talk about money, when there's money involved, that's when bad things happen. Underneath that is my enlistment, and that's scribbled out. And I was wondering, is there a difference between things that are crossed out and things that are scribbled out? And then, to make it even more confusing, next to Eric Holder smiling, there's a check mark. So just I'm like, okay, at that point I was like, well, maybe I'm just thinking way too deeply into this stuff. So what I've been focusing on is what is not crossed out or scribbled out and what is. So I don't know if those are things that have not been done. But the most interesting one to me is Building 7, because when I first learned about David Crowley, when I first learned about this case, the big thing I wanted to understand was his view on September 11th. And I still don't know.